Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
After 3 weeks of round-robin play, there are still no teams that have mathematically secured their trip to the Challenge Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our coverage of the final week of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We've not only got the thrilling conclusion to our regular season tonight, but we've also brought in a special guest to help us call the action.
Hey guys, Kenny here. I'm not only excited to cast some amazing Brawl Stars matches, but some very important ones too.
Glad to have you here, Kenny. And like Litter mentioned, we still don't have any teams that are a mathematical lock for San Diego. Even powerhouse teams like returning champions STMN or runners-up Tribe Gaming could still face a possible scenario where they're left behind.
And where I'm paying extra attention tonight is in the middle of the pack. We're looking at a very possible 3 or even 4-way tie after tonight. So we'll be sure to break down all the tiebreaker rules and playoff scenarios for our teams.
And tonight's not just important for the Challenge Finals, but for Masters too. There's a ton of different situations, but don't worry, I'll break them all down in first period.
All this and more awaits us as we approach the finish line of our challenge season. And with this many teams in the race, the era of everyone couldn't be a more fitting tagline. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final week of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We are live from Burbank, California, and today we determine which of our teams will be making their way to DreamHack San Diego, and it is not going to be an easy road to get there. Cannot wait for all the action. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and we have a special guest joining us today. On the desk, we've got Kenny alongside Reddy. Kenny, you excited to be here?
I'm thrilled to be here. I chose a perfect night to show up to. I mean, it's the final week. There's a lot going on. A lot of people in the hunt, too. I can't wait.
It's our home region and the best region of the world, might I add, too. So, I mean, it's about time that we got you on the desk, too. This is going to be a hype day.
We're going to save all the Reddy bias for later, even though he's already there.
Goodness.
He's already there. Okay, but we've got a lot to talk about here today. Before we do that, in case you missed last week, we'll do a recap from week 3 to get you caught up to speed.
Yeah, and it was an interesting one, too. Stamina versus Tribe. This is one that I definitely looked at being a close match. After all, the history these teams had, but it just was the opposite. STMN ran away with it, really channeling some last season energy that they had as well. This one really caught me off guard, Reddy.
Yeah, it was a little surprising to me as well, especially considering just how chalk this one was, vastly in STMN's favor. And you could argue there were some other things vastly in STMN's favor. I'm not sure what happened at Dallas. I just flew in from there, and I can confirm I didn't see anything, and it wasn't me, but maybe a bit of ping, if a difference between the two teams. Regardless, it was definitely good to check in on this very storied matchup in the region.
Yeah, always a good one to watch, too, and obviously a very important one shaping up. But West Coast versus Mystic, one that we can't have go under the radar. West Coast winning this one at 3-1. The implications that it will have coming into tonight gonna make a big difference.
Absolutely. West Coast, I mean, this is a team that we know can clutch up at the last minute and can make it to land like they did in the last season. Mystic Esports also coming off of a pretty unexpected victory versus Tribe Gaming in the monthly finals just a couple of weeks ago. It was an entertaining one to watch, and to see West Coast take them down definitely has me expecting a lot from them today.
Yeah, and obviously the impact on the standings it's going to have is incredible. You know, we look at these top teams right here. Of course, Tribe even losing last week. It's their only blunder so far, 4-1 still. But those middle teams, that's the ones we have to watch out for tonight. All those 3-2 teams, 3-3, even 2-3, still have a long shot odds of getting in.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a fantastic day with the competition closing in like a vice grip and getting that much closer. Got some interesting ones lined up for us today. It all comes down to these final 7 matches and 5 played here on the stream.
Yeah, it's going to be very important, arguably one of the more important matches down there at the bottom of our schedule for today. So make sure that you are sticking around for the entire broadcast, because every single matchup that we watch could potentially change our standings, who's qualified, and let's start talking about that, okay? Because I'm talking about all these specific scenarios that need to happen for some of these teams in order to snatch one of those DreamHack San Diego spots.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. I mean, week 4, it's really coming down to the wire. In the hunt, 6 of our 8 teams, unfortunately, Dogwalkers, Papi Chulos, can't get it done tonight, but of course, they can play spoiler to quite a few teams.
Totally, and what better team, honestly, than to clutch things up at the last moment than West Coast? I mean, we touched on this just a moment ago. They have to beat Wash Team in order to make it to the LAN, and they also are in a pretty good position in the tiebreaker versus Chasmac and Mystic. And yeah, the third bullet point also sums it up too. Currently losing tiebreaker to nobody. They're on top, right? They are poised for success, but they have to win a pretty tough match versus Wash Team, which is no team to sneeze at.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they love the chaos or just bringing it down to the final moments, but of course they're right where they left off last season. They reverse swept STMN to get here. The craziness ensued, and well, now we have to give them one more opportunity tonight, and they could absolutely do it. Very talented team.
Absolutely, and of course their opponent across the way, Wash Team, still looking poised for success. If they win both of their matches tonight, they are guaranteed to go to the LAN. It was kind of an unexpected position for this team to be in coming into the competition, but it is absolutely well earned. If they win at least one match, then maybe some other team takes the wheel. Depending on how the other matches turn out, they may or may not end up advancing over to the LAN. And in the tiebreaker situation where we had West Coast at the top, we find Wash Team in the middle, right over Chasmac. So once again, a great team to watch, and we'll be watching these two teams face each other as well.
Yeah, and of course Mystic going to be one that unfortunately can't control their destiny as much. They must win both matches, but they also have to get some help too. Not a guarantee at all. They currently own the tiebreaker over no one.
Yeah, I mean, not the greatest position to be in, especially, but I would say, honestly, this is a pretty good run for Mystic, especially considering that they're missing one of their key players, and they have Nathan subbing in. So, I mean, this has been a great story for them. Maybe we'll get to see Nathan make some big moves in the coming months, but until then, let's just sit back, watch it play out, and hope the best for Mystic.
Listen, and that's just 3 of the teams that we saw that were in the hunt section of all of our scenarios. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on everybody, and we will also obviously make sure to update you throughout the entire show on how it's all unfolding. But that is just what we're focusing on to get teams to San Diego, okay? That's not even counting all of the additional stuff that they have to try to get through to go to Masters and all of the implications that will be had after today is said and done. So of course, to break everything down Masters related, we have first period with FDOT.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to another episode of First Period with FDOT. It's First Period, and I'm FDOT, and it's time to break down Masters implications. We've got 4 regions we've been focusing on, but today we're only talking about 2. Nothing has changed in AJP, and as I keep telling you, your Amin is already done. We'll see you, SK, and reply totem. So let's focus now on the new region of India. So this has been really, really exciting because I told you guys originally, Revenant Esports and True Rippers are the #1 teams. That's it, see you later. Well, see you right now, because Algiri is standing up right now. They came through and they beat Revenant Esports, one of their first losses in the entire challenge phase. And guess what? Algiri, they ain't even need 3 games. They figured it out in 2 sets alone. Bang, puts it in. And Revenant Esports fall down. Oh. Algiri aren't the only squad, though, that are doing it. Marcos Gaming also bringing it to the ones that have already brought it. True Rippers, again, one of the top squads, and again, they wind up falling down. Marcos Gaming finds the best out of True Rippers, and all of a sudden, like I said, the mighty have fallen. So big implications here. Let's take a look at the standings real quick, and I'll show you how the numbers all battle it out. Because Revenant Esports still up top at 6-1, but Algiri and Marcos are now above True Rippers. All 4 of these teams will find themselves in the finals in India on March 18th. So keep an eye out for that for sure, because what we thought was said and done is anything but. Now that brings us to our home field over here in North America, where we've got a similar story. Tribe Gaming and Stamina have established themselves as these squads. Yeah, it's like double. That's pretty intense. But at the end of the day, West Coast and Wash Team are closer than it may appear, just like in your mirror. So when it comes down to these points, you got to look forward, not behind. And it all winds up being the moneymaker at the Season 2 finals. That's going to be San Diego. That's where these teams really need to pull out all of the stops. Now listen, let's get into the real nitty-gritty and break down how these teams are going to get there. Got to roll up my sleeves for this one. All right. Tribe Gaming. So first of all, go to the finals. That's simple. You know, grass is green. You got to get to San Diego. And once you're there, Tribe has to finish in 1st or 2nd place to absolutely secure that trip to Japan. Now listen, they can be overtaken by West Coast or Wash Team, but those teams have to wind up in the #1 spot in San Diego. So little bit of a stretch, but not completely unheard of. Now let's go to Stamina and show you the other team that is pretty much on top but still. So obviously they too have to make it to the challenge finals, but they have to finish at least 3rd place. So a little easier of a time in comparison to Tribe. They can even finish last and still qualify if the Red and Black wind up on top. Now, Watch Gaming and the West Coast team, this is harder. Now, you gotta make it to finals, and you gotta win. That's it. There's no chance to mess around, play around, or lose. You just have to win. Sometimes it's that simple. You just gotta win. So at the end of the day, these squads, we've looked at them, we've seen them be the best, but now it's time to actually do it. Get to finals and win the game. We've got some games here to play. We'll see how it works out.
Now, that's how you can tell that this entire season is so close, because even though it looks like Tribe and STMN are on the top of even the Masters leaderboard, you can see how quickly those scenarios can switch up based off of the performances of teams making it from here to San Diego and then doing well in San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, right? They still have a chance. There's outside shots for teams to make it in as well. I think everybody always talks about Tribe and STMN, but this region has grown. The world has grown in Brawl Stars. It's really interesting to see all this unfold, and I think Week 4 is going to have some surprises for us.
I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. The competition continuing to accelerate, to manifest, to mature in this region makes the region a better competitor on the world stage.
All right, well, we're talking about Tribe. Let's start talking about our first match of the day, because it's going to be Chasmac versus Tribe, and this already will start to change and determine things for us.
Yeah, that's a star-studded roster right there. Fade and Toast, of course, playing for Chasmac Gaming last year, joined by Juan Carlos and RBM, part of that Batra core. And it did so well last year, and I think a lot of people coming into the season expected these two fellows to join together and do a great job.
You say core, and hey, I'll echo that. This is the dynamic duo from both teams. You have the Toast and the Fade, and you have RBM and as well as Juan Carlos. And I was caught a little off guard because it looked like Juan Carlos and RBM are together. That's right, they're living together now. That's super exciting. I mean, Team House is left, right, and center in some way, shape, or form. We saw them face versus Dog Walkers quite recently as well, and got a pretty good performance in there. I think we've seen Chasmac Gaming have some real good things to offer, and headed into today, they have the chance to go on and make some big things happen at LAN.
Yeah, they've set themselves up here for success. Of course, they control their destiny to some degree, right? They win both of their matches 100% locked in. 2 wins, but at least 1 to give themselves their odds to make it. Currently own that tiebreaker over Mystic, and losing that tiebreaker to West Coast could come back to bite them. So if they want the best for themselves, they better win both of their matches, but they are tough opponents.
Yeah, I mean, we say win both matches for 100% luck, but let's meet the opponents. First up, Tribe, and first up in, you know, more ways than one. Until just last week, they were actually #1 on the leaderboard. They just took a loss versus Stamina, but they're still looking to be in a very strong position. Turn as Livy, Zulon, the main core of this roster, and they got Corey making some of the calls as well on the back line, and every now and then subbing in for a bit of action too.
Yeah, obviously a fantastic player, brings a lot of experience, and this core is sticking together once again. They were fantastic last year, one of the more consistent teams. I'm expecting good things out of them. I know people might be worried a little bit, right? STMN got the best of them last week. It seems like they've had their number recently. However, they're where they are for a reason. It's the only loss they have, and granted, anybody could lose to STMN on any given day, right? They're an insane team.
Totally. I mean, well, we talk consistency in general, and Tribe is always involved in that discussion, but we have seen some changes in this roster in particular. Check out Zulon from last season to this season. And in terms of stats, we definitely see some similarities, supers, deaths. In terms of kills, though, definitely a noticeable drop-off. Now, what can that be? I have a proposition. I think it's really just the meta changing. Tribe, they play their best games are all control comps. And as of late, it's been all about those tanks. We've heard them talk about it. We've heard them talk about the draft as well. So I'm definitely keeping my eye on that as we watch Tribe play today.
It's going to be a fantastic way to start the day. The entire day is going to be packed with action, and we keep talking about how good the LAN is going to be. Once we know who's going to be there, you should be there as well. !DHSAN in chat for more information on the when, the where, the how to get your tickets. And of course, use this discount code to save yourself a little bit of cash. Hopefully, we'll see you there because it's going to be a fantastic time. And then You know this part very, very well. It's time for the poll, okay? Down in Twitch chat, if that's where you are, let us know who you think is going to be taking home the first match of the day. Will it be Chasmac or will it be Tribe? I am excited to get into all of this action. We'll have to see how good your predictions are because the picks and bans are underway. Let's get this thing started.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a tougher one to call, right? I mean, it's Chasmac Gaming and Tribe. Chasmac Gaming have two very tough opponents today, but if they want to give themselves the best chance, they need to win them both. But one, honestly, if you can get one victory over both of these teams, yeah, absolutely take that right.
Oh, I mean, it's a statement in and of itself, but it's also like their lifeline to make it to land. They have to take down either Tribe or STMN or they're out, right? There's not a chance here. Here comes our first map, though, Pit Stop here for set number 1. And you know who's not here for set number 1? Dynamite, apparently. Nita, I get. Actually, Kenny, you and I were talking about this specific sort of draft all like last night. The Dynamite and the Nita in particular. I'm curious to theorize, though, like, why Dynamite?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, right? I think a lot of people in chat may scoff at this, may find it interesting, but honestly, it's becoming more normalized, and especially given the indestructible walls we've got right now, Dynamite can be really solid. All of the throwers, honestly, get a lot of value here. You see Barley in the ban stage as well. That's a simple one to just kind of get out of the way, remove, great area control. And that first pick IMS, we talked about this as well. It's a very safe first pick. You're not locked into any particular strategy, and if they end up going the popular tanky route, you at least have some preparation.
It's, for one thing, an East Asia favorite, and I know we're all apt to copy East Asia's homework for, well, a lot of reasons. Most importantly, they like win a lot. They're the most winningness, as F. would say. But yes, the M's as well. And this is something that kind of worried me, is if we see that Daryl played into that, then definitely raises an eyebrow for me on the side of Chasmac. Like, look, I put my faith in Fade to play the M's. We see him on that brawler pretty often, but try bringing in the Daryl here. Just a good brawler on this map. And versus M's, yeah, you can roll in. It's a fantastic way to deal with it. And it's a brawler that we don't see in East Asia. They just don't play this brawler for some reason, and it enables the M's in a huge way.
Yeah, I think Tribe's response here was actually really solid. You know, IMS has been a tank counter for a long time, but Daryl is one of the few tanks that can kind of charge up on its own, get close to IMS. Once she runs out of gadgets, there's really nothing they can do. Additionally, not the biggest range in the world, not a sharpshooter by any means, so you bring in Griff and his piggy bank, and of those walls that you can break, he's going to be able to do a great job of that. Sure, it conflicts a little bit with Daryl, but I think overall this is a pretty solid response.
Good shout about the walls that you can break, because we've seen a lot of those indestructible walls infiltrating, maybe enhancing some of the maps. I mean, I know we have some differing perspectives on this. Here's a Grom as well, a brawler that wasn't untouched by the recent balance changes, but didn't seem to affect him too much in terms of popularity. It's going to take a little bit longer, I think, for this brawler to either be, balance changed, or, some new brawler comes into the game, or someone gets buffed that makes him a little bit less viable. I want to know if we'll see Daryl be played onto the Grom, but what I do know is that you pop the gadget, you fire away on that safe. It is not good business. The Otis on the other side as well. This is another brawler that has been balance changed recently.
Yeah, of course, Grom dealing 12% with his gadget before update. It's a little less now, of course, since they tanked him a little bit. But Otis, somebody that's kind of been a shoe size that fits all, right? It's somebody that's been able to deal with so vast amount of brawlers. It can answer tanks. It doesn't have any true counters, really. And even though they do, bring down his HP just a little bit last week, I still think we're going to be seeing him a lot today. Maybe a little less on that play rate, but obviously I think he's going to be a good one to mesh in here.
Well, we saw that last brawler sneak in, too. That was a Stu for the last pick as well. And this is an interesting one, because what exactly is his goal going to be here? Usually you'd see Stu played into a tank so you can kite them and repeatedly dash away from them while also dealing damage and charging up your super repeatedly. So we'll see what role he takes. I'm definitely willing to place my bets that he's not going to be running Speed Zone, because that's so free for Otis to take down with his Fat Splatter. So we'll see what brawls he really opts to break up. Maybe it's sort of a response to the IMS as well. Once again, IMS is a brawler that is quite popular in other regions, not so much in NA. So let's see how it works out. There's Fade on the IMS as predicted. We'll see what kind of magic he can work on the left side versus Eslivy.
And Toast already charging in, dealing 9% instantly. RBM there to cover him as well, but don't look now. Left side, Fade dishing out some damage too. Tribe getting overwhelmed a little bit early on. Zulon needs to push up here. It's going to be a great matchup going against a squishy Grom. Instead, though, elects to just go in, a gadget being popped, but the mute button hits him, strikes him down, and he's going to be eliminated there.
So tough to deal with. RBM, he had that shot chambered, and now he's headed towards the other side to make a do with it once again. Tyron on the left side also has a super as disposal. He has a gadget to break down some walls if he needs. And And this is, I think, where we start to see the Stu actually work a lot, just trying to sort of weave his way in to deal with Toast while also trying to kite out some of the shots from RBM. Fade on the left side is dealing really well with Zulon as well. You see he's running Bad Karma. He's not running Hype for that extra healing, so it's all about damage here. And he's playing defense as well, very effectively. Tribe Gaming at a serious deficit at the moment, especially considering how far we are into the game. Not a whole lot of damage has been done so far. It's going to take some big Daryl rolls in to make a difference for Tribe.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Daryl is a difference maker, and we've already seen Zulon use a couple of those gadgets, and not very effectively, I might add. You have to really be careful about it. He's going to roll in here, get a free shot at it, but got to make sure you're making those count. You only get 3 a game. RBM going to be weak here and going down to Toast. Tasked with dealing with 2 different brawlers. Fade picks up 1 off screen, but Tyrant just hovering around. We know the work he can put in with Stu.
No doubt, bad business for Chasmac Gaming, though. Another takedown on the left side. Tyrant refuses to let anyone pass on this lane. Toast might be a worthy contender for him, but he does go for the switch up onto the right side. They have to keep Zulon out of this base, and Zulon doesn't have any more gadgets left to get free supers, but he's still going to get free supers for, you know, playing Daryl, auto-charging that super. Tribe Gaming, they've pushed the line of scrimmage really far up. Chasmac Gaming, if they want to bring this back, they've got to get a push in right now and not suffer any casualties along the way.
Countdown beginning, and it's going to be tough for CMG to get out of this one. Their back foot is against their spawn side. Zulon now rolling in, getting aggressive. RBM going to be low HP. Tyrant trying to clean up Toast. Fade low HP as Livy with a super, and the Grom gadget goes in. Not quite enough. It's going to be Tribe Gaming taking game number 1.
Brilliant game sense there on the Daryl pick. It's not sort of brawler that we usually see from Tribe. I mean, we touched on this during the stat comparison of Zulon from Season 1 to Season 2. A bit of a drop-off in kills and such, and a lot of that, I think, owes to the meta shifting now more towards tanks, and it looks like they found a bit of comfort in Daryl. I think this is definitely a brawler that is worthy of being more and more popular these days, as he deals with a lot of tanks quite effectively as well. And so far, he's going to be trying to contend with Fade on the left side, does charge through, uses 1 gadget of Fade, he will push through on that left side, but on the right side, definitely could use some attention from Chasmac Gaming as we see RBM fall and some wall break from Tyrant.
Yeah, and Tyrant eliminating some of those walls too. 86 HP might be the difference maker. A fat splatter, though, ending him right there. Fade picking 1 up at the top as well, and now Toast back in action. RBM still trying to play defense. And Fade, of course, going to be forced away there. A second gadget going down for RBM as Zulon has that super charged up. Who is he going to strike next?
Oh, here comes the roll in. Zulon able to, never mind, get silenced on the back lines. RBM, Fade, Toast, they all hold strong, and they might be able to weather the storm on the left side if they can take down Tyrant. Big damage in and a kill onto Tyrant. Brilliant stuff for Chasmac Gaming. We only get to see this stuff because of our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, bringing all of this action straight to your retinas. And Chasmac Gaming putting on a show, that's for sure, especially as they shoot in some of the final shots on the enemy side, only 9% remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough deficit to come back from. Tyrant now trying to get an elimination. Zulon being muted, though. RBM putting in work right now as Livy finally cleans things up. And Toast, all he has to do is throw a couple chip shots in there. And as the thrower, this is going to be a great opportunity for him. As Livy, though, putting a halt to that pretty quickly. 5% remaining, a lot of time left on the clock. But, of course, Tribe Gaming have to play almost perfectly here.
I mean, that clock is ticking down, but really it only takes a few more shots trickling down onto Tribe Gaming safe to shut them down completely. The Zulon goes down. Is Livy with a super in. Fade, RBM, they hold fast, they stay alive. Left side, Grom needs to be paid attention to. Toast with just a couple more easy shots in. And Chasmac Gaming take the game win. Tribe Gaming have a real contender on their hands, and it looks like especially the Grom gave them so much trouble.
Yeah, of course, for both of these teams, right? A couple of them have made things like Worlds. They've been to the big events, but you just know it means so much to both of these teams. They're looking to prove themselves. They don't want it to be a Tribe and STMN conversation in this region. They want it to be a Chasmac Gaming conversation. Right there, they put the team together. They did a great job. I thought one thing of note specifically, Fade doing a really good job early on against Zulon. And honestly, when you're running out of those supers, running out of those gadgets, that's a tough matchup to go against, especially when Zulon can close the gap. I think if they do that again and address Zulon quickly, it could be a good answer.
Well, you point out this matchup in the early game. It looks like we're going to see Fade try and take an opportunity to connect on that enemy safe. Zulon, meanwhile, is destroying the back lines. Fade's beckoned back over. He has to play defense as Zulon and his Livy connect onto the safe with an absolute recklessness. So much damage flying in. And Zulon, despite being silenced, might be able to get a bit more damage in here. There it is, 60% knocked off already. What a start for Tribe Gaming. And we saw the early game. It was a much different matchup than we saw in that lane that you pointed out of Fade and Zulon, where they just kind of played footsies, and Zulon and Fade traded spots, and there was an obvious victor in the base race matchup.
Yeah, and you're seeing the Stu interaction there too. These invincible walls really throwing players off, of course. That's something that he kind of just had to sit there before he could do the wall break, go through, dish some damage, skate away. But unfortunately, you just can't do that anymore. So it's been interesting to see how kind of players adjust to this. I think Stu's somebody that definitely could be affected by all these changes.
Well, we'll see how Tyrant is affected by Fade and Toast doubling up on the lane. Looks like he's able to breeze through the first brawler now onto Toast, but Toast seeks cover on the back lines. Zulon with the super in, but we see Fade also come to the rescue, especially the silence from RBM, which he's now cycled out once again, ready to use at a moment's notice. On the right side, Fade also has that super ready to use. It's going to seek a lot more value behind walls, something that he, well, distinctly has none of, but the left lane's looking quite good for Chasmac Gaming as well. They'll be able to probably get a kill as Zulon runs for the hills, and Tyrant looks to trade things out. Fat Splatter to the backside. Meanwhile, on the right side, Fade continuing to push things up. Tribe Gaming, they're gearing up for a big, big defense, and they're going to need it as Chasmac Gaming have some serious DPS on their side.
Well, the best defense is good offense. It looks like Tribe is just going to be leaving this, leaving all of it to Tyrant at the top. And here comes all the damage pouring in. Tribe Gaming put on a fireworks show at the end there to capitalize.
Fireworks show is a great way of putting it. Brilliant stuff, and a serious spectacle, too. But for Tribe Gaming, we see the player camps. These are live, by the way. Just another day in the office, especially for Izlivy, too. What a handsome guy. I wish we could only see his player cam, like maybe mid-game cut to his player cam, just so we can see what Izlivy's up to. But I will not detract from what we see on Fade on the player cams as well. I'm so glad we get to have those up.
Yeah, I love the ESL kind of gear in the background, too. I mean, he's been here before, and they want to do it again. Going to a LAN is a very big deal in North America. You know, those don't come around too often. So, you know, I think the goal for a team like this, too, Tribe has a different expectation. They've earned that at this point. I think they're pretty hard on themselves whenever I'm chatting with the guys. Anytime they take a loss, you know, it's something that they definitely reflect on. And I know how badly they want San Diego, but I think the goal for these guys is Masters. And if it's not a Masters, I ultimately feel like they're going to be a little disappointed.
This is true. And, you know, for some, it's definitely a tough pill to swallow, but there are teams at different echelons, at different tiers in the North American scene. And when we talk Tribe Gaming, when we talk STMN, or even like Vatra from last year, they have gone to Worlds, right? And so they have their expectations set there. But, of course, they got to focus on the now in the next month. And for right now, Tribe Gaming, they are certainly making it their goal to go on to the LAN and then get those points for qualifying to Masters just one step at a time. For Chasmac Gaming, they're trying to get back to where they were last season, where they were at LAN. And so far, it's honestly a very good performance. My eyes were specifically on Fade, a brawler that he's quite comfortable on, Ims in particular, but also just playing pretty well in a matchup that is quite tough to face.
Yeah, and I think the Otis was a good one there, too. I mean, we know he has the nerf coming in, too. We got to see it a little bit last week, but it was very fresh. Players were still kind of figuring it out. They're trying to make those determinations, and now a week later, we see that I think he's still going to be around. You know, the HP is not enough to deter them from choosing him, and I thought that was a really interesting matchup, too. They kind of, like, double whammy Daryl. There was enough for them to do that, and yeah, I see the Stamina Esports thing, too. I think he just, you know, shows a lot of love for the other teams, but I'm sure he will not be wearing that when they play later tonight.
It's precisely my thoughts. This is time to change into the Tribe jersey after this match, right? Maybe a bit of luck. Sometimes, in order to defeat your enemy, you have to become your enemy and put yourself in their shoes, right? We'll see if that manifests, of course, as we move on to the next set. And we'll see it's open zone. And some of the brawlers that are actually the biggest problems here are going to be removed. We see Tribe and Chasmac doing pretty much of the same, though 6 distinct brawlers banned out. B, absolutely one that comes to mind for me, but I know that Chasmac are pretty apt to pick this up. Toast and Juan Carlos both love this brawler. But since they don't have first pick, it would become a big issue if they didn't have it.
Yeah, and a really interesting first pick coming in here, too. It's going to be Stu. I'm used to seeing Stu, don't get me wrong. Just as that first overall pick, it caught me a little bit off guard, but I think it makes sense in my head a little bit, you know, trying to reason it out. It's a pretty safe pick in general. You know, it does have some counters here and there, but they're not super popular in the meta. Something like the Colonel Ruff Sandbags, you know, Spike and his Life Plant can do pretty well into this, but, you know, long gone are the days of people running things like Tara, who used to do a really good job with their Tara pets. But Pam, I do really like to see Pam. That's definitely somebody that I've noted in practices that has showed up a ton lately.
Yeah, and of course, we're not farming masteries here, right? No one is your mom in this lobby, but no, hard agree. Pam, especially one that we like to see with the new positioning of the indestructible walls. Previously, you could just get rid of them. Now, you place your turret behind a wall that literally cannot be destroyed, and you create sort of a powerhouse. However, the last time we saw Pam played in this competition, specifically, I believe we watched Wash Team play it versus Dogwalkers. Dogwalkers were still able to take them down in that matchup, but we see the way that she's played. She's very withdrawn. She hangs in the back lines. she's very responsive to pushes in because she has Scrap Sucker at her disposal as well. Here comes the Max though, and that's basically the antithesis to sit back and camp. It's, yeah, let's move, it's drive time, and I think it's an appropriate response to something that's pretty speedy like Stu. They're just gonna have to figure out, okay, how exactly do we play versus the Tyrant lane if, of course, you know, he does pick up the Stu. Sometimes we see Zulon play it, or is Livy play from time to time.
Yeah, and I think this is a really smart first couple picks for him too, right? Pam can do really well historically into tankier brawlers. You know, that Scrap Sucker that you mentioned, the healing station. There's just so much that Pam can provide. But one thing I'll note too, we don't see a ton of sharpshooters being banned here, so that's also kind of preventative into that as well. You know, stereotypically, I think people imagine the Pipers and the Bells of the world showing up on this map because it's in the name, right? It's a wide open mid map. And that's exactly what they're not doing. They're not going with that Max, Pam. Both great answers to that because those sharpshooters just have a difficult time hitting Max, and also Pam is just so bulky, it takes multiple shots to get through her.
Oh, here it comes. And this is kind of, this is why I was a little bit like, about do we see Tyrant on the Stu? Because Tyrant, I think, has the best Amber play in this entire region. And I would almost be willing to say it extends to sort of the world sphere as well. He plays it in a much more patient and passive way than a lot of other players do. It's quite unique. I would definitely keep your eye on that as we head into this match. And it used to be a very go-to brawler. Let's first pick this on open zone, so it'll be removing a lot of those bushes. Janet would certainly like to camp out there in some situations. Pam absolutely suited for that too. But so far, I mean, from Chasmac Gaming, it's a rock-solid comp. They're going to have to be wise about how precisely they play the Max play because I don't necessarily see, besides Pam, a brawler that wants to get super aggressive and has a whole lot of health at their disposal to speed boost into the opponent.
Yeah, it's a really interesting kind of set of compositions we've got here. Two very different ones, but really nothing shocking. You know, sometimes in North America especially, you'll see some real surprise picks, especially when you have somebody like RBM on your side too. You always have to be looking out for those tankier plays. Of course, everybody has their specialties like you mentioned too, but this is definitely one where, you know, we're not quite used to seeing this. I think these indestructible walls are really shaping things up, and I think as a result, Pam in general, her play rate is going to be higher tonight.
Yeah, well, we'll see how precisely it turns out. Fade, he's already got his eyes set on that right side versus his Livy. Left side, RBM defending these bushes to the best of his ability. Zulon's not going to be able to make it for it. Once again, surprised that we don't see Tyrant on this brawler, but we'll see what Zulon's able to do as he takes the helm of the Amber on the left side. So far, good stuff. One lane victory after another. Fade and Toast fall in quick succession. Tribe Gaming have that mid control, but they're only just now surpassing the percentage claimed by Chasmac Gaming moments earlier.
Yeah, this is one where the speed zone comes in handy a lot. You can just place it behind that three-pronged wall, give your team a little bit of a boost, right? Coming off of spawn, the whole point of this game mode is, you know, getting kills are great, but ultimately if you've got your pinky toes in the middle of the hot zone, that's the whole point. And right now, all three brawlers for Tribe Gaming can really do that.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping their pinky toes in, just staying just on the edge, ready to dash out if they need to. Fade, he's trying to weave his way on the right side, but a lot of his shots are being blocked by his Livy's ego. Massive ego plays on the right side too, as it will fall pretty shortly thereafter. Fade, though, he's battered, bruised, needs to retreat to the back lines. RBM trying to tank whatever he can. As Tribe Gaming are growing ever closer to victory, he has one more gadget left that he can use as Livy's going to fall on the right side. Zulon now tries to deal with two lanes at once and doesn't look like Toast is enough to keep him from pushing in. Fade, he's a one-man army, but it's not quite enough to stop Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, they just kind of held the hot zone for a while. I mean, it was a little back and forth affair at the beginning, but I mean, really, they didn't give it up. This is a really difficult map, I will say, though. And hot zone in general, and especially at a professional level, once you give up that mid control, you know, if you don't have at least 1 to 2 brawlers contesting for it, you can really let it go quickly. Things get out of hands, and I'm curious to kind of see how those indestructible walls play a role into that, because that's just one more obstacle in your path to climb through. It's something that they can put turrets behind if they want to apply some extra pressure. Really difficult to overcome.
These indestructible obstacles are obstacles in more ways than one, because especially in the case of, well, in fact, both of these teams, as they both have frustrating turrets to deal with that are hiding behind the walls, it is now standing in the way of victory for them. Chasmac Gaming, though, they do get a pretty strong start. RBM pops a gadget just to keep Tyrant a little bit lower. We're going to see that turret fall as well. Tyrant probably going to refresh it with a new one, but he needs to heal up that health a little bit as Livy now speedy on the right side. But same for Toast, RBM as well. But he charges in, gets taken down. Chasmac Gaming boasts a serious lead, 40% to 1 at the moment.
Yeah, this is not anything like we saw in game number 1. I mean, kudos to CMG. They grab that point early. They get the kills necessary, and they've really won that category, allowing them to gain control as Livy, holding strong on this right-hand side, though, does have the ego down, and now Tyrant can take his place in the mid, and they're going to be looking to contest it a lot here. Zulon just kind of keeping his arms distance here, trying to chip away at Fade. RBM now trying to fly in as well. It's going to be really difficult. There's going to be a pinch coming in from both sides.
Oof, big destruction on the right side. RBM using those piercing shots to try and take down his Livy, but he stays alive, just 55 health to his name. Toast does get that final bit of chip damage to take him down. Fancy footwork as well. Won't fall to the effects of Tyrant as Fade gets that speed boost, now pushing in. Here comes the aggressive turret down, and it's enough to take down Zulon. Chasmac Gaming, they reclaim control. They got to be careful about where they're firing these shots. Of course, are they peeking in the bushes and things like that? As his Livy is creeping ever closer. A deficit in ammo. Tyrant now pushing in, dodging out all these shots, forcing back 1 and 2 brawlers as Toast has to use this healing pad. We don't see that often, and usually it's not a good omen.
Yeah, usually you don't want to be back on the spawn side healing that up, but it's at least a little more efficient. This one's getting tough, though. I kind of like this for Tribe right now, to be honest with you. RBM falling weak, now going down as well, and Tyrant even healing up on the other side. That you do like to see.
I mean, that is what we call a touchdown in the industry. Chasmac Gaming, it's going to be tough for them to come back from this one. It is really the mark of no return. RBM would have to do the impossible. Here come no shots. In fact, he didn't fire a single shot. They knew it was chalked, and I think we did too. Tribe Gaming take their second set. They snap it up 1-2 games in a victory.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have just such a monstrous lead right there, it's really tough. I mean, that hurts your mental, right? It was about 40-some-odd%, I would say, to 1 at one point, and I think you got to be hurting if that happens, and you got to just shake it off, on to the next. But now you're kind of facing a pretty huge deficit. It's getting out of hand a little bit. You're really going to have to lock it down for set number 3.
Lock it down, they absolutely need to do, and there were some moments where looked like Chasmac Gaming were actually going to take this one. Tribe Gaming managed to clutch up there in the end. It looks like Tribe Gaming had really good economy with some of their gadgets and pushing things into the late game, being able to regroup super effectively. And Chasmac Gaming at some points pretty much playing the control game, right? This is Tribe Gaming's specialty. They play the control and they keep their distance, you know, have a bit of footsies, have a bit of footwork, win the lanes independently. Group up, have a 2v1 situation, and force your enemy into a vastly unwinnable situation. Something I think Tribe Gaming do well. This is absolutely in their wheelhouse, the way that these games were played, and yeah, that's a Tribe Gaming specialty.
Yeah, I mean, you know, stats aren't everything, and like I said, kills are not the game mode, but if you're winning 19-5, it's kind of tough to overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, they're not everything, but they're probably like more than 50% of the equation. They're definitely a good chunk of it, too. Definitely strong showing for Tribe Gaming, and not quite what I expected to see in the department of Chasmac as well, because at so many times they actually had a good amount of control. They had the leg up on Tribe Gaming in terms of percentage, but I guess they just weren't getting kills is the problem.
Yeah, and I think even in game number 2, you know, we saw them with this huge lead, but ultimately it didn't matter. They got overtaken by Tribe Gaming once again, and, you know, letting go of that control can go a long way. 83% to 17, by the way. I saw that too. I mean, that's a wild thing, but I mean, I get it, but I don't think the odds are nearly that proportional. I don't think it's an 80-20 odds. Chasmac Gaming, I think, deserves a little more love than that.
I will say, though, it looked kind of similar to the scoreline in the last game of Hot Zone that we just watched. I mean, what, 83% to 17? Okay, I think I've seen this one before. With that, though, okay, Hot Zone out of the picture. It's now time for Super Beach, and this is where I think we can see Chasmac really flex their stuff. This is RBM. This is Fade. These are fantastic tank players. And when we look at Tribe Gaming, I mean, every now and then we see, like, Zulon play Ashe, but they've gotten rid of it, so I guess they really don't want it, but they also don't want their enemy to have it. And look at that Lou ban, too.
That's just the point of the game we're in. Lou is so popular. It's not just a Hot Zone thing anymore. Of course, his super can cover that entire Hot Zone. It's more than that. He does so well into tanks. He's super versatile. This isn't just an NA pick anymore. This is a global pick. Again, we talk about safe picks for that first pick a lot of the times. The meta is so diverse right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty with this new feature with the walls, too. That's why you're going to see brawlers like Barley, like Dynamite, getting banned on this map. And while I do see Dynamite quite a bit on practices in this map, they're clearly just wanting it out of the way. Plus, I've seen his Livy on the Dynamite. He is pretty darn good at it.
As Livy can be a little cracked on the Michael, but we won't get to see it now. Hey, I mean, sometimes you got to call them by their full name just to switch things up a little bit, though. I guess Beatrice now appearing on the right side. Here comes B, going to be shutting down some of those tanky ideas, especially if you're able to break open some of the walls. Some of them unbreakable, sure. But Tribe Gaming get to pair this up with yet another brawler. Colonel Ruff's absolutely a brawler that comes to mind for me. Spike is going to be their selection for now. They could probably be like slowing things down a little, don't want to get countered out too hard on whatever wall breaker they decide to go with. They have ample options. There's no more bans. It's only picks for Chasmac, and they're also thinking about how they're going to pick a tank here. So I think that B and Spike really does act as a preventative measure.
Yeah, I think they kind of big-brained these second and third picks here, right? B, of course, going to be one of the better mids that you can take here. And, of course, Spike is going to have the life plant, a great matchup into Crow. And I'm just talking and trying to get to the Jackie because it's Jackie. I mean, my gosh, it's on this map. It's something I've seen a lot in practices across North America the last week, especially that reconstruction gadget.
Oh, that's true. Honestly, oh, man. I remember when that gadget came out, everyone went like, okay, what the heck? But then also, like, apparently you could make invisible walls with it, too, which was kind of its own spectacle, except, like, you couldn't see it, so was it really a spectacle? That said, though, it was a good meme, and now it's actually, like, something that's actually quite valuable when walls are such a tough thing to come by in some situations. There's the M's Livy. You love to see it from time to time. It doesn't have to be as Livy on the M's. I love making these calls, and I get excited when we get to say something like as Livy as well.
Yeah, I mean, he is absolutely great at that brawler. It's something he's come to be known as, and I think well earned that name. Of course, Squeak, another one of his icon brawlers too. Everybody's got him, but all three of these guys, no matter how they shape up, no matter how they distribute these brawlers, I think it's gonna be tough. I mean, they've come out swinging 2-0 here off of a loss last week. You know, they're wanting to prove themselves too. It's for them as well. So Chasmac Gaming tasked with a very difficult one here, but RBM taking off. It's gonna be him, the tank specialist of North America, rolling with the Jackie.
Let's see what he's able to do. He's on the left side versus a hard tank counter. Even if he were on mid or the right lane, he would be versus a hard tank counter. So if anything, he'll be able to hold down the lane. I mean, it sure beats losing the lane. We'll see how it works out, though, as Livy already pushing things back. Toast has to double up on the left side. Fade gets bodied by Tyrant on the right side, who's now ready for a pass. Here it could come. No. RBM with the takedown on the left side. He's ready to move. He has that combo ready as well. If he's able to move in close, he can use the stun with his super and then slot into goal from there, but he's going to need backup. This is Tribe Gaming, after all. And as we see Zulon once again creep up to the plate on the left side, they have appropriate opposition once again. Fade with the takedown on the right side, though, and a turret down is definitely going to be a good accent. And yeah, just take down the Honey Molasses for free. Ooh. Good stuff. Could be an opening for Chasmac.
Yeah, but Tribe get a pivotal takedown right there as Livy on the B. Of course, we mentioned how good he is on Ims, but apparently his sharpshooter skills are pretty darn good, too. Tyrant now putting this ball midfield a little past it. Tribe just trying to reclaim a little bit of control. For the most part, it's been a CMG offense.
Pretty much has been. We'll see how they can do on defense, though, as they are gradually moving back. RBM, he gets a little impatient on the left side, and he's absolutely paying the price. It leaves a big opening on the left side, too. Toast, he takes to the skies just for a moment to avoid some damage from Tyrant and his Livy. I would say actually a quite necessary play so that he could stay alive and make sure he rotates over to the left side, which is no longer a possibility as that stick around is down. And we see Zulon is absolutely running the mythic gear that makes you extra slow while moving through. Tribe Gaming, they have spawn trapped Chasmac now. There's really nowhere for Chasmac to go. Unless RBM somehow pops off, I don't see a whole lot of mobility.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to overcome. Zulon, of course, with a super in hand. He can throw that down at any time, and he's going to choose now, cutting off that entire left-hand side. Picks up the ball as Livy with the tag, a super shot in hand. Ooh, went for the flashy shot. Couldn't quite get it, though. Ball in Toast's hands now.
Here we go. This is the pop-off. RBM creeps up the right side. Here's the pass over to Zulon. Not enough firepower from Chasmac Gaming to prevent that goal. Only 25 seconds on the clock. Not a super in sight for Chasmac, except for on the right side. Cloud of Judgment as Tyrant pops a constant charisma. Fade taken down. Toast might have an opening on the left side. RBM has a super, but we see Zulon as Livy, both on full health. Countdown active. Chasmac Gaming got to make a big move. RBM might have the combo.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though, but a super shot away. The immense defense coming through. The jump in won't matter. It's going to be Tribe Gaming now on match point.
Oh, man, and they are not pulling any punches here. They are coming back with a vengeance. They faced Chasmac Gaming already in the monthly finals, and it was a pretty tight match. Not even close here. I want to comment on Juan Carlos. This is like, you know, MFW, I'm benched for the whole match so far because we haven't gotten to see Juan Carlos really play too much, and he has not looked too pleased about it. Maybe we'll get to see him come back later, but for now, it's all about Fade, Toast, and RBM. Will they be able to weather the match point and press forward?
Yeah, I feel like for CMG, it's a tough one to lane no matter how you spin it. But right now, they're managing it quite well. A double pickup here. Fade with a lot of HP. Kick forward. Can he get the wide open bucket? No! Doesn't time it quite right. Tyrant able to step through. Great goalkeeping skills there.
It also looked like Chasmac might have been able to slot that one in a little bit earlier had Toast not doubled back just a little bit. It's a micro plays that can sometimes cost you a lot, but of course, we don't know whether he had ammo or what precisely the situation was. Point is, it's a tight goal. It's a tight competition here. Tribe Gaming, though, are continuing to press forward. Chasmac Gaming with their backs against the walls. We see Fade fall first. Ball needs to be passed from the left side forward, and Zulon might be a ripe contender as Livy puts it more at the mid area. Toast close in on from every single angle. It's a 3v2, and Chasmac Gaming have to defend this goal.
Yeah, and CMG committed a lot there, and of course it's going to cost them some casualties. RBM putting that ball on the right-hand side, trying to pocket it away from the enemy team. Easy shots coming in from Zulon. Tyrant with the assist there too. The super shot just off the mark though. Zulon needs to pick this up quickly. Now the ball's in his Livy's hands and a wide open goal. That's going to be a bucket for Tribe.
Definitely redemption here for Tribe too as well. Yeah, I would be throwing up that pin too, Tyrant. But it's not over yet. He doesn't have a way of slowing down RBM though, and that's going to cost him. Could be a scoring position for RBM. Here he presses forth as Livy has that charged up B. Passes one ball forward. Here it comes. This is it. Super. Nope, not even a super. Pass it. Slow roll in. Cross the goal line. And it's a tied ball game.
All of a sudden, we're seeing some life from Chasmac Gaming. Toast trying to deal with this mid situation, though. Low HP already. Faye being backed away by Zulon. RBM going down quickly as well, and he finally gets the tag, but Tyrant still plenty healthy. Fade 60 HP, not going to be enough, and now just a lone Toast, a desperation jump through, but an easy goal for his Libby. Tribe Gaming taking our first match of the night.
Brilliant stuff for Tribe, and unfortunately the dream for Chasmac Gaming is going to be, even more so of a dream than it was previously, because it's still possible, but it is getting quite unlikely as well. Unfortunate for Chasmac Gaming. They now have to face STMN and then place some of their faith in other teams if they want to go to win.
Yeah, I mean, what a difficult team to face up against. They've got a tough opponent set for the night, and, it's still possible, like you said. They need one more win at a bare minimum, though, and then at that point, you get tiebreakers into the field as well. I mean, nothing is a guarantee at this point, so they absolutely must win this next one later.
Well, look, the other side of that same coin is that Tribe Gaming, they have now gotten another W on their record, and they're looking high and dry. Good stuff for them, as they've only taken one loss so far, and that was versus STMN. Not a bad team to go down to, if I will say myself. I won't say the same for Chasmac Gaming, though. That would not be the greatest thing.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen to anybody, right? STMN, one of the best teams, still atop the leaderboards here. And breaking it down, you can clearly see again, this is another set. Tribe Gaming just leading that damage number. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's roughly almost tripling it. Not quite, but still, you never really want to see stats like that.
Hey, they were prepared to play into the tanks. They knew precisely this is Chasmac Gaming's strength. They prep it, they do their scrims, and have that preparation done to face the tanks. And we saw 3 tank counters on their team, and even not faced into tanks, they probably still would have been able to do fairly well, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, not the best look for Chasmac Gaming. Hope they can come back from it later, put on a little bit better of a show, but I think better days ahead for those guys. They're very talented.
Listen, we knew that the first match of the day was potentially going to be a huge one for Tribe, one of our teams that's been at the top of the leaderboard the entire season, had an almost flawless season. So the 3-0 to start off the day, get the dub in the column, I mean, that's got to feel fantastic. We'll take a look back at the standings and see exactly what I'm talking about, because they will now be sitting at the top at 5-1, which of course down there at the middle puts Chasmac at 3-3. There's still lots of action in store and still so many possibilities for all of these teams that are jockeying in the middle to get some more points on the board. So it's time for us to send it to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. When we return, we'll get some analysis, some breakdowns, and we'll continue on with our Brawl Stars action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in coach approach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Our first match is in the books, and our first team is headed to San Diego, and that, of course, is Tribe after their 5th win of the season, putting them at 5-1 at the very top of our leaderboard, and that's gotta feel good. Be the first team to qualify through.
I mean, look, they're headed straight to the top. I don't know how they would stop,
Oh boy.
but we'll see.
Okay.
I made
All right.
everyone groan in the entire studio, but that's my specialty. We'll focus in and zoom in on Tribe, though, because what an accomplishment, right? This is their 2nd LAN in a row, and they have their target marked on Masters.
Yeah, we can see what that does for the finals picture. Tribe, obviously the only team that secured their spot in San Diego, with so many other squads still in the hunt. And Dogwalkers and Papachulos there on the eliminated side. Not able to mathematically really come out on top there, but that means there's still spots available, still lots of Brawl Stars to talk about. But before we get into our next matches, you wanted to break something down for us.
I did. I wanted to zoom in on exactly what Tribe was doing in that 3rd game of set number 2, or rather set number 1. I liked it a lot, and I want to touch on exactly that lane interaction. We saw Daryl early game versus Fade, and we saw some footwork as well. We saw repeatedly the interaction was sort of, okay, Zulon, he's going to go in brute force attempt, try and power right through Fade. This time he's more focused on the swap. Let's lane switch, and especially with Tyrant forcing away that mid lane, this was made entirely possible. Fade makes a call of, okay, cool, I'm going to base race ya. And RBM and Toast, they've been forced onto that right side by Tyrant. They are not in position to defend versus Zulon. It's one easy kill, and it's another one as well for Zulon on the back lines. They, of course, shifted their attention away from Toast, as the primary objective here is, yeah, let's take down the safe. As Livy, Tyrant, Zulon, they all get to rain down on this safe. And a lot of it is owed to that early left lane interaction, as well as Tyrant clearing out mid. And this is something that Tribe Gaming do repeatedly. They will pave the way for their teammates. They don't play as individuals, they play as a coordinated squad. And we see from here on out, it pretty much devolves for Chasmac Gaming. They're looking for really any opening possible, any sort of organization. Even Fade on the left side tries to take this matchup once again. And this time, Tribe, what is the response? They place Tyrant on the left lane because he's way more suited to deal with Fade once the walls are broken down. Zulon, he's trying to get away from Fade as well, as Livy is serving to keep Fade away so that Zulon can find a good push in. He's mostly focused on Toast, really anything except for RBM or Fade, since those are the primary brawlers that counter him. And Chasmac Gaming this time, they're way better prepared. They even have the silence ready to go as soon as we see the Daryl roll in. They had a really good defense, let's be fair, but Tribe Gaming had that early game lead, and especially just by picking Daryl in general, they put themselves in a great spot. It's also no secret that we've seen Otis nerfed recently, and while it is generally a safe pick, it certainly hurt RBM on this particular brawler. Chasmac Gaming, let's be fair, also still firing away on that safe, getting some good stuff locked in, but Tribe Gaming double up on that right lane for the last time to get that damage squared away. Brilliant stuff, a great draft for Tribe Gaming. They've broken out of their comfort zone especially, and I'm very happy that they have, because seeing the Daryl like that is brilliant stuff. It's not characteristic of them, and we'll actually get to pick their brain a little bit because we have Glitter ready with an interview.
Thank you very much, Reddy. That's right, I get to talk to Corey yet again, and at this point, I don't even know how many times we've gotten to speak. I feel like you guys have obviously done so well this season, you're just up here with me all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good season so far, I would say. We're only losing one match, and now finally securing our spot at San Diego. So I would say so far, so good. Yeah,
right, not too shabby. You've got to be happy with that. As soon as you guys got the final set in the bag, what were the comms like? What were the reactions, everybody realizing you qualified to San Diego?
Honestly, maybe a little bit underwhelming. No one was that hyped. Like, we were pretty expected to go at this point, but you know, I mean, the securing match obviously felt really good, and we were like, okay, well, we're finally, you know, clinched, and we can confidently say we are going to San Diego. So the vibes were great, but no screaming this time around.
All right. So I like that you're kind of like, no, we expected to be there. You guys did do that well this season, so I don't disagree with you. What does prep for San Diego look like now for the squad?
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of prep going into San Diego. Obviously, we fell short last time, and this time we definitely don't want to repeat the same story. So we will be doing, you know, everything possible to be ready for San Diego, whether that's draft prep, you know, just nailing down every little small thing and making sure we know how to play exactly on every single map. So just a lot of practice, to be honest.
Okay, then outside of the game, have you ever been to San Diego? Has the team been to San Diego before?
I have not personally, and I'm assuming that they haven't, but I don't really know exactly where they've been or not, so they might have.
Are you excited to go?
Absolutely. I love traveling, even though I live in a really bad place to travel. Like, it's probably going to take me like 20 hours to get there, but I'm still excited, and I can't wait to play live or to watch coach live.
It's all the same thing. You're used to both. You're used to playing, you're used to the coaching, and I know that we're all excited to see you there, because now we will get to watch you compete again in Atlanta. It's going to be a great experience, so I'll let you go, celebrate for now, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you so much.
All right. I did like the fact that he brought up, one, they knew they were going to make it. Okay, confidence was good. But then he kind of called them out, saying last time this happened, when they made it, they were disappointed with their performance, and they do not want to repeat that.
Well, I think, you know, clinching with a 3-0 is probably a
right,
clean
yeah.
way to do that. So, absolutely, I think what he said was important. Listen, we just had to get it done. You know, we weren't screaming, we weren't hollering. But that 3-0, I think that is important.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it in his voice. They're excited, but the job's not done yet. Yeah. They're just getting started. You know, Corey's somebody that I always go to whenever I have a question about a brawler, a player, anything like that. He's the guy that verifies it. I have no doubt that they will do the proper preparation to get there.
Job's not done.
I know, and I'm excited to see what they do, because they're also, you know, team. We got Masters we're keeping our eyes on too. So there's lots still cooking in the pot, but the next thing that's up is the next match. And this time we're going to be talking about Mystic versus Wash team. Teams that we talked about in those crazy scenarios that we have.
For sure. Mystic Esports coming out behind Zeus, Nathan, and Luffy. This has really been the conversation about Zeus, the new young talent. This guy is really, really fun to watch. A lot of people like to talk about him and how he sort of leads this squad by example. And at the end of the day, my take on Mystic Esports is that this is a lot of potential. It is a raw product that we will see refined over time, but this is a squad that can stand up real tall.
Yeah, coming into the preseason, I mean, Mystic Esports got a lot of hype, and really deservingly so. I mean, talented roster. Zeus has proven themselves so worthy, and, you know, they still have to do a lot here to get to San Diego. Not quite secured yet, but, you know, they can at least get a couple wins and give themselves a good chance.
That's absolutely what you're looking for, and here's the breakdown of how Zeus and the guys get to the finals. So they have to win both matches, and they need a little bit of help. Right now, their tiebreaker is over nobody. So it's really kind of tough there. They're losing the tiebreakers to both CMG and West Coast. So like we said, they have to win, but they also need some help. Across the way, preventing that win, though, is Washed Team. Benitez, Frixie, and Payne now coming through. We'll see if Elianis takes the court, but at the end of the day, this squad, Wash Team is funny because they've had some success, but not lately. But here in this challenge stage, we've seen some good stuff.
Yeah, of course, Payne even making it to World Finals last year. I know this means a lot to him as well. Picking up two really good teammates who were dangerously close to making it to that stage. I know they would love an opportunity to go play at a LAN, even though they can't guarantee themselves that. Obviously, those two teams holding a tiebreaker over them, gonna make it pretty tough, but at least they can put on a good show and a good couple of wins.
Yeah, and now obviously today is a very important day for them, so we actually got a chance yet again to catch up with Payne, and he has some words for us.
Yo creo que motivados es la palabra. Creo que mis compañeros se sienten, bueno, todos nos sentimos un poco decepcionados por el año pasado, que clasificamos y no pudimos ir, y estamos más que motivados, yo creo. Vamos por la victoria. Mi saludo va a ser a Batra, que es un equipo que ahorita no está participando, pero esto va por ellos, porque clasificamos el año pasado, entonces va por ellos. Va por este equipo y por los latinos que vamos a ir a representar a San Diego.
I love that little shout out there to Vatra. Never forget where you come from.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. You know, listen, especially in sport, like it can be kind of cutthroat. Oh, we're not good enough for the sponsorship anyway. No, none of that. Just like, hey man, we get it. Business is business. We're gonna win this one, and you know, kind of give you the shout out you deserve.
Yeah, it kind of hypes me up, right? I mean, I love to see how much it means to them. I think that's something that often gets lost in translation, right? They're humans too. This means a lot to them, and missing out, of course, would be devastating. They got to win both of those matches for an 100% lock, though, and one at a bare minimum.
Absolutely, and you know, here's the thing. The difference is they do have a tiebreaker, so if it comes down to them in CMG, they will take it over Chasmac, and you know, that is the big thing that you've got to take a look at if you're a fan of this Watch team.
And we've got some stats here for you guys to look at. And one of the things to consider here is the fact that there's a pretty big upward battle that Mystic has to go on if they want to take this home and keep themselves in the running.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on the stat lines there. The Season 2 averages, there's definitely a difference in that, you know, other than that third one, but the first one is really one to note. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. I don't necessarily predict them to win, but I'm definitely not ruling them out.
Hot take here.
Hot take. Okay, the hot take because we saw his predictions. We saw it.
My thing is much love to the people that do our stats, but it's 4 weeks of competition. When we look at these Season 2 averages, like, yeah, it looks really lopsided in one direction, but like, what's in a name, Pumbaa? Like, how much do those numbers actually really matter when we're talking about 6, 9 matches here and there?
It just sounds like you want your prediction to win.
Yes,
That's what I'm getting out of that.
Yes, and.
Okay, it's going to be a good one for sure. Of course, one of these teams potentially is going to end up at San Diego, which means you might want to end up there too. Exclamation point DHSAN in chat for more information on how to get yourselves there. And of course, our discount code down below that you can use when you go to purchase those tickets. That really cool event that everyone's going to be at, and you should be there too. And then match number 2 means we need to hear from you yet again, chat. We want to know who you think's going to be taking this one home, because these are the teams that have lots of scenarios in play. They need to do well. So do you think it's going to be Mystic, or will it be Washed Team? Let's get straight into this next match.
All right. Thank you so much, Glitter. Kenny, ready to do it? Dude, first time in person. Welcome to the studio. Beautiful place out here in Burbank. What's your thoughts?
I mean, I'm just jazzed up. It's week 4. All the vibes are good, just like Corey was saying earlier. Obviously, for these two teams, it's going to be a little more serious right now, but we're just having fun behind the booth. Very good to see you as well, of course.
Heck yeah, man. Well, diving into the deep end, like we said, Wash Team and Mystic, these are must-win situations for everyone involved. So we'll see Hard Rock Mine, Shooting Star, and Safe Zone, and maybe we'll go to Doodling Beetles and Pinhole Punt if it gets interesting. I think we might. And so our first selection here, Max.
Yeah, a safe pick. It's something I'm going to harp on a lot, but especially when I'm critiquing drafts. You know, obviously I'm not a pro player. I am not nearly the qualification to be doing the things that they're doing, but I think it's smart, right? It just makes sense from a strategy standpoint. You don't want to lock yourself into something too early. You want something that's versatile, and Max is something that's very difficult to counter, especially as a mid and Hard Rock Mine. Of course, he's going to be able to juice up her opponents, give them a little extra speed. Just a very safe and solid brawler for a long time in this game.
And also, something that I bring up with Reddy a lot is the idea that the composition that you surround Max with is open-ended. You are not locked into a specific strategy as if you had picked, you know. Bell is a little bit more open-ended than I would like to believe, but it kind of puts you in that long-range situation. So we've got our first shot here on the other side. Penny going to be locked down, Hard Rock Mine. Great choice here. Always a nice map to drop the turret down, protected, and of course, again, the unbreakable walls just feeding into what she does.
Yeah, and of course, pick up a Crow, too. I think just another one of those good brawlers that at least has a chance to deal with Max. Of course, he's got the slowing toxin gadget. He's got the jump as a gym carrier, too. If you need an emergency button, click that super, get the heck out of there. And I think that's something that, especially for this game mode, means a lot.
I actually like it on the other side where he can just be the raw assassin the way that he is in-game, jump on the opponent. They can't escape from you. Even if you're Max running, the Crow jumps on you, you're slowed, you're just done. And then if he dies, oh well, your teammates can kind of pick it all up. I like that choice. Over here, we have the Robot. And again, anything really goes well with Max, but specifically why on Hard Rock Mine?
Well, Rico, of course, is going to be really dominant in those lanes. Of course, the extra bouncy shots ricocheting off those walls. It's a very skinny lane, too. Obviously, it comes in his name. It's Rico, of course, and he's really good at what he does. He's a great lane brawler. He's not my #1 choice for mid. That's why they're not going to put him there, though. That's what Max is supposed to do. He's going to be trying to take on whoever ends up on that left or right-hand side.
This is actually a traditional Rico map, as we see Surge locked in here at the end. Last week, we saw a lot of kind of force Ricos. Where it was just, hey, Beniches likes to play this character, so here we are. They're on the Rico, cool stuff. But here, this actually works out for sure. And so we'll go ahead and transition into the last pick. Penny, Crow, and probably some sort of frontline gem carrier, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe even Penny could be the mid here, too.
Stu.
But Stu, an interesting one, and I kind of like it. I think there's a little more versatility that can come with Stu, too. He's got some good depth to him, right? Some people are going to elect to go for that speed zone. You know, you don't see a Gene on the map. There's nothing that can necessarily pull that, get themselves that free kill, or break some walls. I think that's a really interesting choice, and of course, could be a really aggressive one, which could be fun.
Here's a concept. Strike down if need be. In other games, there is this concept of the evasion tank. Tanks are usually effective health characters that have high HP, high armor, or a combination. But the concept of a rogue type character that just dodges everything and can become a tank is interesting. I asked for a frontline tank sort of gem carrier. Stu, can you think of him like an evasion tank where he's just tanking by way of dodging everything as he glides around the map chaining supers?
I think that's a very fair comp here, and I mean, Payne gonna immediately erase him, so he's actually eating up a lot of those shots,
dodging.
Unfortunately. So maybe not in this instance, but the sentiments is definitely there. I think absolutely, you know, quite the opposite of something, say, like a Sam, who his entire purpose is distract you by punching you in the face.
Right, you know, just right up there and personal. Speaking of which, both teams starting off pretty strong here, but it's ultimately Wash Team that has the better presence, and it's because of Bet. Just banging on the walls there, taking down 2 players and stealing their coins. 7 gems in the pocket here for Wash Team and counting.
Yeah, now there comes the Crow jump. That's the aggression you were talking about. That gadget keeping him alive, though. But Tuches rips another super, keeps it up in a trade. Better than nothing. Ultimately, he's just been such a pivotal player in this role. The lanes have been going in their favor. And now Frixie only needs 1 more gem.
Pop the Max. So it's 9-1. Mid control is on the other side, though. Mystic Esports stepping up. Nathan trying to deal with pain and not having a good time with it. Zeus, though, on the point and just picking up everything that comes out. That said, it's still 9-3. Frixie gets dangerously close to the countdown, and it's up to Zeus to stop that. There's number 10.
And they're going to be walking away with it for now. The countdown beginning. The penny turret applying a little extra pressure, but Batucha's not afraid to get aggressive, connecting to Nathan. There's a few shots as well. Pain playing defense too, and just allowing for Frixie to just kind of sit comfortably. They're really not within striking distance. An easy win and a pickup there for Wash Team.
Very, very clean for Wash. Just very, very easy, honestly, is the word that I wanted to use. I didn't want to do that, which is why I wanted to say easy. But that might have been disrespectful. But at the end of the day, you got to call a shovel. And that was certainly a pile of good stuff for Washed Team. If I'm Mystic, definitely have to turn around. The Stu play left much to be desired. Let's say that. And immediately, Nathan goes with the lane switch to maybe have a better time here on the right side, dealing with Beniches.
Yeah, I got to try something new, and maybe Nathan can, skate his way up with the Stu Supers to kind of deal with Batucha, as he's a little bit more on the squishy end. Of course, he has those gadgets where he can heal up, but Rico, of course, not known for being a tank at all. Pain, though, already trying to get within striking distance to pick himself up a Super Surge. Traditionally, is somebody you have to get tags on early, because his stage 1, very tough brawler to play.
Certainly landing those tags and getting the upgrade right now, as Luffy has largely been quiet. Gets enough points to drop down the turret, and all of a sudden, gets a kill just like that. Mystic are now in control. They have the penny turret up, which they didn't have last time around. Stu's actually dodging stuff, which wasn't happening. And now, 7-2, things much more in the court of Mystic. One away, scratch it. Countdown now.
Yeah, and Batucha's trying to stay up, despite the gadget, not going to be able to do so. 11 gems in their pockets now, and Mystic just walking further and further away. Luffy, my goodness, popping off for his team, and a little bit of stun with the emotes there. That, I mean, we'll say it was a clean win as well.
Absolutely. No, that's very cool, because Wash Team, game 1, easy for them. Mystic, game 2, easy for them. So, I mean, how does game 3 wind up? Because we haven't seen any fight back. We haven't seen an arduous journey. We've just seen maintain control and win. Is this third one going to be about who makes the first move?
Well, it's something we talked about on some maps earlier, but these indestructible walls, one thing I'm looking for is easier to get spawn trapped if you win those lanes early. How big of a difference is it going to make? And I think it's going to make a difference right now. They're going to have to try and claw their way back out of this one instantly, because they already get a pickup early on. Zeus back in action, so not too much damage. And honestly, they somehow still have the gym count, but complete mid control now for Wash Team.
Got to watch out for Pain. Spotted. Half HP. Keeping him low as Luffy fires the pot shots. But again, Mystic stuck on the wrong side. They have the gem lead, but that'll be a lie in a matter of moments. As Frixie finds the kill. Batucha's still alive. Nathan finds it on the other side. But Wash Team have control of this mid. It is light, though. One kill can open the window for Mystic. And it looks like that one kill did just that. Now it's 4-5. Wash Team with the lead. But Mystic looks like that's going to be short-sighted.
5-5, and we got our third story. It's finally a close one. Frixie, though, picking up that tiebreaker. Now a jump in from Zeus, looking to get aggressive. That's a bold move. Batucha's going for a super. That's a miss, but nonetheless, it's still an easy pickup for them. I know we talked about picking up those easy kills, getting aggressive with Crow, but if you're not getting any value, what difference does it make?
1-2, not a great look. Gems fall down. Zeus picks him up. Need to play with the team, Zeus. And that's something that I think we'll see this young rookie sort of learn as they spend time in the league, is when to make the hero play and when to wait for the squad.
I think that's a great point. Obviously, something that's going to come with experience. We've already seen a lot of promise from a player like this, but now they're going to have to find a way back into it. Down a few gyms. They have solid control right now, but here comes the max speed. No gadgets to really deal with it at the moment. And Max just trying to stay safe. Pain powering up Batucha's with a little bit of an angle as well. They're going to eliminate that pretty quickly. Zeus jumping away. That's what you like to see.
Watching Nathan this entire time, and he's just duck dodging, bobbing and weaving, looking clean. Wash Team, though, have the countdown. Gem will spawn here for Mystic, and they'll stop it just like that.
Back and forth still. It's been a heck of a journey to get here. 2 dominant games and now a game 3 where it's so razor tight. Batuchas, though, now going to be able to dish out some kills, and Zeus going to be falling weak. They've got enough gems. They can't get this from the mid. They need a kill. No, they have to get aggressive. He releases that super, keeps them back, and there's just no way they can make up this space. A very, very tight one in game number 3, but ultimately, it's going to be going to Wash Team.
Nice play there. This was what I wanted out of a game 3. We got a chance in game number 1 to see Team A, game number 2 to see Team B, and then game number 3, watch them clash. We got the counter countdown. Good stuff. Ultimately, it is Wash Team that winds up on top for sure. Mystic, though, can't feel too bad about that game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely put up a good fight. You know, that was a little bit of a roller coaster of a set. We had such dominant games 1, games 2, so had no idea what really was going to go down in game number 3, and ultimately, you know, getting those kills early didn't necessarily clinch it for Wash Team. I think one thing that got them in a little bit of trouble, we called it out, is Zeus kind of making that really aggressive play. And with Crow, there's a hard line you have to walk sometimes, right? You mentioned it, but when do you get aggressive? When do you be the gym carry? You know, you got somebody like Penny who can do it, but obviously Zeus has the utility to escape situations, but at the same time, you need him to be applying that pressure as the assassin brawler that you mentioned.
And that's the thing is, you also have to be aware of your teammates. He jumped so far, he outranged his squad. So he just jumped behind enemy lines. Nobody can help him out. And because there's no threat, the term I use a lot elsewhere is threat of activation. Like there simply isn't a threat if your teammates are on the other side of the map. Even if they can't land the shot, if they're in range, there is the threat. And that's what you have to be aware of. Numbers coming at you. The 10 drop gems, I think, is huge for Mystic. That's the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, in gym grab, sometimes it's all about grabbing the right kill. You don't have to win the entire time.
Well said.
If you position it just right, just get 1 kill. And sometimes that's all it takes. And unfortunately, when you see a stat of 10 gems being dropped on the ground, you know that it meant something every time they got killed.
Well, gem grab in the bucket now. Wash Team winds up with it. And I like to see that, chat. From me to you, nice. 55% on the side of Mystic and 45% on the side of Wash Team. I will say, chat, you and I tied up at 13 correct predictions. So it's us versus the world. And honestly, well, it looks like the world might win because Wash Team took game 1. But we'll see. Shooting Star coming up next.
Shooting Star is kind of a spicy map right now. These indestructible walls really give a different flair, and throwers are even more popular. I feel like the history of Shooting Star is so interesting. You're going to see it there. Wash Team, they're not messing around. No
Every
Sprout.
thrower banned.
No Sprout, no Grom, no Tick. It's that simple.
Yep. Also, no tick on the other side. And, I mean, Gene's Gene.
Yeah.
So see ya. I would call these rather standard bans for Shooting Star. Definitely get used to seeing this sort of thing. So knowing this, what kind of strategies do you think we're going to see? Do you expect the long range stuff or something a little bit more amorphous? Mandy is going to lean towards the long range.
Yeah, it is. I think Mandy's in an interesting spot here where I see her show up in some of these knockout maps, some of these bounty maps, especially in practice. And I think people were maybe a little caught off guard, especially when she was first released, that she hasn't been played more. I think she's a really solid brawler. I think this is an instance where she can shine, like that gadget that she brings to the table. And as the first pick of the sharpshooters, you know, maybe a little bit of a safer one. You get a little nervous if, you know, a Piper maybe comes up here, a Bell. Just, you know, we haven't seen that interaction an awful lot, but I think it's a pretty solid first pick.
I like Mandy as well as Bell selected across the way. We're going to see the classic bounty strategy here. Just, I always call it Revolutionary War style. Just like line up your sharpshooters and load your muskets, dude. Mandy, I think, is really cool, really nice as a newer brawler, because as we take more and more brawlers, now you can see more and more niche application. Mandy doesn't have to come out every game for her to be interesting. Bring her out when she is fun and well placed. So I like seeing Mandy in specific scenarios. Fang across the way, all in. Will you have the opportunity?
Yeah, I'm a little scared for them picking the Fang this early. I mean, I like Fang. And of the long distance, you know, brawlers, he's certainly not a sharpshooter per se, but he throws that boot pretty far. That thing gets kicked across the map for low damage, but ultimately he's the cleanup crew, right? He plays janitorial duties in this instance. He's going to be looking for that, but they have an opportunity to counter that. They pick Max, they pick Bonnie. They don't necessarily go for anything that would call a quote-unquote hard counter, but Bonnie, of course, with a lot of HP, Max with speed to dodge, get away from those kicks, phase shifts, a lot of just utility to kind of deal with Fang, and that's the risky run with taking a pick that early.
Well, that's something that I've seen in the Brawl scene, is that the word counter is used sometimes with respect to like Max and Stu, and they could just like dodge you real good, right? And so honestly, looking at Max and looking at Bonnie, kind of soft counters to what Fang wants to do. Fang's gonna jump on Bonnie, word. I'm jumping away, see you later, dude, right? And so definitely some method to the madness here for WT. Lola, the last choice here for Mystic. Like that choice, a lot of DPS.
Yeah, I think a great point you bring up too. You know, when I say hard counter, I mean that in most matchups, most of the time, they should be winning.
I agree with you for what it's worth.
Right. Yeah, and I think people use the word counter pretty loosely. Sometimes when you talk about brawlers like Max or like Stu, you know, it's because the players are good. That is a hard brawler to play. Max is not easy to utilize. She has to charge up those shots. He hits the blaster, and you know, if you can't make it work, you can't make it work. She's not necessarily a hard counter into a lot of different things, but if you're a good player, you're going to be rewarded.
Well, we'll jump into this one. Second set of the match. Zeus mid lane, very low, and Nathan stepping forward. Good choice by the teammate to absorb some shots. Blue Star is in the pocket of Mystic, so it's going to be up to Wash Team to be aggressive. Look how close Pain is. What are you doing? That. Okay, that's what you're doing. Got it.
Yep. Noted. I mean, just kind of stood on the other side, lined up the shot, went for it, missed that one, but I mean, a lot of credit. It gave him a lead. You know, that's something that Mandy brings to the table. It's kills from all across the map. Nobody is safe when that super is loaded.
Gotta keep your eye on the prize. Again, Pain, very aggressive here. Max gonna speed up the extremely slow brawler. Slowest? Or is it 8-bit?
Probably 8-bit.
Not by much, though. Look how slow this guy goes. But Zeus goes in, trades out. Routine gameplay here. We are getting kills. So it's not quiet, it's just routine.
Yeah, I mean, pretty routine for Wash Team. Right now, it's Team Mystic just kind of on the worst end of this. They're not really getting the kills that they need. Again, that Fang's going to be an interesting one. Oh, and lines up another one, too. But Tuchez just refusing to miss those. 2 of 3, pretty darn good.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on me. You know, that's kind of where I messed it up, too. But, like, you know what I'm saying. You can't get hit by that twice. 15 seconds on the clock. Mystic trailing by 5. Have to make the play now. Nathan mid, focuses on Pain. Zeus comes around the corner, can't find the kill. Zeus jumps in, 13 though. Benefits finds another kill. Zeus goes in one more time. Still washed. Nice play.
Man, but Tuchez had such low HP as well. Oh my goodness, that was really, really close at the end there. I mean, but that's the benefit of leading early, right? You secure those kills, you can get position, you can kind of dictate the pace. And I often called that out in Bounty, especially because sometimes it's just the last to strike. Mystic Esports, of course, had the opportunity. It wasn't easy, wasn't free by any means, but Wash Team definitely holding their own. And those Mandy Supers, really an MVP of that match right there.
Zeus gonna step up, take the blue star, but it's stolen away by Wash Team, and I like that play. 2 players stepping up to deal with the 1 player on the blue squad that was looking for that blue star. Strong strategy, 2-on-1.
Now it is a little more quiet. I mean, honestly, just both sides trying to secure a kill, and you know, you have that blue star. Wash Team, of course, and now Fang trying to make some loud noise. Can't quite do it, though. Misses the roundhouse kick. Now diving in there as well. Pain now in that, you know, kind of vulnerable form. Quicker, but a lot less HP, and it's going to cost him there. Luffy able to secure that one. 3-4, still anybody's game.
Mandy super dodged before, so Mystic kind of catching up there. Nathan drops the ego and is taken down immediately.
Yeah, and they erase that one pretty quickly, and that's a big thing with Lola, especially with the amount of DPS she can bring, and now double it, right? She brings in the ego, and it's an instant storm, and having to dodge damage, and it's just very difficult. That's one of the reasons that I think Lola is kind of always going to be around, and oh my goodness, another connection. Now the team kind of rebounding there, grabbing that kill, and walking away with it. They hold this positioning, and now trying to kind of own this mid control a little bit more, settle themselves in, position them for this in-game.
Wash Team are really choosing their targets specifically. Mystic wants to play left, mid, right. They want to play lane. And Wash Team, they're not deathballing, but they are focusing individuals. This lead a lot shorter than it last was. 6-5, Nathan just getting a kill. Can they turn it around?
Yeah, and Batucha's missing a shot there. It's going to hurt him. Zeus with the dive in as well. That's a pickup, but a trade is that. Nathan needs to strike quickly. 30 HP. Can't quite get it done. It was a little scary there towards those end games, but Wash Team come away with another one.
2 in a row. Mystic just not able to really lift it up this time around. You know, I mean, the first game, when we watched Gem Grab, it was clear Nathan kind of dropped the ball in game number 1. The team did well, but not well enough in game 3. I cannot identify what really went wrong here. Just the team as a whole did not perform. Ultimately, like I said, Wash Team's strategy was target somebody down individually. Mystic, on the other hand, seemed like they were playing individual ball.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what went right. It's these Batucha supers just lining them up. I mean, my goodness, he's been a spectacle to watch. I mean, 2 straight sets of him being phenomenal. I mean, we saw him on Gym Grab earlier. He was playing the Rico, had some pop-off supers. For some reason, when that man hits the super button, it's golden.
Love to see it. You know, that accuracy is what you're looking for sure. But the wins are what you're looking for. Woo! Play to the camera. Man, I love to see it. Give me more of the attitude. Wash Team feeling some type of way as they take their second set of the evening. One more away from taking the whole match. Numbers, like I said, sometimes lie, but this time around, they lie on the side of Wash Team.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? This game mode is all about kills, and when you have more kills, oftentimes you're going to win this one. It just is what it is. I mean, the name of the game is claiming all those stars. I thought they did a great job at that. And, you know, I think one thing that, again, that maybe we can't point out a single mistake that really cost Mystic, of course, but Wash Team, I think from the get-go, were securing those kills early once they had those leads. They weren't overly aggressive. They held their footing. They backed away at appropriate times. They did so as a team. And I think that's something that I love that you always point out. It's a teamwork game. It's a 3v3. You know, winning your interactions is great, but you got to do so as a squad.
And that's ultimately what I think won them the match. You had 3 players across the way playing lane and 1 team on the other side. So congratulations to Wash, find themselves 1 away as we head to Heist. So very different game mode. Gem Grab and Bounty, sort of TDM iterations. Heist, on the other hand, objective-based combat. So if Mystic are looking for a complete time for something completely different, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, time to redeem themselves, right? Mystic Esports already tasked with taking on some difficult teams tonight. They're not in the best scenario, you know, when it comes down to those tiebreakers, how many wins that they need. You know, unfortunately, they just aren't in a spot where they can control their own destiny. That's why you have to play so well 4 straight weeks. It's not easy for anybody, and now they're down 2-0 to a really solid roster and Wash Team. I think this is going to be pretty tough to overcome.
A lot of brawlers taken out here as we get all 6. No 8-bit, no Max, no Grom. So a lot of just DPS. Max is fast. And then more of the DPS with Brock and Griff. And there's Eve. I hate Eve.
She's not one of your friends? You have a lot of friends in this game, too. That's really rare
with
for you.
Everyone but Eve. I just don't like Eve.
Hey, I mean, fair enough. How do you feel about the doggo as the first pick, though?
I love it. Real talk, Colonel Ruff's fantastic. I think at the end of the day, again, talking about evergreen selections, you bring out the characters that can penetrate shots. Sure, sandbags are a little less interesting, but powering up your teammates always relevant. He is my quintessential jack of all trades, master of none brawler, and I think he's great for a first selection.
I do too. I mean, it just follows along kind of suit with those safe picks that I always talk about. I mean, genuinely though, when you have so much utility, he's not a bad lane either. You know, I think for now coming over a year, he's just kind of been always around. I don't know if he's necessarily going to be the flashiest, but as a first pick, I love it because there's just so much you can do with him.
He almost feels like, I know he doesn't heal, but he almost feels like a better, like Byron, the idea of Byron, but better. Less awkward spots, so to speak. Across the way, we have Bell and Penny. Long range damage. Don't have to put yourself in harm's way necessarily. So a good look there for sure. Bell also can sneak decent damage. Playing middle lane, get a couple of pot shots on the opponent, force them out to heal, and then hit the safe twice.
Yeah, and I think a benefit of these 2 picks as well, you get the chip damage in there from Bell, the piercing shot from Penny, so you're really kind of forcing your opponent to get off those sandbags. Colonel Ruffs is going to have to use that Rocket Rain, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I think players have adjusted that greatly, but for a really long time, one of the values that Colonel Ruffs brought to the table was against single-shot brawlers like Piper, you know, somebody who shows up a lot in this map. It was really easy to deal with it. Somebody like Mandy, of course, who's in the meta right now, could have shown up, or could still show up here, of course. You know, you can't win those 1v1 interactions as easily. He can push people back, but definitely can't hunker down and just kind of hold the lane.
I love Bonnie on Heist. She can play from a long range and kind of do the thing. I'll get to it. But then when it's go time, you can jump on in. All right, Colt. Colt, kind of quintessential old school Heist selection. A lot of that comes from his ability to break walls. There's unbreakable walls. That's my piece.
Yeah, and I think a very fair point, too. I mean, you know, it's been really shaken up, especially on this map, because a big part of this map is breaking open that right-hand side. And when you can't do that as easy, it's a little more difficult. I will say, both these teams, I notice a higher play rate with Colt, especially when kind of noting scrims and practices. It might just be a little bit of a comfort pick, but I will add, Colt is a very high skill cap brawler. Not easy to play at all.
Sure. We're also looking at some of the best players on the entire planet, you know? That said, Colt kind of baited the chat a little bit there. More than just a wall breaker. Long range damage, like he is absolutely acceptable. I might even say underplayed.
Okay.
I like the classic idea here. Across the way though, all that said, the Daryl on this Mystic Esports comp, I like it better. I like Mystic's composition better than what Wash Team has brought to the table.
Well, Wash Team might just be relying on a lot of skill right now. They really forced back the enemy here. Batuchez, low HP, going to go down, but gets a super off. A little piece of chip damage there. Now Frixie laying down the law with that as well. Pain is here to play as well. It's going to be so much damage pouring in early on. This is starting to get to a point where I'm questioning if they can overcome it.
I agree. This has just been, again, Wash Team, target prioritization, picking off individuals one by one, and Mystic not really being in the right place. Some damage happening up north. You can see Wash Team suffering some damage, but it's 80% now versus 40.
Well, now
That's it.
Yeah, now they
That's game.
now they get the diamond.
All right.
There's just nothing they can do. I mean, they just simply played better. That doesn't come down to draft.
False start. Like, look, they're even like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's after we saw Mystic get staggered, I think you just scoop go next. Like, okay, man, you killed 2 of us, and we're down to 40%. Can we just go to game 2? I don't think that needs to be representative of what we see here. That said, Wash Team on match point.
Yeah, it's been a quick one here, and they might have an opportunity to close it out now as well, really ending Mystic Esports' dreams and hopes of continuing forward to San Diego. They're doing a little bit better this time around, though. Here comes the Rocket Rain on the left-hand side. Nathan still just passively charging up that super. Pain with a dive-in, though, now right off to the races. Oh, my goodness, Frixie with a great shot right there. Super going down, too. It's going to push Nathan away. He's going to stay up. He's too focused on kind of getting that damage there, which is, in all honesty, Daryl's role in that spot. It's a tough situation, right?
Yeah,
Frixie's out of range.
Frixie is there, and Zeus is coming up mid. I think you take 2 shots on the safe, focus on Frixie, then you have even more time to follow up. Zeus can follow up. I think that was the wrong choice, but we'll see how it crumbles as a much closer game now. 76-84, Wash Team on the good side still. Here comes Daryl.
Now Nathan going to be trying to get in some damage here too. Takes a small lead for now, but don't look now. Pain sprinting down the middle of the map. 870 going around the block. That's a ton of damage to pour in at that moment. Nathan, another super in hand, though. Again, he's going to be skating a little extra this time, going across the pond. It's a tight one here. This is very different than what we saw in game number 1.
Lead change. Mystic Esports gets more damage, now leading by about 10%. Big tension on the right side. Big kill for Mystic. Has to keep the opponent in this mid. Luffy has a super. And Mystic, with Daryl's super, can be looking for a big push.
Yeah, and that's the point of Daryl. He's just trying to get aggressive, but he rolls right into the enemy.
By
Colt lines up
himself.
an easy, super tough timing. You know, maybe he was trying to pave the way for his teammates, but I get where you're coming from, and some real frustration too, because you just know they're so good, and you hate to see it when it goes down like that for anybody.
Yeah. Oftentimes, I say I can see the comms. Here, I can see the lack of comms.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. It's a really big deal in communication, teamwork. It's a big issue, and now they're pushing in.
That said, Mystic Esports still in the lead. Have to watch out for Pain. We'll be able to get back in the bucket, but Zeus takes care of him. 42-33. No!
Oh, it's a close one, but Mystic, they pull through. They actually end up grabbing a game. The dream is still alive a little bit longer. That's what you want to see, you know, despite the frustrations. We get nitpicky sometimes up here, right? It's easy for us. We've got kind of a Hawkeye view of everything going down.
We have all the info. Like,
Yeah.
We are the armchair quarterback.
But, I mean, harder said than it really is. I mean, we make it to be easy sometimes, but Nathan, of course, dealing with, again, some of the best in the world, and that's not always the simplest thing to do. I think that was a great response, and Mystic really proving us wrong there.
Really good job of Mystic focusing on Pain, not letting him do what he wanted to do. That was a big difference for me. Zeus right now, I'm kind of getting bopped. But the trade out is good. Everybody healthy. How have you liked Frixie's cult?
I mean, honestly, it's been noteworthy, I would say, for the most part. I don't think he's had any real blunders, and a big super there, too. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
Again, Daryl by himself. This time, teammates in a better position, but not perfect. We got a team wipe coming out from Washed. What? I get it. He was low. Bloodlust is not a good look here. Wash team bringing it down 40% and counting, almost halfway done.
Yeah, I mean, just very different than what we saw in the second. I think Daryl finding some kills, you know, tanks are meant to be a distraction, right? That's what their job is. He's been rolling, he's been picking good targets, but, you know, a lot of the times regrouping's a big deal, and Frixie is just continuing to be a pest right now. They have to put all their efforts towards that, allowing Batucha's Pain to still hold on to this mid area.
Luffy barely alive. Same for Bonnie. Daryl rolls in. Not really a threat. Bonnie jumps in, though. Doing a ton of damage, and with Colt, might finish it off. Important defensive kills. 17% left for Mystic. But now they shift to the offensive side.
Yeah, Daryl putting in some good work right there, too, while the enemies were distracted, but a loss there is going to be a toughie. This is going to be a real opportunity for Wash team now, landing a couple shots onto Nathan. Going to need a perfect defense here. It's not going to be easy. They only have 17% to really work with.
Zeus kind of stands in the corner and just eats it. Pain jumps in. Pain finishes it off. Wash team, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. But hola, San Diego. Wash team feeling it.
Whew. I mean, they had to be feeling so good, especially for me, Batucha as that set. I mean, you could see it in their eyes. Just look at him. He's literally off camera.
Sleep. He went to bed. Finished. I'm good. I'm going to bed now, boys. I like that. That's fun.
It's awesome to me that they're not necessarily, you know, shouting and screaming, and, you know, everybody kind of processes it differently, and for them, you just saw immense. It's just a real human moment. It's one of my favorite things about competition, sports, esports, all of it. You just get to see the humanity of them.
Absolutely. Listen, I say it all the time, man. We root for the people and the players, not necessarily the pixels. Show me the player cams. Show me that emotion. You know, I want to see you get excited. I want to see that. And so looking at this Wash team, long time coming, I would say, as Pain and the guys finally put up some good stuff and an impressive set for sure. I predicted Mystic because I do believe they are that good. Washed, one step better. Hola, San Diego, he says, because he's going.
I love that so much. I didn't even realize that it was on his tablet at first. I thought you said that.
Oh, no. Yeah, the team knows where they're going. They are excited. And that's the funny thing. Yeah, they're playing it, sleep. No, they are very, very excited and riled up. And they should be. They earned it. This has been an arduous journey. We keep saying the era of everyone, and now you're someone.
Okay, but that was just one step that they had to take along the journey to San Diego. So we'll have to see if they're able to continue that momentum, because this was a huge dub to kick that off. We'll take a look and see what it does for our standings and where that puts them. As you'll recall, after our first match, we had Tribe now at the top 5-1, the first team to have made their way through, getting that first spot to San Diego, and now Wash Team sitting at 4-2 behind STMN, so they are looking pretty comfortable up there right now. But we're going to send it to a short break. We still have many more matches in store, and when we return, we'll do some analysis, some breakdown, and we'll keep all this stuff going. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. More standings are being shaken up, and after that second match, Mystic is actually eliminated from finals contention, and that was at the hands of Washed Team, who managed to get one of 2 required wins on the night so far that they will need to keep their hopes and dreams alive of making it to San Diego. Now we're gonna try and keep track of all this stuff, Kenny, but there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Of course, there's a lot going on for Wash Team in that last one. There were a lot of different highlights that stood out. Obviously, Tribe Gaming still the only team that are 100% guaranteed so far.
Yeah, and things are going to continue shifting. Names are going to move into different columns. The more we get through these games, I think it's going to continue to be very interesting. And like we said, the last match of the day will determine a lot for those teams that are in the middle of the road. But we're not there yet, okay? And before we continue on down that road, let's take a look at one of the sets that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really good things, but a player that really caught my eye, Batuches, he just has what I'm going to call the golden touch, right? It's that yellow super button that stands out to me. He plays Mandy, a pretty unconventional brawler in general. The team overall, fantastic stuff. Obviously, they were cruising it through most of that. Not too many close interactions. But I think Mandy really showcases what she can do here. Left-hand side, a lot of people distracting. A big, bulky Pain with a lot of HP, now flashing a super. And Batuches, meanwhile, just kind of able to stand there. A super button goes down. They lose sight of what's important. Always keep your eye on Batuches and that Mandy. He pops one super there, makes a nasty connection, getting the double tag. And remember, it's so easy to recharge that super if you make those connections. I believe it's a half bar every time you get that tag. Misses that one there. It's okay, though. At this point, they've got a 4-1 lead. This is the dynamic that these guys have. This is the trust that they're building up early on in this year. Pain with another super can get aggressive. Frixie knows exactly when to go away. Somebody takes some damage. They slowly back it up. I love the pacing. I love all of this coming in. A dash from Fang. They're ready for it, though, and that's part of the utility that Max brings to the table, too. And now it's just a matter of waiting. The clock running out. I love that from them. I think they did a great job this set. Pain, of course, a super in hand, too. Mandy just kind of hanging around, waiting to charge those supers. You got to make them count. Full max speed, making a big difference here, too. Zeus, and he just strikes again. I mean, out of nowhere. It almost caught me off guard in the replay, and I watched it live alongside our good friend F-Dot. Pain with a super, too. I mean, just tough stuff. Even when 30 seconds ago, they're up 10-5. Of course, in this situation, Zeus gives them a little bit of life here. They've got a Fang super. Can make a big difference for him. Luffy can actually break down those walls as well, but with 15 seconds to go, for 2 straight games, this is what made the difference. They stay disciplined. Pain has a super in hand, waiting to use it. Batuches lines up this super, times it perfectly once again. Another made super. Clearly a fantastic Mandy, and somebody we're going to have to keep our eyes on later down tonight. We're going to send it over to Glitter for an interview with the man himself, Pain.
Thank you very much, Kenny. That's all right. I am standing by with Pain. Excited to chat here. First of all, congratulations. Now, we saw the relief on everybody's faces after that win. So how's the team feeling right now?
Bueno, primeramente, felicitaciones por esta victoria. Pudimos ver que al final hubieron muchas caras de alivio. ¿Cómo se sienten después de esta primera victoria?
No, pues demasiado felices. Estamos más de un 90% asegurados en San Diego, entonces más que felices. Este era el objetivo que buscábamos.
Yeah, super happy about the win. All the team, we think that we're more than 90% secure for San Diego, so we feel really happy about it.
Yeah, speaking of San Diego, you only need that last win at the end of the day to secure that spot. So how are you feeling about that next match?
Bueno, pero todavía les falta una partida para poder asegurar ese pase, bloquear ese pase a San Diego. ¿Cómo se sienten de cara a esta nueva partida?
Yo creo que muy bien, igual mi equipo. Ahorita se demostró que podemos dar un excelente nivel y no dudo en repetirlo.
Yeah, we feel pretty confident about it. We don't doubt about the level of the team right now. We know we can perform pretty well against the next team.
You guys definitely looked very strong. Will you have the San Diego sign ready for the next match?
Bueno, y también tienen preparados listo el anuncio de San Diego para la siguiente partida.
Ya, ahorita lo hablaré con mi equipo en estos partidos de descanso, pero seguro tendrán algo interesante.
Yeah, we will try to come with something new for the next match, but we'll talk with the team.
Okay, I love that. I love that. We'll let you get set up for the next match, but do you have any shout-outs before I let you go?
Bueno, les dejamos para que se preparen con el siguiente equipo, pero ¿te gustaría mandar algún saludo a alguien?
Sí, a mi familia que ahorita que salí de mi cuarto ahí estaban viéndome en el canal del NERS. Muchas gracias a ellos en especial.
Yeah, pretty shout out to my family. They were all watching outside the living room, my match, and they're pretty happy about it.
All right, I love that. Thank you so much for chatting. We'll speak soon. Okay. We were promised that we could potentially end up with something different on the tablet. Now, I had to ask about it because clearly feeling good about San Diego, but they still have the one more match. So now I want to know what he's going to get on that sign.
Ooh, you know, the guys were having fun. I really liked watching them literally go to sleep after the victory.
You know,
the covers come up.
yes.
That just disappeared. I really enjoyed that. And right back at you, Payne. Very cool to see you guys take some wins. Just, you know, we're unbiased up here, but you guys have been playing for a long time. It was cool to see you in Season 1, and I'm very excited. And, you know, I just want to see everybody in San Diego.
Not wrong.
So I'm rooting for it.
Yeah, I wish we could see the same, but, you know, you got to get the top 4 teams, right? Someone's got to win, and someone's got to lose for that to happen. And while it is unfortunate,
thanks.
I like to see the victors, you know?
Okay, well, speaking of someone's got to win, we've got a match around the corner between Chasmac versus STMN, one of our strongest teams.
That is an understatement. Stamina #1 and multiple leagues, doing real well. But over here, Chasmac, certainly no slouch. And here's the thing, you know, when we talk about playing spoiler, that might be Toast's favorite position.
I think so, and I think he can be kind of smug about it too. But it's like, it's well deserved, and I'm here for the entertainment factor too.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it's just brilliant to see. It really amps up sort of the excitement of these matches.
I mean, you know, jokes aside, the man likes playing the heel.
Yeah.
And here he is in position, ready to do it. I mean, it is going to be fun. I think Chasmac might level up a little bit because of the situation, knowing they're going up against Stamina, this, that, and the third. Toast obviously front and center, but the whole squad has been pretty strong this season, and not #1 material, but they're trying to refine their footing, and I think it's working out.
Well, I mean, it's definitely all coming to a head. That refinement needs to be in full force because Chasmac, this is a must-win for them.
Absolutely.
They absolutely have to win this match if they want to go to San Diego. And even then, it's a bit of a gamble. They are still relying on the performance of other teams to fully decide those standings in the tiebreaker.
That's the tough stuff. When you are not in control of your own destiny, that's where things get a little kind of shaky. They're losing the tiebreaker to West Coast, but with the way that we just saw Washed play, might not be a factor. But across the way, we've got STMN, Bobby, Sands, and OG, and Czar, one of the only real 4-man squads in the league. I still don't know why or what the method is to the swapping of the teammates, but they clearly have something planned.
It all comes down to what brawlers are you good at, and something that we see a lot is like Czar, very good mechanical player, and can also like play mid on. Okay. So in the top left on the whiteboard,
talk to me about this
you can see a
whiteboard.
You can see a portrait of F dot.
Okay, you've gotten too comfortable on this deck. Oh no! Oh no! You're absolutely correct, actually. But
I mean, I'm not wearing glasses last time I checked, right?
no!
Cringe!
But this Stamina squad has really proven themselves to not just have become the #1 team, but has worked to sort of like stay there. And I think that the work that they have done, they are not complacent, which is very interesting. A lot of times teams hit that #1 spot and then slowly fall down. Stamina has just continued to try and work Sands in more, find different ways of play. They all moved into one central location. All of these things keep trending up.
For a long time, Stamina have sort of adopted that mentality of like, we'll have someone who's specialized for one thing, Toonie in particular, definitely a callback. Yeah, check this out. If it might as well just say no help on the screen, because Bobby, he is without a doubt, and now you see the stats confirming, one of the best mechanical players in this region, definitely in like the top 3, without a doubt.
I like this photo they chose too. I mean, can he get more smug?
Yeah.
I'll make sure that, you know, if we get to interview them, I'll ask. Okay, just for you. And I'll ask about the art as well. But until then, We got to talk about DreamHack, okay? Obviously, !DHSan in chat. If you would like to attend the finals and watch how all of this epic Brawl Stars action will unfold, because it's going to mean a lot, especially for the future, and I'm talking about Masters. So make sure you do that. Discount code. And, of course, the poll. Third match of the day means the third poll of the day, and this is going to be an important one for a bunch of different reasons, folks. So let us know who you think's going to be coming out on top. Will it be Chasmac, or will it be STMN? It's going to be spicy. Let's get into it.
Let's do just that. Spice level on top. Chasmac must win, as Glitter said. Thank you. And moving into the stamina, obviously, good looks for them to win. So at the end of the day, I mean, means more to Chasmac than stamina, for sure. Does that mean anything? Will that translate onto the field? Or is that just a good caster storyline?
I personally think so, yeah, but more in the department of stamina, right? I think something that we've seen, sort of trend in, despite, asking the players about this, do you find yourself playing better versus better teams? The answer is no, we're just inconsistent, but I feel like you can't deny that they do play better versus better teams.
Stamina has a tendency to play down sometimes. That happens. I just said they don't get complacent, and I mean that. I stick to that big picture. Individual games sometimes, and maybe I'm just reading it wrong, sometimes it feels like they are not as engaged.
Well, I will go one step further and say that it does come full circle, because I know for a fact that they take Chasmac very, very seriously.
Cool.
And they know that Chasmac is a very strong drafting roster. So we'll see how exactly that manifests.
I also think stamina is driven by rivalry, for sure.
Yes.
And so with that in mind, we'll keep that in mind. Fans coming at you for Gold Arm Gulch and Sprout, one of our favorite brawlers, picked up here, tick across the way. And then the Nani long-range stuff. I love what Stamina have so far. Map-specific, sure. Mode-specific, absolutely. But this is the type of stuff you want to see in Knockout.
Precisely. Though one thing that does raise an eyebrow for me is the nanny. You're gonna have pretty much one avenue that you can play down. You're gonna have a lot of value down mid. Also consider you're gonna be playing in a tick, but it sure baits playing in a Sprout and having all your shots blocked up.
Yep.
I think Chasmac probably need to go for some kind of sharpshooter action to be able to contest the nanny and also do something versus a Sprout. There's a Bonnie, and honestly, this makes a lot of sense. You're able to jump on top of the Sprout. You're also able to contend with long range because despite being outranged, you still, yeah, we see the stamina hoodie. I want to point that out real quick. It's what I said earlier. You got to put yourself in your enemy's shoes to see things from their perspective. Okay, what?
What?
We never see Byron. I guess Byron into Bonnie.
I mentioned him earlier today, and I might have brought him out of the shadows, you know? I'm sorry.
I mean, look, if anything, one of the main benefits of playing Bonnie is that, yeah, she's fairly good at, long range, and then also she has a stupid amount of health. She has 7,000 health, and with the healing, she can keep charging forward, maybe. I like the Daryl from STMN, but the last time we saw them run Daryl on this map, it didn't go so well. Lost in the monthly finals.
Sure.
So I hope that they've, gone back to the esports gym, worked this one out, done a few reps, and make sure that they're ready to use the Daryl this time.
How is Bell not just a better selection here? How is a different, you know what I'm saying? Where does Byron come into play?
Basically, Bell doesn't heal. Like that's the only
But that's
thing.
what I'm saying. In Knockout, how much value out of that heal are you going to get?
This is true. My idea is that they're basically going to run a 2v3 the entire time, attacking-wise, offense-wise. And then they'll have Byron just being, the dedicated healer, the medic, the mercy, whatever you want to call it,
sure,
healing Juan Carlos perpetually. But Toast is going to clear out this left side first of all. And we'll see if he does start implementing some healing later. For the time being, he's definitely playing it more like the Bell, as you mentioned, just trying to play things at long range. Surely when things start getting closed in, Chasmac Gaming has the mentality of, we're going to be able to out-survive you when we bring things into mid. I think a big issue, though, is that they will be facing into the Sprout, and they could get trapped in one of the corners if the hedge gets placed down.
Well, here comes Daryl by himself. Bobby do not care. 2 supers. Can't finish off. Gets help from the other side, but Juan Carlos finishes off. They had a sliver of HP. Bobby did all of the work, and honestly, OG and Czar a little too far away.
We'll see if they can get contested here. Juan Carlos is on very low health. RBM's finally going to fall. Juan Carlos has a super, which he's going to use to get back inside of that cannon. Try and work on his next super, too. Wouldn't hurt to win the round either, but it doesn't look like he has the DPS to do so. And he's already given supers to the enemy team as well. Just an all-round victory here for STMN Esports between games and the round itself. We'll see Chasmac Gaming try a different approach this time. Looks like the Byron wasn't doing a major favors. We'll see if they implement it as expected. Toast, yeah. Maybe we should have let him cook a little bit longer on the autofocus to get the one shot. So far, though, definitely some good damage at least.
Game number 1. It's funny because Stamina's strategy didn't really work out. Bobby went all in and almost 2v1'd. And then his team just had to play a standard 2v2. Still winds up winning. Not quite worst case scenario, but it could have gone better for Stamina and they still wind up with the dub. So definitely uphill for Chasmac Gaming. Reminder, must win if they want to make it to the finals.
Well, let's see what STMN Esports plans to do this time. Bobby in particular has that super, which he can use to roll in on Toast. He could get onto RBM too. Juan Carlos, though, is finally starting to receive some of those healing. Here comes the super in. Yeah, attempt at blocking it with the, or not an attempt at blocking it with the Sprout Wall, but almost blocked it with the Sprout Wall by accident. That's good coordination from STMN. Here comes the kill on the left side. Those are barely alive. Jump to the skies. Juan Carlos comes down. OG, the last man standing. Toast needs this damage. There's the super and the kill. But OG has a super on the return. So we got to see Chasmac have some kind of reaction to that. Tank the damage, otherwise Toast could get one shot with the autofocus coming in.
Crazy fight up in the mid. Really got me yelling. And hey, Byron won.
Yeah, looks like it. Psychically deflected the super to go somewhere else, it seemed. If anything, though, it did break open some walls, which will offer more of an advantage for STMN Esports. We still see Bobby camping out here on the bottom side with that super at the ready. It forces Juan Carlos and Toast to stay close together and provides him a lot less of a dynamic as far as selecting their lanes, because Bobby gets a free victory versus Toast if he's able to roll onto him. So looking for that opportunity, but Juan Carlos is ready at a moment's notice.
Bobby could have gotten in trouble here. Has to shift over to the far right. Good job by Juan Carlos and Toast. Kind of own this little corridor, just taking it away from Stamina, who largely have had the map presence, now kind of getting pushed into a corner.
Well, they might be able to push out now. Of course, there's an artificial force pressing them in too. There's the poison coming in from the top right. Here comes the roll in. Bobby gets the stun, hits the skies. Juan Carlos comes down on the top right, but he's facing a 1v3. And just like that, it's lightning quick. It's what the STMN logo is anyway. That's game number 1.
Czar. Bobby is going to get a lot of praise for his play here, especially in round number 1. And rightfully earned. But Czar, so much damage out of this Sprout.
Pretty much, and this is a little uncharacteristic of the Brawler, but he's able to play the lane matchup very well. He's able to play versus RBM effectively. He gets good matchups on a Toast or Juan Carlos. Even just now, he already got 2 shots. He's halfway to his super.
These shots.
Yeah. We'll see, of course, if he gets that super really quickly and if he decides to place it down once again. But interesting tactic is Bobby's actually in the back right corner. I wonder why exactly. There's definitely a reason for it. If anything, they have managed to shift themselves over to the left side of the map.
Bobby was looking for the sneaky flank. Maybe they forget about you. You go for the wraparound, and then it's sort of like, hey, I'll get the cheeky kill if you let me, or we'll just charge it down Broadway. Czar comes through with a ton of damage, and pop goes the Weasel.
That's a wrap right there. Well, that's round number 1, but that looks so confident for STMN that honestly, I'm almost ready to call this one early. Chasmac Gaming, they've tried different strategies. They've tried to bring things back, but it's CMG 0, STMN 1.
Yeah.
Right side, looking good for them so far. Here comes autofocus in once again. Bobby also. Here comes the roll. Oh,
I love that. Look at that. The Nani super goes around. We're not aiming for the truck. And then here comes Bobby, just tandem. That's what I say, man, when I say you've got to wait for your teammates. Nani could have hit the player. Bobby would have been one step behind. Maybe they find a way, they being Chasmac, to find a way out of the situation. No, the Nani super hits the same time. Bobby comes from the other side of the map, just Falcon kick, and just nails him at the same time. That control, that communication, that's how you win the game.
Brilliant stuff for STMN. I'm almost tempted to repeat a quote here. If Daryl is sure to result in victory, then you must play Daryl. It was invented by Mystic, but STMN has perfected it. And now they've bested Chasmac Gaming in the Ring of Honor, if not just set number 1.
I mean, again, knockout, all in. They simply cannot respond. So you play these compositions where you get the kill and all good. Daryl is behind enemy lines now, but nobody's respawning, so there's no punish. That's the whole balance of the character. Talking about balance, these numbers are not.
Not even a little bit, in fact. I mean, the damage, the healing definitely less so on STMN Esports, but I think a lot of that can be
They didn't lose as much HP.
Yeah, that, and also Chasmac Gaming, they're playing the Byron here, so they're trying to rely on some tankiness, but even then, STMN are still able to find an angle with that Daryl and launch the whole charge off of that in some situations. I think more often than not, we saw Nanny be the first striker.
71% of the fans on the side of Stamina, and I think, dog on show! Woo! Hey, we love you, Toast. Dog! Big fan, that's a friend.
We love friends. Well, especially you love friends, but I won't turn down a
That's
quality
OG's
dog,
dog actually.
It is.
Yeah, do you know the name?
Huh? No, I forgot the name.
I forget the name.
I remember the cat's name. The cat's name is Momo. Believe it or not, when OG is like moving his fingers on the screen, that's a dummy screen. It's really a cat playing. It's really
It's
Momo.
his cat? I believe that, actually. If Chasmac does not win, which I would love to see a little bit of spice, but if we talk to Stamina, I want to see the dog. Brawl Ball coming up next, and Gem Grab after that. We'll see if Chasmac brings us to a set 4. Again, Toast, much to be desired. I straight up, no disrespect, I expected more of Chasmac, and honestly, I think they hamstrung themselves with, in my opinion, a lackluster composition.
That's pretty much my perspective too, summed up, because one of the things that has given Chasmac a lot of staying power so far has been that they are really great at the draft, and one of the things that has impacted STMN has been their draft. But I think also it's just growing pains of having the new coach, right? They have the coach that was for Vatra last year, and in the monthly finals, I think I know this for sure that he did suggest the Daryl that ended up not working out well for them.
Sure.
But the Daryl suggestion again, and it works out this time. A little bit more time to grow with it, to experiment with it, and it worked out brilliantly. I'm excited to see more Peter Jack.
That's one of the hardest things to do at a professional level, is understand the difference of our new strategy didn't work because of execution, or our new strategy didn't work because it's a poor strategy. And the audacity to go back to something you got stepped on with, that's veteranship. So I love to see that work out. Fans coming out, and let's talk Nita.
Yes, this is true. I mean, well, one common thing you'll notice across all of the brawlers that Chasmac has banned here, you have Ems, Nita, Lu, they're all tank counters.
Sure.
Every single one of them. Some brawlers still escape the ban process. We'll, maybe see a spike in here somewhere, but these are some of the big ones that pose the greatest issues for tanks on this particular map of Sneaky Fields. See the first selection of Janet, and honestly, I think another thing that Chasmac Gaming are considering, aside from picking a brawler that's just all-around good, is clearing out these bushes pretty early and then getting the control from there. Note that RBM is a very good tank player. They're going to try and put him on a tank, but they don't have last pick, so they need some way to get him into the bushes to begin with, and I predict that's going to be the function of drop the base here.
And there's the Ashe on the way. Knew that, like, pick, ban by way of pick. I expected to see that Ashe, one of the scarier tanks in the game, and with the knowledge you just dropped on us, Stamina, of course, have that same knowledge. And so Ashe will be selected here. Love the choice.
Something I'll point out about Ashe, though, is that he can get countered by other tanks. El Primo absolutely comes to mind, even though he kind of flounders on just about every other map, or a lot of them. Sneaky Fields in particular, yes, but note that Sneaky Fields also is unique in the way that it has not been touched by these unbreakable walls, so they can totally be broken open. Penny's not going to be suited for that job, though, so we'll see if STMN decides to do that with their last pick. It's back over to Chasmac to decide, how do you plan on dealing with the Ashe here? I'm almost tempted to say they'll go for a Jackie or something, because we saw RBM play it earlier, and it definitely counters Ashe.
That's fair. That's fair. Little PBAOE, point blank area of effect. The Rosa.
Oh!
I like the Rosa selection. It's Sneaky Fields. This is, as quintessential. This is OG Brawl Stars. Well, not OG's on stamina, but you know what I mean. Classic Brawl Stars. Put Rosa in the bushes and watch her go nuts.
Precisely, and of course she gets passive healing if you use the star power. That gives her passive healing from the bushes, I think. Just a great matchup for Rosa over Ashe, but STMN still had the capability of breaking open some walls. And if the bushes are broken down, then, dude, Rosa has no staying power. Here's a Surge, your final tank counter. He still has some trouble versus the rats from Ashe, but I think more than anything, it's also going to be valuable for them to have so they don't play into the Surge.
If I'm stamina, am I looking to burn it down? Like, am I looking to get rid of the Rosa world here? Or am I just saying, or am I going to let her play and go something more? Because the choice is play against their composition by going, by going something more aggressive, or Stamina's playing their composition. Max is going to speed up the Ashe, and I like this choice. I think if you're baited into the counter, like the Amber or something like that, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're hurting the enemy, but I'd rather help myself in this situation.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough matchup, in fact, for STMN. But we do see the Max. This is kind of a Czar specialty if he runs the Max mid in particular. But big issue also is going to be if they get in those bushes, Rosa can pop her gadget, use unfriendly bushes. She's absolutely going to be running that. So it's going to be a challenge. I don't really see a world where they don't decide to run it, but they could. You never know. We don't see Rosa very often. We see her more in East Asia. And I think we're all definitely supposed to be taking notes from East Asia, following all their prowess lately in the scene.
Starting us off is Sands and Rosa with the wrap. And here comes 2 kills on the side of Chasmac. Much ado about nothing, though, because a little bit of spread out. Bobby pushing up forward. Don't want to touch the ball just yet. More kills on the side of Stamina would be a victory condition for Chasmac, but it's Bobby that finds the good side.
And he has that super at his disposal too. Doesn't want to pop it versus Toast. He's actually just used his last to drop the base. He's already powered through all 3. They're very determined to stay in mid because they know that it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to get it back, especially because Juan Carlos, he's only at level 2 right now. He needs that extra range to really make some stuff happen. Here come the unfriendly bushes. A KO by RBM on the right side, and he continues to push forward. Czar's on very low health, but it's not an option as Sands takes down that mid lane, and Juan Carlos is on the run.
Such an important kill by Sands as well. RBM winning on the right side and in the mid. Now have an opportunity. RBM trying to deal rats off to ya. And Bobby uses the super to great effect. Falls down on the other side, but ultimately a stop for Stamina.
Chasmac Gaming, though, they don't have a whole lot more stopping power. RBM can slow down things with drop the base, and that's about it. STMN Esports have way easier methods of getting into mid. They can use Bobby super, they can use Czar super as well.
Big opening
RBM
here.
Still trying to push things through, especially opening up the right side. Bobby has that super down, is going to be throwing it down on the right side. Juan Carlos chasing Czar on the back lines. Toast trying to deal with him as well, but eventually take it down by the rats on the left side. STMN Esports are poised to jump on their enemy at any moment, but they want to get some supers first, especially Czar.
Reset. Stamina in a good position, but an excellent super here from Janet. Taking to the sky, forcing Stamina back. Czar finds a kill. One more is an opportunity. But at this point, I think, yeah, back off. Counter kill onto Rosa. But I think at this point, you're waiting for OT.
Well, it could be happening, yeah. Here it comes. Juan Carlos, though, still level 2. He did manage to get a super earlier in an upgrade. Here it comes. Jump forward. Still going to take a lot of damage. Already taken down by the combo of Czar and Sands. RBM presses forward. Got to make use of this bush while it's still alive. Sands taken down. RBM sure to fall just thereafter, and Czar has a super. Juan Carlos and Toast had to play defense here, but it's going to be very difficult.
Love the discipline by Stamina not to go all in for this ball. They saw the respawns coming, decided to pump the brakes. Sort of playing lanes here. Everybody obviously tilted towards this corner, rather. Kill onto RBM could be big.
Here it comes. Jump in from Juan Carlos, taken down. Toast trying to defend his heart out, but Sands is ready for a pass over. RBM now defending, able to take down Bobby as well. He's hanging out really far. Knew he was going to be taken down surely.
I mean, before I praised him for the discipline, I think that was a little too timid.
Yeah. Not super reactionary. We'll see what they got now. 10 seconds left. Chasmac Gaming really dedicated to playing defense here. They know that they have way better odds of winning when the bushes are up. 5 seconds left. Czar not able to get that combo out. A super up to Juan Carlos, but he's just out of reach. Not able to fire up the super either. Sans, he was standing firmly in the way. And it's a tie game for our very first one of this set.
We go again. Tough stuff there. I think Stamina, don't get me wrong, I think that play on the right-hand side was absolutely terrifying, but might have been an opportunity. Ultimately, nobody wins, which is better than losing, I suppose. So we start one more time. Game 1A.
Well, immediate aggression by Chasmac Gaming already gets the mid. Now they're crunching STMN
Look at the
Esports
damage,
inside
though.
their own spawn. Here it comes, RBM staying alive. Sans trying to defend. Here it comes, past Juan Carlos, and he clears out the goal. Chasmac Gaming get the first goal of the game.
Reset here. And off to the races. RBM just continuing to pile in.
Here it comes, chain supers, but he's all the way in the back lines. Toasty's the last bastion of defense for Chasmac Gaming. A super up just to get it out of there so that STMN Esports can't get it up as effectively. But Bobby's still ready to pass this one forward once again, and they have that mid control.
Pushing forward. And it's neutralized for the moment. Rat's coming out. Juan Carlos steps on it. Damage on the right-hand side and a fall back from Stamina. Drop the base is executed. Doesn't look like RBM wants to stop.
Well, he's going to have to stop for just a moment here as he retrieves the ball and then brings things back up to mid. We'll see how they're able to manifest this.
And I want to take an opportunity to thank our partners at Snapdragon. When winning matters. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, thank you so much for allowing us to do what we do. RBM coming in clutch, blocked by the salty barrel. You will not do what you do. Still 1-0. Big picture for Chasmac Gaming.
Juan Carlos almost did it to him again. He cleared out the goal with the pass in for the first time and almost did it the second time as a team play, but STMN Esports are holding strong. They still need a goal, though, and it's going to be difficult. They are backed up a lot right now, playing very, very defensively. And without control of the bushes, it's extraordinarily difficult for them. However, Bobby does have a gadget at his disposal to heal himself for a push-in. Czar with this super, boosting the speed, but it's not an ideal lane matchup for Bobby. He can't come around that right side. RBM ready. Fortitude on the left side, but a push forward. Could be a pass if the left side. RBM remains alive. Czar on very low health. Here it comes. Toast could clear it out, but more than anything, Chasmac Gaming just want to play defense. 10 seconds left, and it's gotta be a win in the pocket for Chasmac Gaming. The first game of this match going to them.
Very, very fun stuff here for CMG. Attention to detail, I suppose. What was the biggest difference maker there? For me, RBM is doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Totally, and I think another thing is the team moving forward as one unit. Big picture, also good economy with the gadgets. I think I noticed from Toast in particular, he's not popping the drop the base as quickly. That way
they burned all 3 in game number 1 very quickly.
In maybe 30 seconds is the deal. And they were able to use them a little bit more controlled. I think what Chasmac were a bit afraid of, honestly, I think is a fair term to use here, was that STMN would reclaim mid and then that Chasmac would never be able to get it back for the rest of the game. Now they know that they're able to get it back after that very first game, after the draw, and they're able to save their gadgets for other things and not get too flustered when they're challenged at mid.
Well, Stamina right now doing a good job of challenging in mid. All players dead. Not a big enough window to score, though, but it does put them in position, sort of execute that team wipe to look for another team wipe, and now they look for the goal. Easy peasy.
Center home. There it is. Oh, no. Shot. A dribble to the backside from Bobby? I haven't seen that in a while. That's the in-game equivalent of doing push-ups, right? Well, esports gym in full force, but they might have tuckered themselves out, as we already see big moves from Chasmac Gaming moving in, clearing out Czar first and foremost. Could see that turret make some work happen on the left side, but it's largely ignored for now. Main objective is, of course, score the goal, but secondarily get Juan Carlos a super. They might be able to do just that. If he's able to jump in, he can clear out the goal. Here he has the jump. Jump on Azar. He's taken down. Down goes Bobby, and it's an easy pass over to RBM to clear this one out and tie up the scoreline.
Now that is an impactful drop the base.
Oh, yeah.
That might have scored the goal.
I would say it's very fair to attribute it to that. It is such an impactful gadget. Here comes, though, pass forward RBM with the super in. Trying to play defense as well. He doesn't want to get pinched. Definitely a good call. Not playing too aggressive. And here it is. Metered aggression. Double kill with the assistance of Toast around the right side. And Juan Carlos on the level 3 is looking real beefy for a defense around the left side.
Tied 1-1. So if this does hit 0, we will hit another overtime. Of course, if Chasmac finds another goal, that's it. We move on. Tough stuff here. Sands finds a kill. And it's Stamina pushing forward on the right-hand side. Toasto with an important find. He'll land far enough away from Bobby to not be in trouble. Overtime now. Stamina has the ball. Do they have the advantage?
They totally do, especially since Bobby has these rats at the ready, and Juan Carlos, despite having a good amount of range, still is going to have to fight through these. Here comes Bobby, rats down, RBM, he pummels right through them. Not the best time, not the best opponent to pop that super on Toast. He's passing the ball backwards. That cannot have been intentional. We see Surge in a scoring position, and now Juan Carlos is going to have to fight through this solo, but he does upgrade to level 4 and earn himself a bit of positioning. With the level 4, he does a bunch of damage. He has a ton of range, and Czar's trying to clear things out around the left side. Now with the speed, he's armed with that super. Popped onto the entire enemy team, Bobby trying to force himself in. But it's real tough, and RBM's ready to react. Could be a super, and on the right side, Sands still trying to play offense around this ball. Big penetrating shots, a pass up the right side, but Toast is airborne. He can't get back down to earth to defend, and it's a victory for STMN Esports, tying up set number 2.
Now, this is pod racing. What a great matchup, man. Watching the back and forth of these two teams, again, listen, I know there's standings, I know there's numbers and stuff. This Chasmac team, when Toast is on, and again, they like playing heel. When this team is on, they can contend with the best, and this is what we get as a result.
Well, let's see how they're able to contend this time. It looked like STMN was quite confident in that last game. Chasmac Gaming, however, are riding off of that heat from game number 1. Bobby around the right side. He's even got a gadget to pop to heal up. RBM is helpless to stop him all alone, and STMN Esports, they already sneak in a first goal. Wow. We see Bobby doing precisely what RBM was doing himself, now on a brawler that is way less suited for the task, actually.
That's a tilter. I'm not feeling good after that. And here comes Bobby again. Oh, man. You goofed. It's all good. They'll just walk it in. But, yeah, no, that one, a little anticlimactic, if I could call it that. At least we got our game number 2. That was dummy fun to watch here. And then it's almost like Stamina went, all right, we'll do it. And they just took the gloves off.
Precisely. Motioning with my hands, taking the gloves off, because it's precisely what I'm thinking. Like, okay, little bro, like, we'll show you how it's done. But in all fairness, I really think that Chasmac Gaming is an extremely fearsome competitor for STMN, and they are completely taking this seriously. The whole dribble thing is them trying to get in Chasmac's head. I don't think it's working, though.
Reddy, did you see game 3?
So you think it's working?
I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and
putting the ball across the line.
In the net.
Let's go. Every now and then, the brain cell that we share rubs together and we share a synapse, but still. Let's talk about the comparison between these two teams, because it was actually very close on the stats, but we did see one team walk away with the win, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. No, but for real, I mean, this was extremely close in game number 2. Game number 1, obviously. Game number 1, for real, we just had to replay because it was so close, it was a draw. Game number 1B, I suppose. And then game 2 was our extremely close one. And so at the end of the day, you know, I think we saw the good side of Chasmac, but they've got to make noise here. I'm telling you, if CMG win this next one, we might make it all the way to Bounty. But if not, I mean, obviously it's over. So Stamina, I think, have the wind in their sails. I think this is up to Chasmac Gaming. And, you know, shout out to Charlie Mack, kind of calling us out on Twitter for not having faith at all. But like I said, I've got faith in this Chasmac team when they are able to play spoiler, when they have their back against the wall. That's when Toast and the squad is that much more exciting to watch. So when they find themselves in this sort of position, there are other teams that I might move on to the next card, so to speak. Chasmac is not one of those teams, and I think they could bring us all the way to bounty. So I would like to see it.
Hey, I mean, well, let me straighten one thing out. I think they're a remarkable team, and one of the things that always impresses me is their drafts. Their drafts always look fantastic, and I will never stop complimenting the drafts. It's simply that, and also let's talk about like the metered gameplay throughout Brawl Ball. They were very controlled all the way until game number 3, and all it takes is one game of slipping up for STMN to catch you.
I think I'll speak for myself, not you. I'm critical of Chasmac in the way that I am because I know that they are arguably just as good as some of these top teams on their best days. And so that's where my aggression might come from. First pick is Janet. This is a pick that we've seen Chasmac return to time and time again, not just in the last one, but historically, CMG play a lot of the stunt woman.
Hey, I mean, you get free control by the use of your gadget. You don't have to work for it. You just got a green button, you tap it, it spawns free control. It spawns a free win for you, basically. As long as you're able to keep it safe, and this is what the Otis is for. Fat splatter, okay. Goodbye, turret. It's taken down immediately. This, okay, in all fairness, I think that this is just going to change where Janet is apt to place it down.
Sure.
Because Otis can fire through walls, but I only know of one wall on this map that's really fireable through unless you like thread the needle around that 2x2 block that, and you'll see what we're talking about as we get into the game. I'll make sure to point it out. We also saw the indestructible walls shifted up a little bit. Those little 2x2 blocks are no longer indestructible, so this could offer opportunities for wall break. We did see the Colonel Ruffs ban, obviously not a possibility for stamina, but they do go for the B, so they might be inclined to break some walls.
Is stamina anticipating a tank pick across the way, or is this more about Honey Molasses?
They probably should because they're facing RBM.
Fair.
I think it's simple as that. You could still get upset quite a bit by Sam, even though he did get nerfed pretty hard. They should definitely be thinking of the walls being broken down as a possibility. There's the Ashe, that's RBM. Yeah.
Right, and so knowing that RBM's going to play the Ashe, no one's going to knock you if you ban it. Why do we see the Ruffs and the Stu ban? Gene ban is self-explanatory. Why do we see the Ruffs and the Stu ban instead of the Ashe ban? Or the Sam ban?
I think that there are, well, okay. I think really the idea is that you can minimize the value of Ashe without banning him. And that comes in the form of, yeah, okay, so we pick B. However, Chasmac, they're going to give Byron a second shot.
And here, I am receptive to it, especially with a tank, especially in a gem grab situation, especially on Crystal Arcade. Goldarm Kulch, listen, I think, caster going out here, it was a bad choice. I'm saying that with my chest. Here, it's an off-meta, interesting decision, and I'd like to see it work.
Well, this is where, of course, I know Stamina, they do a lot of their own drafting, but they also do have the assistance of Peter Jack now, who's the coach for Vatra and is now giving them a lot of contributions that he offered for Vatra. Vatra were notoriously amazing at drafting. So I wonder if this is just one aspect of it. We'll see, and notice, again, these walls, they are breakable now. Here comes Zara on the left side. Now, luckily for Chasmac, they have gotten that beginning of the game matchup with RBM on that side. Toast trying to keep his distance from Zar, but Zar, he just rotates the lane. He knows that if he gets a spin onto Toast, then Toast is a dead man. RBM's able to diff the matchup on the left side, though. Brilliant stuff. And Juan Carlos wins as well. It's 1v1 City, and Chasmac Gaming are profiting.
RBM wins the fight on the left side just barely. Juan Carlos wins the fight on the right side just barely. What's the difference maker?
I think it's really Toast healing up RBM on the left side that's making a lot of the difference.
Exactly.
And for the time being, also, Juan just kind of diffing the matchup versus Otis as well.
Like I said, just complete different story here watching the Byron actually make sense. It's working out. Chasmac with a team wipe have 7 gems versus Stamina's 3. RBM way up top, zoning out the Carl, uses the flying hook. RBM wins! He wins that matchup. I thought Zar was going to take it.
It's just a winnable matchup for RBM when he faces the Carl. And it looks like Zark did not come prepared to face the Ashe, but he has to face the Ashe in order to face Toast. Now he can make it happen. He has a gadget at the ready. He can get the super in. Toast, he's got nowhere to run. 5 seconds left. Zar's got to send it. Here it comes. Juan Carlos could take to the skies. There it is as well. Could be a kill on a Toast. No! Disposed of. Trash taken out on the back side. And, well, RBM's the trash can after all.
Nice. Target prioritization! I understand that the tank is harder to kill. I understand that 3 versus 7 gems doesn't matter. The goal is to stop the countdown. I don't understand targeting the character that can become invincible and untargetable.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. I can sort of see where the gears were turning, where, okay, so she's going to take to the skies and she's not going to deal damage to me.
That's one of the examples of caster vision, where like in the moment, go, 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 go. And here we're like, huh, what a dumb choice. Yeah. So in the moment, I think that was definitely a split-second decision that just wound up working against Stamina for sure. Better target prioritization needs to happen. RBM wins again versus Zar. At a certain point, you have to rethink going in against this Ashe on the Carl.
Yet note also that Carl was the last selection here, so Stamina were fairly confident that this would be like a strong counter pick. The problem is that they're not getting onto Toast. You can see that that is fully the intention, because they're running Protective Pirouette. Zara has Protective Pirouette equipped. Wow. He's not trying to get a ranged matchup with Power Throw. Though we do finally see STMN acquiring some territory back. Now their intention is to spawn trap Chasmac, and it might actually work out quite well because RBM doesn't have any bushes to hide behind. He has a few walls. Juan Carlos is trying his best to get into the back lines. We'll be able to do some recon back here. Not going to drop any gadgets because he doesn't have any left, but he does get an Elim. Here comes Toast with the super. No, he's not able to drop it in time, but RBM thankfully is able to pick them all up. He just can't go as aggressive now that he has 8 gems.
Holds it back. RBM being the gem carrier, this might be a terrible position for Chasmac to be in because, like you said, it really stunts his ability to go aggressive. We say, as he's pushing up extremely aggressively, dropping the rats, dropping the opponent.
Oh, no.
Still the only one alive. 9 gems, make that 10. Stamina has to go in. And now they can't be distracted. All 10 gems are on the Ashe.
Held my breath for a second because he saw RBM pinched really hard and he might suffer that same fate once again. Zar has to circle around the left side. Bobby on the right. He gets taken down. RBM goes down, but Zar doesn't have any gadgets left. He has no way to escape. Juan Carlos has to take him down. There it is.
Reset.
Zar didn't pop the super, but he can use it in the next pitch. 15 seconds left for him to roll up to the backlines once again. Chasmac Gaming trying to maintain this position as far up as they can. The healing onto RBM is looking really, really strong. Zar around the left side with the kill. Juan Carlos hiding in the bush. Sands and Zar know exactly where he is, and it's free. Fly away, little birdie. STMN Esports, they got a real contender on their hands, because it's like you said, we very well could be going to set 5.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think with that victory, the momentum in the pocket of CMG, I really think that this one will lead them into the next set very, very positively. That was an overwhelming win. They won in the draft phase, they won in the early game, they won in the mid game, they won in the late game. Stamina had an opportunity, and Chasmac stopped it. This was dominance by Chasmac Gaming.
Love the fact that this was entirely also enabled by Toast playing that support role and letting RBM do his thing. Bobby, he had to play mid. There's just not another lane that he could have played, and we saw Zar struggle the entire time. He tried to switch on to other lanes, tried to take on Juan Carlos, for instance, but it simply didn't work out because Chasmac were able to switch up the lanes too.
Game number 1, Toast won that game. Game number 2, more evenly spread, but game number 1 was individual duels on the sandwich lanes, brought to you by the heal from the middle. That's exactly what happened, just as Richard Garfield intended. Fantastic work there by Chasmac Gaming.
And we see also, check out the stat comparison, especially with damage done. STMN did a lot more damage than Chasmac. Why? Because Chasmac got a lot of damage to take. They got a lot of healing to offer too. And we see RBM springs into action only when it is entirely winnable. He's not going too aggressive because why would he? His main intention is to, of course, win the left lane, sure, but be the bodyguard for Toast, who's holding all of those gems, facilitate B being pushed back, and keep that control. I think it was a brilliant draft for Chasmac. This is the Chasmac that we are familiar with, and I think it's also the Chasmac that we saw in the past 2 sets, but STMN had the outdraft in set number 1 and 2. They absolutely did not here. The Carl just was not it.
Absolutely, you know, and that's the thing is that, like, Sure, I could sit here and say that Czar made wrong choices by going all the way in every single time, and especially that target prioritization towards the end of game number 1. But at the end of the day, I think that was more about Chasmac forcing the opponent to make the impossible decision. Bans coming out here, and it's the 8-bit first choice here for Chasmac on the heist bridge too far. Like the start, you don't.
No, I mean, look, I feel like it's an obvious Colette choice for STMN,
Okay.
but the counter to that from Chasmac would be like, okay, let's play like literally any brawler that outranges 8-bit, and then, I don't know, maybe break down some walls so that Colette's really, really bad.
Sure.
When they're picking 8-bit first and they know Colette is on the table, they know Bell is on the table, like literally the obvious counters, right? I feel like a lot of people should know, here's the Bell. They have some trick up their sleeve.
Exactly.
No one would throw a game like this.
That's kind of where I was going. When you know that there is such an obvious. So okay, let's do it. Lola's selected, but you pick a Bell and a Colette or whatnot. How is CMG? You have a Bell and a Lola. How does CMG answer, and why is this big brain?
Honestly, I think the brain is just too much for me to contend with right now. This has just got to be a big thing.
Overthink it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that there are moments where the thinking is there and it's not overthinking. It's just like it hasn't been practiced enough. And I'll go back to the example of like the Daryl pick in the monthly finals for STMN. Okay, like
Sure.
STMN fans are going to be a little bit salty that I keep on bringing it up because it's their favorite team and they watch them go down to dog walkers.
At Ready Set Go with 4 O's.
Yeah, tweet all of your misfortunes, all of your complaints at me. I will readily accept them. Here's the bow. Interesting. And the B, okay.
So,
These are favorites.
Yeah, Chasmac are just playing long-range characters boosted by 8-bit, comfort pick-ish, really just standard strategy.
Bo's a good brawler.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder what exactly the mindset is with him. Could be like wall break if you use tripwire. Could also be the new super totem, which has lost a lot of value. And it's also quite big. So
you think it's lost value?
Absolutely.
Universal, yeah.
Yes. But it's worth experimenting, especially when you can catch your enemy off guard. Because even if it's not the greatest strategy, if your enemy doesn't know how to play into it, then it's a great strategy.
The long-range brawlers also are going to make real good use of that totem as well. So the B and the bow. 8-bit totem is going to be down the whole game pretty much.
That's kind of what I anticipate is what they are visualizing in their head. This is what they're anticipating. However, it could not work out that way, especially if STMN wisens up to it, or it just falls flat on its face directly from the outset. Keep in mind also, a bit of adjustments on the indestructible walls here. Only indestructible walls on the right side from our perspective. We'll see how it pans out. So far, Juan Carlos, he's trying to get this super really fast as he's placed down that super totem, so he is running that after all. Toast also, I think, going to get a pretty favorable matchup versus Bell because, see, he's able to tank so much damage here when he has that B up, but he still gets tagged really hard by Bobby.
This is really rough because I think Bell's going to go mid, so you can't put 8-bit in the mid because you're going to get outranged, but that's kind of where you want 8-bit.
I would say more often than not, however, you don't want 8-bit facing into Bell.
Exactly, yeah. But okay, so that's how we're going to do it. Destroyed already. 87% and counting as Stamina is able to find good damage onto Chasmac's safe. Chasmac, on the other hand, unable to push up whatsoever. OG wins the duel. Bobby contributes not once, but twice. And Chasmac in a bad spot.
Chasmac, they bailed on their original plan. They went for plan B, which was let's rush B, I suppose. Like, let's move it all the way up the right side, and it didn't really work. RBM has switched lanes, though. He's going to try and take on OG now. Definitely a more favorable matchup versus him, but OG is still very controlled, very patient, very passive lane player who's going to slow down this match a lot. Minute 5 on the clock. Chasmac Gaming still have a horse in this race as they have 38% left on the safe, but they have not had anything to say to STMN Esports' safe. And Bobby has not died even once on this mid lane. He's continuously diffing. Even when Toast was rushing up there and had the shield up, tried to tank some of the damage with the Honey Molasses too, Bobby just hits 4 shots in a row. It's simple as that.
Strong damage coming out. Bobby just puts an exclamation point on Ready Set's commentary. And OG It's a bit of an ellipsis, just coming through on the bottom side and silencing the enemy.
Let's see if Chasmac Gaming are able to respond. I mean, 9% left. It's definitely not going to be within this game, and for sure, we are headed to a match point in favor of STMN. We expected this to happen.
Individual prowess. And when it comes to this map in particular, you expect to kind of be relegated more to your lanes than on other maps for sure. And for all of the strategy that we discussed with respect to Chasmac's draft, Stamina just shot him in the face. That's really just what happened. Great job playing by great play by Bobby here. And I think it's ultimately up to Chasmac to find it in themselves. You know, Toast, would you have liked to see a lane swap here?
Honestly, I think maybe the strategy for Chasmac Gaming is going to be let's not play versus Bobby at all, right?
Yeah.
Let's like try and clear onto other lanes. They have tried doing that already, and he just snipes him from a different area of the map. But so far, so good for Toaster on the right side.
Damage. We didn't see any damage on Stamina's heist safe in game number 1. Man, Juan Carlos trying to help right side. This 8-big pick has not worked out at all.
It's unfortunate. RBM might be able to fire back, though. Keep in mind, he usually does play tanks, so this
Yep.
might be a bit out of his wheelhouse, but he's still holding control on the left side.
8-bit plays like a tank, being slow and
It's fair.
heavy. Not as tanky as you would like. But that damage can be really punishing. RBM, one shot will do it. Fighting back. Woof.
Man, I mean, honestly, the star player here for me on the entire battlefield is Bobby.
Yes.
Because as soon as someone wins the left or right lane, he's already won his, so he just wins that lane for them and keeps on doing his stuff. He's backing up a lot versus Juan Carlos, so he's keeping his distance. We see Zar is able to diff the left side. Now Juan Carlos tries to break open the left side as well. Zar is going to get stunned, actually, but it's not really the biggest deal. He's still got one more mine to bait out, but he can't do it versus RBM right now as he advances up. Bobby still once again, uncontested because he keeps on clearing out this lane. Juan Carlos also going to trip the mine. Could be a free kill for Bobby, just one more connection, but he's just out of range. This could be Chasmac's chance to finally fire back. They need one good push from RBM, and that's their win condition.
Very true. And there's over 30 seconds on the clock, though, just barely. 76% remaining for Chasmac. 80% for Stamina. A trade out of Juan Carlos and OG. So it's 2v2. Bobby's still alive, and Toast kept at a distance. Any damage Chasmac might have had kind of shut down now. And here comes Stamina pushing. It might be pushing him down.
Bobby takes that left lane. OG, final contributions of damage on the right side. That's it. STMN. Ooh, and the BM from OG. That's uncharacteristic. What's going on here? Hey. I'll tell you what. Some people, Toast in particular, like to be the heel, and you get a little disrespect from that.
Yup.
No push-ups this time, though. I think this was actually a pretty challenging match for STMN.
Absolutely. I mean, Chasmac fell short a lot of places, but you can see why they are so competitive and why these teams need to prepare for them very, very hard. This is, like I said, when they're on one of the stronger teams in the nation, in the region. And unfortunately for them and their fans, not really showing up in the win column, but certainly a team you can't take lightly. And you know, it's week 4 of the challenge split. Like, this is where you get a little spicy.
It's where you get a little spicy, especially when you get to play disqualifier, because that's precisely what this is.
Yep.
Chasmac Gaming, they're all out of chances. Strike out, they're not going to the land.
Unfortunately not. Chasmac Gaming will have to try again next time around. Stamina tripling Chasmac's kills out here in Heist.
What a beautiful stat there, I think, and honestly, I want to attribute a lot of that to Bobby personally, just because I think we saw him play so well. It was such a spectacle and honestly an amazing squad to watch.
Tough one here, 3-1.
That might be the most savage I've ever heard Ready B.
What's that?
Might be the most savage. You said you played the role of disqualifier, and now Chasmac won't be going. That might be the most savage you've ever been, Ready.
Look, you know, I try to keep it pretty friendly up here, but there is a lot of motivation, I think, behind the spin, the X on the ground. Yeah, that's an X in your checkbox. You're not going. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's just friendly competition, I think, sometimes.
Of course, and hey, you need to rile people up a little bit to kind of motivate them to do better in the next season. A little smack talk never hurt nobody, and that's a phenomenal performance from STMN, okay? They bounce back, and now they also match Tribe Gaming on our leaderboard 5-1, which means STMN will be the second team to claim a spot to San Diego. Now, you can see that also changes some things up here in the leaderboard. I don't really know exactly what it means, but that's what the breaks are for, right? We're going to send it to a break real quick. We're going to crunch some numbers and figure that all out for you guys. When we return, we'll do some highlights and analysis and hopefully have some more results for you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Now, I said we were going to crunch some numbers over the break. Well, we did, and it turns out the entire field is now set for our challenge finals in San Diego. It's kind of confusing how we got there, but I have the lowdown, okay? You're going to see that it is Tribe, STMN, West Coast, and Washed Team who will be the 4 that make their way through to DreamHack. And this is because even if West Coast loses later, they still end up with a 3-4 record. They own the tiebreaker over everyone else that is at that same record, so in any scenario, they're safe. If they win, they're 4-3, they tie Washed, and then it's still that same 4. So 1 win from STMN. STMN had all the power and nobody realized.
I mean, that's really what it was down. And honestly, this is a nice spread of teams.
Right?
We have Tribe and Stamina, who are kind of like tried and true. West Coast, who have always kind of been bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe a step further than bridesmaid, but still team that has been around but not doing it. And then the new guys coming down representing. Very, very cool. I'm excited for San Diego.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very fun. Now, the matches we have still could determine seeding for San Diego, so there's still some stuff to be ironed out, but we've got those 4 set, which is nice. Now, let's talk about the match that determined all of that, because I know you've got some stuff you want to break down.
Absolutely. Listen, I am the nerd when it comes to draft phase. It is so important to understand the power of the picks. So you heard me just burn this one to the ground. Byron is about sustain and keeping yourself alive, finding secondary opportunities, and that's just not what Knockout is about. So Byron off meta, I really don't care what the tier list of the meta says. How does he apply in the situation? And the answer is not very well. Stamina plays Daryl in an all-in composition. So if Stamina is able to execute what they want to, Toast isn't going to get to heal at all. Look at the damage Bobby does. There is no moment for Toast to find a heal. This actually doesn't even work out the way Stamina drew it up, and it still winds up being a bad Byron pick. Ultimately, this one winds up being an extended 2v2, but the point remains that Byron didn't get to do Byron. Now let's flip the card here and go to a situation where Byron did work. Gem grab. This is about keeping your gem carrier alive. Look at RBM taking a ton of damage, healed up. Another heal coming out from Toast. More damage, RBM still alive. No problem. Toast is able to keep his teammates alive right there, gets a kill himself, and all of a sudden, Byron is applicable. So very, very good stuff coming out from Chasmac. This is where the pick is powerful. Yes, there's a tier list. Yes, there's a meta. But more important, there's a situation for nearly every brawler. Byron, work when he can actually heal, not when he's not going to be able to find an applicable situation. So all about the niche picks for sure. I like to see them, but just play them when they're applicable. We've got an interview with Stamina and the boys. Glitter, standing by.
Thank you very much, F-Dot. That's right. We're back with OG for like the 4th or 5th time at this point. I don't even know anymore. Congratulations on making it to San Diego.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all pretty excited right now, so feels good to officially lock.
Right? And not only that, but your win unintentionally locked in everybody's positions at that point.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it did. So now you're set. It's Tribe, you, Washed, and West Coast.
Oh, West Coast won their game?
No, what happened is it doesn't matter what happens in their game because of the way that the records work out and then the tiebreakers work. So it doesn't matter if they win or lose, they're locked in regardless.
Okay. I mean, like, we had, like, 1 mission this week, and it's to bail West Coast out because they bailed us out, like, 5 times, even though they did knock us out last time. But, you know, shout out to, like, Alec, Chippo, Shine, and, yeah, it feels good to have their back once because they locked worlds for us, so...
That's actually hilarious. I love that you said that. Oh, also, I need to ask, because the boys saw it on the whiteboard, is that a picture of F-Dot? Okay, because that's what Reddy's decided it is.
A picture of F-Dot?
Yeah, with the glasses on the board.
Oh, no, Zara, he just gets, like, a little creative, so... in his free time, he doodles.
Honestly, I see a similarity there. I don't know about you, OG. That does kind of look like F-Dot.
The glasses, maybe. I think F-Dot's a bit cuter, though, you know?
I'll make sure that he hears that because that's going to make him feel real good about himself. Now,
yeah, I heard he was jealous last week. So Bobby
was.
also wanted to make sure that F. knows that he's cute. So
good man, Bobby. Good
he
man.
F. You're looking great today.
I love this. I love this. All right. Well, one serious question because otherwise we'll just stand here and talk all day. What does prep look like now that you're locked in for San Diego and getting ready for that?
I think, well, we have monthly finals first, so that's gonna be the main focus. But I think when you're like kind of training for one thing, you're doing the same maps over and over again. So just gonna collect data on all the teams and just start scheming kinda, and just play the game a lot. Probably too much, but yeah.
Also, there were no push-ups this time around.
No.
The boys were asking for them.
Yeah, we went to the gym, not yesterday, the day before that. So, Cash, down. Sorry, he's eating food. Yeah, we went to the gym, so we're a little sore, but we could do push-ups if you want. I don't know if Bobby doesn't want to do them.
I will accept the dog instead.
Oh, you want the dog? Okay.
Okay. We will always accept the puppers.
Handful, so give me like one. So.
He's right there. Look at him. We are fully off the rails, and I am here for it. Yes.
Good boy.
So beautiful. Okay. Well, thank you.
There's the dog.
I appreciate that you got up and got Cash. Absolutely adorable. Congratulations one more time. I mean, obviously you guys literally crushed the entire season, so I'm sure you're not surprised. But before I let you go, do you want to do any shout outs?
Just shout out to West Coast again. We got your back this time. And shout out to STMN, of course, and just everyone that supports us. And yeah, you guys for organizing and making sure everything runs properly. So yeah.
I think San Diego is going to be awesome. We will see you very soon. For now, go enjoy the win.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
All right. That was the most unhinged interview we've ever done, and I'm so okay with that because we're closing out the whole challenge season right now, so I'm on board with that. We got a dog. F. got his compliments that he was looking for. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, I showed up at a perfect time. You know, I get kind of lucky with all this. It's week 4, high stakes. And then we get that gem of an interview from OG. I'm all about the dog. I'm all about the push-ups. And I didn't realize Zara was such an artist.
Right!
We're tying up all the loose plot lines from the entire season, and it's all finally coming to a head.
Listen, they always tell me that we need to learn more about the players' personalities when we're in these interviews. Like you said, we've now learned about artistic ability. They're active now. We've got a whole fitness thing going on with the group. We're going to have so much stuff to talk about in San Diego. It's going to be fantastic. All right. But it's time to start talking about what we have coming up next. Because like I said, even though the 4 teams are now set for San Diego, our remaining matches will still determine the seeding, which is important because that could make or break some of their chances in that tournament. So we're actually going to straight to the West Coast versus Washed team match, okay? We're speeding ahead here. So this is going to be big.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic roster at that, too. I loved how OG pointed out that they've kind of had their backs. It's just a little bit of back and forth. You love the camaraderie, and ultimately, this is going to be a phenomenal match. This is a little taste of the future, if you will. Alec, Chepo, Moonshine, all familiar faces at this point. They're going to have another opportunity to show themselves at a LAN.
I'm very glad we're going to get to see them again because it's no secret, Alec 26, LAN Demon, and former STMN player, I must add as well. He's got that jersey on, too. I mean, the whole 9 yards. And yeah, it's exactly what you were saying, bailed out. To spell it out for anyone who's not clued in, sort of the situation is last year, STMN managed to qualify for Worlds in large part to West Coast taking down Vanguard Gaming and preventing Vanguard Gaming for qualifying. So, you know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. It's a great deal, and I can't wait to see West Coast play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. The story continues, and very well deserved, too. I mean, this is arguably one of the hardest seasons of any Brawl Stars ever. We're in an era in 2023 where there is no clear-cut winner. Even Stamina, even Tribe have been challenged during this season. Can't wait to see it all conclude for a very heavy-hitting final match.
Well, we'll get a good taste of it too, because like we have mentioned time and time again, West Coast are qualified, so this is a taste of the future potentially. We'll see some pretty nice highlights as well of West Coast playing versus other very stacked teams in the competition. Mystic Esports in particular came into this one looking very, very strong. We're not able to make it through. In their place, Wash Team now taking the stage. Now, Wash Team will not be able to go, or rather the opposite, right? They're headed there, but Betches, Frixie, Payne, Alianis, definitely a squad to be keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, very stacked roster, and they've worked really hard for this. I mean, you could hear it earlier, how much it means to them. You could see it in their expressions, just they want this so badly. I think adding a good touch of human element to this, right? I love how F-Dot says it best, but we cheer for the players, and I think they really put themselves to the test, showed it off, and again, I noted it earlier, but Patuches, oh my gosh, so darn good at this game.
Yeah, one of my favorite players to watch, hands down. I love seeing Wash Team play, and I can't wait to see them play versus West Coast. It's, like we said, a bit of a taste of the future, potentially.
All right, it's going to be a fantastic way to close out the day, but if you're wondering how we even got to this match, we did have a match scheduled before this one. Now, Mystic Esports has declined to play in that match, so things have sped up a little bit, which means we're ahead of schedule, and we want to give the players a little bit more time to get themselves set up for this next match. So we're going to send it to a short break so that they can get that done, and then when we return, we'll dive into all the action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We are live from Burbank, California, and we are about to close out our day, the final day of our challenge season here. We have already determined our 4 teams that will be making their way through to DreamHack San Diego, but we still have one more match that will determine our 3rd and 4th place seeding for that event. Now, before the break, we mentioned it, but Mystic Esports declined to play their last match of the season, so we've jumped ahead on the schedule, needed a quick break to give the players a little bit of time to get themselves situated, but they are now good and ready to go. And the match that I'm talking about, of course, that we're closing out the day, is going to be between West Coast and Wash Team, so let's look at their stats.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? You're going to see a lot of kills on that right-hand side versus West Coast, but West Coast are no stranger to the big stage. It's just now a recurring theme. We talked about it at top of show, but these guys, for whatever reason, love the action, love the little, a procrastination feature, if you will. They're the kinds of guys that turn in their homework last minute, but they got it done.
Precisely, and I think that's also owing to sort of the stat comparison as well, but hey, West Coast, team that I cannot wait to see. You see a lot of supers on their side too, 12.4 average per game. That's really entertaining, and I think that's owing to Shine preferring a certain few brawlers over others, particularly Stu.
I think, like I said, it's going to be a great last match of our day, but now that our teams are set, hopefully your minds are set on buying some tickets for DreamHack San Diego to come watch them all play against each other, because it's going to be an amazing challenge finals. !DHSan in chat for all of their information on how exactly to get yourself there to experience the really cool finals. Our discount code is always there if you need it. And it's time for the final poll of the day as well. You know how it works. If you're in Twitch chat, let us know in the poll down below in chat who you think is going to be winning this match. Will it be West Coast or will it be Washed Team? Because still determines the seeding, which is important for the tournament. So let's close this day out strong.
I mean, a pretty good one. We talked about it at the beginning of the show, but obviously this one meant a lot. STMN saved us some trouble in figuring out who made it there. But this is kind of a headliner match, a little warm-up, if you will, for what's to come immediately. We're hopping into Super Beach. I love this map. I think from a spectator standpoint, there's just so many different things that can go down, and that's really going to be reflected in our bans.
And it's what makes it so entertaining to watch, but it makes it a real pain to play, because this draft can go so many different directions, and it's why we see things like, wait, why are Barley and Dynamite banned? I'll tell you why. I mean, sure, you got indestructible walls, but already this was a map that was actually pretty decent for these brawlers if you select them as the last pick. Other selections from West Coast as far as bans, pretty consistent and pretty in line with what Wash teams specialize in.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, to see a Poco first pick. I think that's an interesting one, and gotta think that's going to be their mid-brawler here. I can't imagine it going any other way. Poco, a very solid brawler, but I might add, he's one of the brawlers that actually did receive a little bit of a nerf. Going from 4,000 HP to 3,700 may seem like not too much, but he's been a bulky boy for a while now, and I think bringing that down a little bit might make him a little more human.
Well, I mean, yeah, at his core, he is a human skeleton, I presume, but there's a little bit of humanity left. Still, though, expect to see this paired up with some tanks, probably. And this is where Washington, once again, specialize, but they don't have the last pick. West Coast, they have a perfect opportunity to react. They have that last pick at their disposal, if you couldn't already tell from Washington banning out Barley and Dynamite. But let's also note that Poco is going to be played without a B to counter, and B is probably the biggest Poco counter, so that is going to suck a little. Okay, but here's the Lu and here's the Spike. Two really, really good tank counters that can slow things down a lot, especially versus Poco. Keep in mind, also, Poco can't be accented by a Max because it's banned, and West Coast could go for a Crow if they want to diminish some of the healing value, but I would say probably not.
Yeah, this is a great response. I mean, like you addressed, there's Lu and Spike coming in. They're not beating around the bush at all. They're addressing the situation proactively rather than reacting to a pick from Wash team. This is a strategy that a lot of teams incorporate, especially with that second and third pick. You take a stance. You have to make 2 of 3 of your picks. So sometimes you just got to pick your spots, and I think this is a good overall one. Sandy, though, one of the couple brawlers that recently got buffed. Seen him a little bit in practice, but I'm a little surprised to see it on Super Beach in particular. But this is a classic Brawl Stars pick pick, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's going to take a whole lot more than like a little bitty buff to make him that much better. But I'm a little bit worried, especially because you are playing Sandy and a Spike. And I think the biggest thing for me is like, okay, so the only change that West Coast has to make in order to counter Sandy is run vision gear, and then his entire super is like out of the picture. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Otis always going to be consistent, can maybe take things down as far as totems. Here's a squeak as well. This one makes more sense to me as let's slow down the enemy team, let's hold a lane. Every single one of these brawlers from West Coast can lock down a lane. Lou is definitely harder to deal with, or to do that with in that department. So I'm excited to see how exactly it's played and executed by West Coast.
Yeah, my eyes are on the Lou for this one. I mean, that interaction between Lou and Poco is going to be really interesting. Lou, I always point it out, but it's not the easiest brawler to play. Anytime I catch myself playing some casual ladder with the boys, it's just not the simplest thing. His shots aren't necessarily straightforward, but NA has really started adopting to this brawler more and more frequently, and now the world is even playing it. Love seeing each region kind of give their own flair, and Alec going to be the one playing that brawler. If he can pop off here, gain himself some supers, it's going to go really well for West Coast, I think.
I think if anyone pops off, it would definitely be a great way to accelerate the game. We'll see Payne give it his best shot around the left side, trying to get really, really aggressive and getting punished accordingly for it. Here comes around the right side also Frixie, ameliorating some of those status effects. Betich is really taking a beating too, but Frixie also tries to pinch him in. Alec 26 struggling to get these shots fired just around the edge. It's hard to wall peek with that brawler. It's one of the main things hurting him right now. Frixie also has a heal to help Payne get aggressive. Big super in for Frixie. This could be it if he's able to make it through that gadget on the left side. An easy goal for Wash team to start us off.
Yeah, and I think even if things go south a little bit there, they kick it over to Payne, and something that I haven't been used to seeing for a little bit now is Sandy's gadget can literally put you to sleep. You don't move, and back in the good old days of Brawl Stars, you know, our 2021 era, you could just put people to sleep and walk it in. It's that simple, and they get that up to 3 times a game, but now all of a sudden it's offense for West Coast.
Very fitting brawler for a player that puts himself to sleep from time to time, but West Coast really do get the last laugh here. 1 goal for each side. Wash team have a super, though, at their disposal. Chepo is able to get a super just moments ago that he can use to lock down a lane. Note that he's running that mythic gear, so he's able to slow down Payne a lot. Here's the sleep, but Chepo, nope, not able to make it through. Not with the super from Frixie around that right side. Though Alec 26 is still slowing things down quite a bit. Super in. It's looking good for Wash team to score a goal.
Ooh, Chepo picking up a really crucial kill there, I think, too. That's going to be a takedown as well. It's just an Alex standing. Payne has the gadget popped. Here it is. Now the easy free goal. Batuches wide open. Great synergy, great teamwork, and good to see Sandy back in action.
Absolutely. And with Payne at the helm, I wouldn't have it any other way. Put him to sleep, pop your sleep gadget when you're finished, but not mid-match, okay? We know what happens sometimes, yeah, push-ups moment. But still, West Coast got the game faces on. Very, very fitting because they absolutely were contending that game for a victory. They can bring it back in the next game. We'll see how it pans out. So far, Frixie is applying a lot of pressure. He's able to peek these walls much more effectively than Alec 26, which is going to be a big thing hurting Alec on this mid-matchup.
Yeah, and Alex has been put in a few difficult situations in the mid. I mean, they've been really able to aggress from the get-go here in game number 2, and now a follow-up for Frixie. He picks up a kill. The ice rink going down in the field. Frixie, though, dealing with it quite well. Batuches may have an opportunity here. Shine immediately dropping the gadget. Doesn't want them approaching any further. Going to pocket this on the right-hand side. It's still a continued defensive effort for West Coast.
W or L for West Coast on that use of the gadget from Shine. Could have been an opportunity for Wash team to score a goal, and now Shine has 1 less gadget. Off of that, though, West Coast have launched themselves up the left side of the map, and now Chepo's got his eyes set on closing off the right side. Lots of slowing action. Payne's going to have to back up. Big moves from Frixie, though, and some freeze. 1, 2, freeze is taken down in the same go by Shine. And Betiches has to defend things, but he might not be able to. It's so open and free up the left side. Pass across the goal. And a goal here for West Coast.
Alex becoming a little too familiar with that right-hand corner.
Yeah.
They're going to have to watch out for that one. Incoming super from Shine. It's going to be a connection onto Batuches. He's going to be slowed down, looking for an opportunity. Connects to Frixie as well. The slowdown coming through the ice rink, back on the field, serving up some burgers. And a kick off to the right might slow down the inevitable, but looking like a clear goal here. Alec going forward. Kicks it a little preemptively, though. Might be a mistake as Payne puts him to sleep as well.
Oh, big moves here as well with the super in from Payne. And a lot of movement as he can sneak in these bushes, but he's aiming to move more up the mid matchup. Can pinch off Chepo on the left side, but he's tagged up, slapped up by Shine, completely slowed, and Alec 26 picks up the kill, as well as some momentum up the left side. Alec 26 has the ball at his disposal. He's not intent on scoring it, though. It's all about slowing down the pace of the game for these guys. 30 seconds left. Frixie's taking a beating around the right side. It's tough for Wash Team to make this happen. It is a mad dash for the back right corner.
All three brawlers for West Coast standing. Payne trying to do anything he can, but he's just simply outranged at this point. It's going to be tough to get to this ball and make it all the way across to the other side of the field. Batucha is doing his best, but a very large obstacle on that right-hand side for him.
10 seconds left, not a whole lot of movement from Washed Team as they try to make a collective effort to get that ball out of the corner, but Shine slowing it down. Alec 26, he's got the drip that'll make you slip. And Chepo matches the same energy with the super down. A lot of slowing action, and we see the set as well perpetuate 1-1 on the scoreline now.
You got to play really well here. These are two teams that have earned themselves a LAN, and West Coast, no strangers to that. They've been here before, and I think that experience can go a long way too. But Payne, of course, is going to be somebody that made things like World Finals last year, and now being teamed up with two players that were dangerously close to doing so. There's a lot of talent to go around on this field, and I think a big confidence booster if either can come away with this preemptively going into San Diego.
Well, that and seeding. There's still stuff on the line, not just fame and glory and momentum. Speaking of momentum, Chepo, he's really marching up the left side. We see Frixie forced back by the shots from Alec 26. He has a lot of zoning to use here with that super. There's the freeze. It's only on Frixie, though. Betiches also has all that freezing cleared with the use of protective tunes from Frixie. He's still going to go down on the left side. Payne trying to make an assault. Could receive a pass from Frixie. No, pass backwards into the back left corner, and it might be just far away enough for Wash Team to be able to defend this goal. We'll see if Betiches is able to shut down Alec 26. No, not shooting at Alec at all. Just shooting right around him, pointing at his silhouette. We're not throwing knives here, buddy. We're trying to defend a goal. But they do manage to come full circle and pass towards the left side.
Oh, man, I really thought West Coast were going to be able to walk that one in. You know, I got to give a lot of credit to Alec. For most of that, he was very slow and methodical about that. He didn't over-aggress, but at the end, the defense held strong. And unfortunately, when you get that aggressive, sometimes it leads to an excellent counter push. I think we're going to see an opportunity here for Wash Team as it's a kick over to Payne.
Oh, this could be the combo. Here's a shot with the slow and the freeze. Brilliant stuff. The brilliant combo from Sandy. Send Wash Team away with their first goal. A minute left on the clock for West Coast to respond. But we saw how West Coast are playing this. They're locking down control, and they're mostly playing defensively. They could generate some offensive momentum, especially if Chepo keeps on winning the lane like he has.
Payne going to be very dangerous here. Sandy with that gadget 3 times a game is just going to be able to dictate whether you score a goal, whether you defend a goal. But right now, it's West Coast cleaning up. Chepo super in hand. He's already flashing it. Payne taking some damage. Shine trying to hold the line. Alec giving his team as much control of this map as possible. Ultimately, just going to be dumping it up to this wall. I think this is going to be hard for them to reach, actually. Batucha's landing the necessary shots, just peeking in and out. Chepo even falling here. 3 brawlers still standing for Wash Team. And now Alec put in a corner, covers the ball. But I feel like an opportunity lost there, to say the least.
Panic from West Coast. It was absolutely a loss of communication as both players threw their supers in the exact same spot. And then we saw Alec 26 sort of panic, throw down that super to try and defend himself. Wash Team could be walking away with a win off of this. There's not enough time for West Coast to bring it back. The Sandy Heart, the Poco Heart, a Maturino pin, and a spin to match. Woo. Wash Team, they're walking out of set number 1 with a victory.
Yeah, Wash Team not afraid to throw in a little touchdown dance. Yeah. I know this isn't the football of America, at least, but, you know, I guess the same difference. Honestly, great performance, very close call. I think a lot of back and forth, and especially with that missed opportunity there, I feel like a few times for West Coast. I mean, it goes for both teams, but I think both those guys are going to look back, both teams are going to look back at the footage and kind of realize that may have been some lost opportunities in that shuffle. I think if West Coast, you know, kind of get the jitters out of the way, it's set 1. This one means a lot for seeding, obviously. You know, the better they can do here, the more they set themselves up in San Diego.
I'll take what you said one step further and state that I think they absolutely recognize the mistakes as they happen or immediately after they happen. And I think we start to see the momentum slow down in things like a panic super from Alec, and also we saw a loss of team communication, 2 players throwing their zoning supers on the same side of the goal. I think it very likely would have been a goal had they been on opposite sides of that goal, and then they would have been able to slot it in from there. Pretty straightforward stuff. And you see we see the comms slow down once momentum grinds to a halt. It looked way better for West Coast. I mean, let's be fair.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, I'm a little shocked. I mean, it really looks like West Coast could have won that one. You see a lot of healing coming in for Wash team, so I guess they kind of like held that positioning, if you will. If I hadn't seen anything from this set and was just looking at these numbers, I'd be pretty torn about who won. I think that story was reflected in our set too. You know, we are pointing out a couple errors on West Coast sins that we think happened, but ultimately it was super close. No team made a huge blunder. It was just some good old-fashioned Brawl Stars and a 2-1 set, a really exciting one for that, and kind of setting the stage, I think, for what will be a very close one moving forward.
Real scrappy from both teams and has me excited as well. We'll see how precisely it pans out. Player cams, looks like everyone's just about neutral, keeping their head in the game too as we progress into set number 2 very, very soon here. I am curious to see what sort of strategies manifest. We didn't see anything too out of the box. We did see a strategy of, okay, yeah, let's like all play tank counters and now you can't run a tank. It seemed to impact Wash team quite a bit, so maybe some potential there as far as analysis.
Bell's Rock going to be our next one. Little knockout. Ooh, a double. It's really rare that you see this in Brawl Stars, but mirror bans, you know, on average, you'll get 5 to 6. I mean, they're pro players, and there's so many brawlers in the game now, really just showcasing how many different you have to utilize. And I'm just so shocked. I mean, this is really rare. I genuinely, in all of our times casting together already, I'm not sure I've seen more than maybe one of these instances.
Same. I mean, look, it's just a group of thrower haters, but Dynamite's still on the table. Here comes the Gene, so I guess any ideas of Dynamite are completely out the window. Now, should there have been any formulating in the back end? That said, Gene, once again, very consistent brawler. Can't really complain about him appearing on Bell's Rock, and throwers are such a pain here, especially with the new indestructible walls. However, still keeps opportunities open for some other brawlers that are great for control. Rico is one that I love to see here. Versus Gene, could be a bit more out of the box. Let's also keep in mind brawlers that appear in the later stages of the draft, like Fang probably is the last pick.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. You know, a general narrative that we've had, and especially when, you know, kind of doing a scouting report of my own on some of these practices, chatting with some pro players, you know, even unorthodox throwers, Barley, Dynamite have been showing up a lot lately. But, you know, you see the Gene, the pull obviously can still get through those walls. Not the easiest matchup, but assuming that the walls do stay up, that's where throwers shine the most, which goes to reason why they've been doing so well in general. Max and B, 2 very traditional brawlers, 2 solid ones. I really can't nitpick at anything there.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, B is going to be stronger with the walls broken down, but even then, she's just fine as a sharpshooter in her own right. Max, on the other hand, is definitely going to need some assistance because holding lane on her own versus a brawler that outranges her is going to be quite difficult. She will provide a lot of mobility for B. Here comes a Gus, and into a Max. It's not my favorite, so I think Wash team have something that they're going to accent this with in particular. Max always has potential for moving into these sort of weak in close range brawlers, you know, in big quotation marks, brawlers. Piper is another one of those too, so they got to do something, I think, to slow down this Max or do something to prevent whatever is paired up with it.
Yeah, I go back and forth on Gus. I still think he's really strong at a professional level. It's somebody for casuals like myself that it's not the easiest thing to play in the world. He's a lot of utility. He's kind of a pea shooter in the damage front. Like, he's not really meant to be this just aggressive sharpshooter killer. It's just not who he is. Brock, on the other hand, quite the opposite. He is meant to deal out some heavy damage. He can take that rocket, fire it right at the opponent, and maybe even try and break down some walls here. I'll be curious to see how this interaction goes down. I think a pretty well-rounded team from Washed team overall. However, you know, there are kind of some lightweights in the HP category that Gus Shield could help them out. Now Piper adding some extra additions too. This is really feeling like both sides are going to be playing very far apart from each other.
I completely agree. I'm really more than anything scratching my head wondering, okay, so where does the Max come in? Because like the Piper absolutely makes sense, you know, take the lane solo, B, much of the same, but Gene into Max I think is going to favor Gene quite a bit in the early game, like pre-super from Max. So it has me scratching my head, has me asking some questions. I want to see how it's played because if you can be slimy on the Max, you know, you can pull out some Czar Max mid action, then power to you. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, it's not the easiest brawler to play. I think a lot of times, you know, we throw out the word counter, and I was chatting with FDOT about this earlier, but really, Max is only going to work if you're a great player. And Chepo, of course, somebody that's proven himself over time to be so good. And obviously, Max going to have to kind of play it a little passive at the beginning, right? Got to charge that super. But once she has that energy drink in hand, throws that monster on the ground, and gives it power up for the teammates, it's going to work really well for him.
Well, already, monstrous aggression from West Coast. We'll see bit of a gadget to the backside. Frixie is not running the wall break. Definitely makes sense when you're facing a B. Here comes some aggression as well around the right side. Destruction as Pain shuts down one lane to the left, one to the right. And Frixie now just has to win this versus Alec26. If they're able to deny him a super, that means massive value for Gene. Here comes one more shot from Alec26. Final shot needs to connect without feeding a super to Alec. Could come in just a moment here, but Alec26 is pretty slimy. There's his super. He's just fine. Yeah, a little crying pin there. And Frixie and Pain, they're trying to farm up their own supers as well, which they weren't able to do. Brilliant stuff from Alec26.
Yeah, looking like a little bit of a Wi-Fi error for one of our players, but no biggie. I think overall, it just, Alec was in a pretty tough situation there. 1v2, and especially a new interaction we have to keep in mind as well. This little L-shaped wall, if they're playing on that side, Piper really has to work with the open map, and if she can't do that, especially in a 2v1, I mean, what's she gonna do?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, big pull on the left side. He tried to block it with the Honey Molasses. Double takedown on the left side. Alec26, he's trying to be a hero. No takedown to Betachiz. He's just in close range versus Pain. It's easy for Wash Team to close this one out. That's a game victory already up on the board for Washed Team. That was lightning fast. Okay, I will go back on what I said about Max. She's good.
I mean, it worked out, you know, it's solid. It's just, that was really unusual. I feel like a lot of the times, especially when it's sharpshooters like this, everybody's kind of waiting to get those supers. It's a lot of just being patient, not making mistakes. But one thing I'll point out, Wash Team, we're not afraid to try something, to get aggressive, to take advantage of those pools. That's some confidence that gained over time. And I think somebody like Batuchas, I've been a fan of him all night. An insane player, hoping that these guys change their name from Wash Team. I hate saying it every time because they're just so darn good at this game. And they really showcased it there in that previous round.
Wash Team, it's time to unwash too, as they're qualified in everything. It's all about these points in the seeding. West Coast still taking a beating. And Wash Team sort of trying to react. Chepo take it down with the splash damage, and Shine falls in quick succession. Alec26 seems to be, as usual, the last man standing.
Yeah, and I got a little nervous there for Frixie, to be honest with you. I think a bit of an unnecessary gadget, but it's hard to be nitpicky when you're kind of cleaning house there, right? You get a little excited, want to make sure you secure that kill. He wasn't playing any games with that. There's the monstrous pull as well. Batuchas in that super button. It's simply not missing tonight. Alec, though, making up for the lost ties on that left-hand side, ends up picking up a kill. Now it's a 2v2. They're pinching Shine, though. There's a takedown, though. Somehow Shine clutches it up. It's going to be a 1v1 between Alec and Frixie.
I'm definitely giving the advantage to Frixie here because he has splash damage. Look, he's able to splash him off of the wall. And Alec26 does way less damage at close range, but he's still going to try and make it work. 1-2 shots to the face. And Wash Team close out this race. Set going their way. And a confident one at that. I will say, I did enjoy watching Alec26 there, but unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it all night, but Batuchas has the golden touch, man. Whatever reason, when he clicks that yellow, large, circular button on the screen, it hits shots, he gets kills. And you just got to see it shine there again. It's incredible. I think it's a team that, again, has been on the rise. I think for a lot of people coming into this season, of course, you know, we've had the whole split with BSC, the East and West type thing. But ESL is something special because we get to see all these teams come together and play a little bit of everyone. And I've just been so impressed with these guys, the composure they have, and really showing that they're no longer new kids around the block. All of these guys are veterans at that point. And I think especially for Batuchas, of course, I've shouted him out a lot, but obviously Frixie had some insane plays in there too. Brock doing what he needed to do. Poor Alec, I feel like, was just in so many 1v2, v3 scenarios and just had to try and play hero, but kudos to Wash Team. They simply just played an amazing set there.
I mean, you talk composure, definitely talking Wash Team here because West Coast, they seem to have let it slip just a little bit. And I think it started in set number 1 where there were some plays that were a little bit nervous, a little bit panicky. And I anticipate that the team communication is shutting down a little bit. Alec26, though, appears to be just fine, but maybe it's just because he's not playing as aggressive, so he's not at the forefront of the battle. You have to be coordinated as a team to make a coordinated push, right? Wash Team, they've definitely done that with the selection of Max. We were already getting the beginnings of that, and then combining forces once that speed is popped to make full use of them closing around the other 2 lanes to get a double kill in quick succession.
Yeah, I mean, for a little insight, too, that the team behind the scenes has provided us, you know, we saw that West Coast had a ton of supers that they use. I really do think they're a more aggressive team. They're a little bit on that loose cannon side, right? The go big or go home, and sometimes you're just going home in those situations. You know, it's still not over yet. It's only 2 sets. These guys have reverse swept before, I might point out. You know, in times of need, they've certainly gotten it, but going against Wash Team, not an easy one here going to the hot zone.
Oh, man, and you can tell on the players' expressions as well. Wash Team, they're all smiles, and joking around. West, not that at all. In fact, yeah, we go back to Wash team. These guys seem to be having a fun time, but it's not done yet. You still got to finish strong. It's the last match of the challenge season, and it's the last match before we're certain on how exactly things are seeded. And West Coast, they're not going to be sitting this one out. I'm excited to see how things pan out as we move into set number 3. Open Zone is the map, and it's much of the same in the department of long-range brawlers. And I think we could see some aggression potential here with the brawlers selected as far as the bans. I think that definitely permits some more aggressive play.
Yeah, and clearly B and Crow as they're banned on both sides are something that neither team is willing to deal with. I love Meg on Hot Zone in general. You know, we're even seeing a little bit of a flare of Meg on some other maps, you know, before at least the unbreakable walls came in the game. We were actually seeing a pretty decent player rate on things like Bridge Too Far. I'm not sure I'm willing to go that far with it yet. Had some good chats with pro players about really what Meg's role is, and it's just when you can have the robot in play, a lot of aggression, a big swing that deals 3,000 some odd plus damage, you know, it's a monstrous amount regardless. But Monster Truck Meg, I mean, she's a force to be reckoned with. Makes complete sense that they get rid of it.
No doubt. And here comes the first selection from Wash team. They do have that penny. Keep in mind that now Open Zone, one of those characteristic walls, as open as it is, right? There are a couple walls of note, and they're indestructible now. And they didn't become like made destructible with the last selection. Here's the Amber. I mean, this is Open Zone bread and butter. Open up some of the bushes that enable you quick entry into mid. You get rid of the value, a lot of the value of speed gear also makes it really difficult to survive in that area. Definitely one that I agree with. West Coast have one more selection. There's a Stew. Yep, we talked about it.
I mean, Stew brings so much utility, right? Amber, a very safe choice as well. You kind of just click the button, it aims for you a little bit. I mean, it's not as free as I'm making it out to be, but in terms of riskiness that you acquire, it's not too bad at all. I mean, I think it's easy to just stand there, click the button, keep them away, stay aggressive, just keep your distance. Stew, of course, with the speed zone, gonna be a great utility.
Well, now let's see. Wash team, they go with the max this time. I absolutely agree with this. When we're talking about Amber, Amber gets countered really, really hard by the speed because she doesn't really have much in close range that she can use to defend herself with, but she'll still be able to beam people down at like mid-range and even offer some value at long range. Wash team have one more selection. Gotta get some good value alongside the max. There are a few brawlers that come to mind. Jane, for whatever reason, comes to mind for me, but it's definitely not gonna be played here. There's the Pam. I'm loving it, actually.
Yeah, I think Pam's an excellent choice, and somebody I've really seen rise in play rate a good bit in practices and now even in things like match days. I mean, players are bringing it to the table. It's one thing to scrim it, to give it the old test run, you know, but Pam is being put in practice, and I think this is a really good pick, especially with these indestructible walls and how tanky this meta is right now. It makes sense that Pam makes a little bit of a resurgence here, but Colette, the exact opposite, going to be one that really just little distance on her, of course, not a sharpshooter per se, but going to be able to eliminate those high HP brawlers like Pam really quickly.
But before I get into the Colette, I want to point out that Wash team has played the Pam here before, and they didn't win that set. So take it all with a grain of salt. Keep in mind they were playing versus a very cracked team. I believe it was STMN. It might have been Tribe, but is one of the best teams in the competition, definitely top 2. That said, it could just be a result of playing versus a really strong team, but they're partial to this brawler. Let's talk Colette now. Colette counters Pam. Colette counters Penny in the department of you're able to very quickly dispose of that turret, but it's not like you can break walls or anything, so when things are placed behind the indestructible walls, you might be able to use a super to get in and out quickly and one-shot that turret. We'll see how Wash team execute as they are trying to push up the right lane. Chepo, he's already ready to burn things down. Pops that gadget to get a super for free. Doesn't want to venture too far. Wow, he's just trickling down the health from Betiches and answers on the left and mid lanes. West Coast own this mid.
Yeah, West Coast, 3 straight kills there. Excellent work to kick off the game. They immediately take down that healing station. That's such a valuable asset for them to just eliminate right off the bat. Frixie, Payne, Batuches are going to have to reclaim this mid in a hot zone especially. Once you're kind of spawn trapped, it's very difficult to overcome that.
Well, Wash team are trying to push out of the spawn trap. They're having a bit of success so far. Frixie with the takedown. Chepo also getting backed up in a huge way. Almost an elimination with Payne using his super. Shine on the right side trying to kite Payne. Keep in mind, Shine on that Stew, really strong counter to any kind of tanks, and Payne's certainly feeling the heat, especially from Alec26 as well. West Coast managed to reclaim mid. They might be able to dispose the turret too. Betiches and company still hanging on the back lines where it seems to be relatively safe. Chepo now with the takedown and a little burn of the turrets too. Not a great time for Payne to pop down his. And West Coast retain the control of mid.
I love watching Shine play the Stu. I mean, he's a very aggressive player at heart, I feel like, and this is obviously one of his most iconic. It's one of the most notable, I think, from him. Good super coming in there, too. Shine just continuing to skate across the map. Alec with a pickup, a low HP. Pain goes down 90% and climbing. West Coast looking to strike back here.
Absolutely, they've completely done a 180 on this momentum, and Washed team are feeling the heat, and it's certainly coming from Chepo's side, right? They got flames in the face. It's hurting. They decided to go with the Pam, and I think really that West Coast were prepared for it already because they had brawlers that were able to deal well with Pam. Wash team went for it anyway. West Coast continued to pummel down that punishment with the selection of Colette. I think that Wash team tried to play something that they know is really strong here now that the indestructible walls are in play, but they thought it was going to be worth more than it really is, especially into the counters.
Yeah, at the beginning of this game, both teams trying to establish things. And one thing of note for Wash team is they need to maybe slow it down a little bit. Don't over-aggress. But Chepo taking the first step. That's one pickup there. Batucha's taking on 3 brawlers. Can't do so. 3v1 situation and Pain being rushed away. Frixie just trying to make a little bit of a step forward. But Alec connecting the super and a gadget at that too. Shine just continuing to cycle these supers. And once again, we're going to see that scoreboard elevate. They're nearly at 40%.
Shine's gliding right now. He's keeping his distance. He's making sure to line up those supers. He has one already. Frixie's trying to predict his movement a little bit, and he's able to trickle him down quite a bit and shove things off the point. Wash team finally have an opportunity to move in here. Frixie especially trying to close in around the right side. Alec 26 sneaking up the left. Might get a surprise attack on a bet to Chiz to start closing things in once again. 1, 2, 3 shots. He has a super at the ready. Easy, free takedown of the turret. It's a one-shot when you have that super active. We'll see once again the turret pop down, but it's free for Alec to dispose of, and he gets to use some of his main attacks to get rid of as well. Pain falls on the right side, and West Coast have regained mid-control.
Traditionally, that Scrap Sucker gadget is going to be a great way to address Chepo and Amber, but in that case, Chepo had enough HP to deal with it. Now approaching 75%. This is getting close to the point of no return if they aren't careful here, but West Coast really just not wavering despite a really aggressive play here. And now another connected super from Alec. Wash team, though, starting to clean house a little bit. All low HP, everybody throwing the turrets down. This is a real opportunity for them to come back here.
They still have to be careful, though. Alec 26 has his super at the ready. Could go for Pain, could go for Frixie, could go for both. Frixie need this super really, really badly. Here comes the zoning, and they manage to sidestep, juke out the super, and he has that shield up, but it's short-lived. He's going down. Shine now having to back away from the point. West Coast just 11% away, but Wash team that much closer as they now cross the 89% threshold. Alec 26 needs to be a hero, but it might be too little too late. Big super coming in. No super either. Chained by Alec 26, and it's a West Coast L, surprisingly. Wash team, they're going to match point.
Wow, I mean, a fantastic start. It looked a lot like game number 1, but no. Wash team hold a stance, and they do exactly what they need to do. In game number 1, they were overwhelmed at the beginning. They have that team wipe, and honestly, they're pretty darn close to facing again. This time, though, they're able to overcome that adversity. It just goes to show that in a hot zone, if you can finally reclaim that mid area, force your opponents away, ultimately, all that matters is who spends the most time in the middle. It's not about kills all the time. That helps, but you got to play the objective.
Precisely. I mean, look, it's the paradox of Brawl Stars because we love to talk about kills, damage, healing, but how about the objective? How about playing the objective? If it's not bounty, then kills and damage don't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. West Coast, they're just putting their bodies inside of this hot zone, but Alec 26 kind of gets bodied on the right side. Pain takes him down, and Chepo keeps on firing the flames on the left side. Shine dashing back and forth, trying to get away from Frixie. But the passive healing from that turret is a lot for West Coast to contend with. Alec 26 as well, making some Hail Mary plays, trying to get a takedown into Wash team, but they refuse to leave this area, but they also kind of refuse to step on the point. West Coast, they still boast a huge advantage in terms of percentage.
That's a lot of time that Wash team weren't able to just put their foot down. I felt like despite juggling, 3v2, 2v1 situations in favor of Wash team, West Coast able to do a great job, and now we're seeing them persevere as well. 65%, despite all of Wash team's effort, it's still West Coast shining.
Well, Shine, you talked about him, or maybe mentioned him in passing in an adjacent way on the back lines, gets taken down, and now it's Frixie and Betich's time to shine. Chepo and Alec 26 around the left and right try to pinch things in. They could have some 1v1 opportunities. Betich's in particular could get taken down. Alec 26 only needs a couple shots to fire him down. Chepo also bodied at mid. Shine forced away with a kill. Now at 26, manages to get one kill around the right side. Gotcha Gadget popped. It's his last one of the game. Once again, sidestepped in advance of the super, but he's still able to stay alive. Taken down, Frixie falls. West Coast trickle in. It's gotta be a win, and they'll push things into the next set.
All right. The dream, staying alive a little longer. I'm putting everyone on alert. West Coast taking a set means a lot. We've seen these guys be in the spot before. They're no strangers to making miracles happen. And as a fan of Brawl Stars, I'll say it. Wouldn't be upset if it took us to a set 5. They've still got, you know, one set at a time. But again, we were talking about it before. There's a lot of fun being had on the other side. They're also just very animated and joyful people, I feel like, on the cam. But West Coast, all business. They know they can do this. They know they've been here before, and they want to end this year with a bang. They want to go to San Diego with confidence. You can obviously tell this means a lot. They really had to fight for that one.
Yeah, well, okay, but also what you're saying is, like, the upset would not be too upsetting is the deal. So I'm absolutely there with you. It would not be too upsetting for me either. They pulled out the hat trick more than once. In fact, let's recall that they managed to qualify for the last LAN by doing the same thing to STMN. They managed to reverse sweep STMN, and keep in mind that involves going to a match point for the opposing side. Precisely what we saw for Wash Team. Is it time for the West Coast trend to remain true? Well, so far they're looking quite good on the stats, though I think a lot of it is owed to having the better comp.
Yeah, it's really interesting to kind of see both of those play out. I mean, when we look at the stats, too, on paper, assuming we saw no match being played, again, I would have said this is awfully close. And even though West Coast only favors by 3 kills, again, that's not the full story, especially on Hot Zone. You got to see how long they've put their feet in the middle of the zone. I felt like they did a great job of kind of balancing when to be aggressive, when to send people back. But instead, they simply just do a great job at that. I think overall, they were able to just do so much with just 1 to 2 brawlers on that hot zone.
Practically. I mean, look, play the objective. It's the name of the game, but we will be moving into some different modes potentially, especially if we go into bounty. Yeah, okay, then it's all about kills. But for now, it's not, right? We've gotten through some epic sets so far. I'm ready to get into the action of the next set. Yep, there's the bounty. It's Layer Cake. Throw out everything you know about playing the objective. It's kills time, dude. But we got some bans that we're waiting for. There are the bans coming in. West Coast, they get rid of a thrower. There's the tick ban, as well as Penny and Jean. Wash Team now with the Ash, Sam, and Janet bans. It's hard to tell, really, who has the last pick here, but I'm placing my bets on Wash Team. Nope.
Interesting. It happens to the best of us. I mean, honestly, when you see both those bans come through, really hard to tell. There's no clear tell of which side they could have gone with. So Mac's going to be a safe first pick too. I really don't know what direction this is going to go. With the indestructible walls, Layer Cake is kind of a little bit of newness to it, right? We see the tick being banned, but Grom, Sprout, any of these throwers could be very viable too. But also you see Sam and Ash being banned. That's because tanks can shine as well.
They totally can, and especially if they're flanked by a Max, which is, I think, exactly what Wash Team planned to go for. And this is when it's time to, like, pick up a Daryl on the side of West Coast, I think. With the selection of Carl, I think you're still going to have quite a bit of trouble versus Daryl, unless you're, like, running the star power that makes you swing your pickaxe a little bit faster. That's power throw. West Coast still have the opportunity to pick up the Brawler as a reaction. And Wash Team also can take the opportunity to completely punish it. West Coast, they're going to play reactionary. There's the Otis selection. Can silence Daryl if he rolls in. I keep on mentioning Daryl because I think this is precisely what Wash Team want to go for here with the Max at their side. They can still go for it. I mean, it didn't stop them from playing Pam.
Yeah, first thing that went on my mind was Surge for Wash Team, especially when I see the Carl come up, and now we've got kind of this tank-ish counter, right? He's got the mute button on him. That's going to be our silent seabed friend, Mr. Otis. I think it's just really difficult. He's kind of a jack of all trades and something we talk about a lot with his kit. I think Surge is somebody that shows up a decent bit here, and my mind's also thinking forward a little bit too. If they want to go with a thrower, Surge is a perfect way to address Carl. Historically, he's been a great counter. And if they want to go with a thrower, he does really well in the squishy brawlers too. That doesn't mean they have to pick it. They're going to go with Poco, of course. Maybe leaning towards that tankier pick, like you said, somebody like Daryl or, you know, their tank of choice. But I think a lot of different directions they can go and plenty of right answers, if you will.
Yeah, another one that comes to me, to mind for me is Buzz. I think Wash Team in particular are going to try and accent Pain here, since Pain is very good at tanks. See what the selection is. Yep, there's a Daryl. And oh, okay, you know what? I'll give myself a moment to pat myself on the back. I feel like a Galaxy brain here because just off of the Carl pick, or just off the Max pick, I'm like, okay, Daryl moment. And then the Carl appears, I'm like, definitely Daryl. And yeah, the double-barreled Daryl menace is coming out on their side. West Coast have a form of reaction. They already have that Otis. What will they go for now? Because if they decide to pick up, say, a thrower here like Sprout, they might be able to slow things down a little bit, but they won't be very resistant if things get up in their face with the max speed. Ems, it's cool. I think that they were kind of drafted into a corner here, so there weren't a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, I was still kind of thinking about Surge a little bit, to be honest with you. At that point, I think it's really risky to go with a thrower. You see the aggressive Daryl. Of course, he's going to be able to close the gap with his super, and he passively charges that too, which I think is a huge deal for somebody like him. He doesn't have to just throw away a couple stars to get his super. He can just kind of wait on it, slow down at the beginning, and then strike when he needs to. I think pretty solid, but like you said, Ims as a last pick isn't the most flashy thing in the world. Yeah, it's a tank counter, but I don't think necessarily that Ims is always the easiest of the quote-unquote tank counters because Daryl can just, again, roll onto you and get close in your face.
To me, it just screams like, huh? Like, what do we really do here? Let's play a tank counter. Let's do something. We'll see how it works reactionarily. Betch on the left side is trying to punish Chepo really heavily, but he still gets taken down. Payne's able to react with a kill of his own. The West Coast still retain the lead. Alec26 chasing down Payne on the right side. He ends up falling, but Betch has the speed. And if Poco's able to get a super in here, Wash Team can absolutely play aggro. They got to be careful, though. Shine's able to slow things down as he has a super, sort of revealing his position around mid. Chepo also could be close to his super. Here comes the speed. Payne taking a lot of damage on his entry, but his main mission is to get over to Alec26, trying to clear some of the status effects. Frixie going to also pop that super in. Sort of a push fallen flat for Wash Team, but if they maintain the aggression, they might be able to make something happen. Payne takes things down on the right side. Another one on the left, but Alec26 is able to fire back once again, and it's 15-5, dude.
Yeah, Chepo staying alive there is a really big deal. I like the choice from Watch Team, though. They play it slow and passively, and then Batusha just all of a sudden wakes up, picks up 5, and we've got a little bit more of a game on our hands, and now they're doing what I was about to say. They're staying as a team. They're working as a unit. The comms are clearly there, and Payne holding on to this Daryl roll, waiting for the right moment here. Fat Splatter going down, too, and it's West Coast playing on their back foot.
Payne, well, and you say back foot, definitely score line-wise, but they have to keep their foot forward. They have to play aggro because West Coast, they're not going to be playing aggro, right? They got nothing to lose. They're already 5 stars in the lead, and they can afford to lose a couple of brawlers as we're encroaching on that 20-second mark, which is usually when Wash Team would blow the whistle and say, yeah, it's go time, but they don't have the supers to match. Frixie needs a super, so does Bettiches. No speed, no heals, makes Payne a very, very sad Daryl, but he has a super in hand. He might be able to do something. Take down onto Frixie. That's the push killer right there. We'll see Payne try and push in, especially, nope, no speed even. Bettiches with the Hail Mary play. It's not enough. And West Coast are pushing us to yet another game.
I'm starting to get a little butterflies ready. It's getting dangerous out here for Wash Team. They're a fantastic roster, but it can happen to anybody. They got to wake up here against West Coast, try and force themselves at least another match point. I think they have the opportunity. They still got it in them, but honestly, from top to bottom, West Coast played a really solid game there. Definitely an opportunity to do it again in game number 2.
Let's see how they make it work. Alec26, immediate aggression. He gets that blue star for free. One of the primary values of having Carl on your roster is taking on Betches on the left side. Payne, big damage taken, only 25 health to his name, and it's an Alec26 kill, perhaps. There it is. But he's not punished either is the other thing, and he gets to play aggro. West Coast, they get to sit pretty far up, but they can't sit too far up. Otherwise, they will be punished, as we mentioned, by Payne, particularly if Payne is able to roll onto Alec26. Alec's a dead man. He circles over to that right side for a more optimal matchup.
Yeah, now, like you said earlier, West Coast, they have control. Pacing matters in this mode. You don't have to over-aggress. You don't have to be the one that have to force mistakes or get risky with it. Alec now getting aggressive as Payne does as well. Shine able to keep the distance, but a little bit of a cleanup there from Wash Team. 451 HP keeps Payne alive, and they just simply walk it away. Alec, though, trying to do something about it. Payne rolling in, trying to pick up another kill. Can't quite do so. It's going to be Shine and the boys keeping a lead here now 11-5.
Let's see, Wash Team trying to push in around the right side. Payne needs a super. Chepo has one at the ready should Payne decide to roll in. West Coast are at a serious advantage in terms of lane matchups, and especially in terms of scoreline. Betch just not able to dash forward. He does have one gadget left. Still trying to farm up his next super around that left side. Pain also contested by Chepo. There's Fat Splatter to keep Brixie at bay. Little tricky roll. Pain's able to get a kill off of it. Whoa! The big brain action, but Shine's ready with the Caustic Charisma to match as a reaction. Shine still possesses the advantage. If he gets taken down, it is bad news. We'll probably see Pain try and roll onto him. We'll see if it works out. 15 seconds left, countdown active. It's drive time.
Yeah, and it's going to be a difficult one in that, too. 21-12. Have to make a major comeback here. 5 stars is all they need. Shine gets a pickup, though. It's getting dangerous. They're trying to move on to another set. And with 3 seconds to go, it's not washed, but it's over for this one. We're going on to set number 5. Should we even be surprised? West Coast, yet again, making magic happen.
I call him a washed cause at this point because West Coast are definitely taking him out. Good stuff. Yeah, they're not all smiles anymore. They were pretty close to taking a whole match, and now it's starting to slip through their fingers like some soapy water. I don't know. I'm trying to draw some parallels here, man. I'm really grasping for whatever I can. That said, though, I would say probably the same parallel for Wash Team because now West Coast is doing West Coast things. Yeah, this is precisely it. West Coast reverse swept STMN, and now they're about to make that not just history, but a recurring theme, sort of a legend in the SPS scene.
Yeah, I mean, if they do it a second time, it's no longer a legend. It's their identity. It's who they are. And I think they're really securing themselves that quote-unquote legacy reverse sweeping stamina last time. And now this is for all the marbles. Once again, look, they've already made it to San Diego, but they're competitors at heart. They want to win this. They want to go in with confidence, and they want to do so with a bang. They want to prove that they are worthy of taking home San Diego, not just here. They've got a long ways to go. It's still another set. They're going to have to do it one more time, but just love those moments. I mean, just a good flashback.
Man, I mean, similar to a West Coast Tide, right? They recede, but then High Tide is sure to respond thereafter. And yeah, this is precisely it. The tide's rising, and Wash Team are just trying to stay afloat. They got one more set to make it happen. It's on to Jim Grab with a 2-2 scoreline. Just one game pushes us to a match point for either team. Where are you placing your bets, Kenny?
Before this, I predicted Wash Team. All right, but I'm not confident. I'm gonna hold, I guess. I don't want to, but I don't want to switch either and regret it. So I'm just kind of putting a corner here of I'm just gonna hold. But no matter what happens here, it's been an incredible day. It's been an incredible finals to kind of see what happens here, and I'm just proving that these two teams are worthy of moving forward to San Diego, and I can't wait to watch them there.
Okay, well, you know what? Contrary to your opinion, I'll play devil's advocate, okay? And by devil's, yeah, I think I'm an advocate for West Coast in this situation because I am all aboard the hype train for West Coast to become a legend in the Snapdragon Pro Series, doing it in Season 1 and coming very close to doing it in Season 2. Let's see how likely it is as we break down the draft. Bans already coming through.
B, Janet, Max. And of course, on the other side, we get an Amber, Jean, and Penny. I mean, just safe. Nobody is taking chances here. You can feel how intense this is. You can see it on the player cams. No smiles, all business. First pick overall going to be Crow. I can't really complain. I think a very solid option on this map.
I mean, one of the classic brawlers here on Broom Broom. I mean, double swoosh, but one and the same, right? A little nod to the Spanish-speaking community here, but still, Crow, one of my favorite brawlers here, and without Amber as one of those brawlers on the scene, definitely agree. You're able to get good visibility in the bushes. You know who else is good? That is Spike, actually, and is also able to be fairly resistant versus tanks that can pop up from time to time, especially if we're looking at the left lane from our perspective. That's your entry point into the enemy side. So who plays what lane? That's up for them to decide. Really, you can play it either way. Here's a bow from Wash Team, and this is very consistent mid. I definitely like it.
Yeah, again, just not taking too many risks. I like this Spike pick a lot, too. You noted how it can be really solid in the tanks as well, but honestly, every time I see Crow get picked, immediately my brain thinks about Spike. Just in general, a lot of times pro players comment on how that interaction goes positively in Spike's favor. In addition, he gets the life plant, and preemptively too, it's just good strategy, right? He's not the most difficult guy to hit shots with, especially when you got that curveball on, but he's got a little bit of flexibility. Got the life plant to protect from single shots, and Poco, of course, going to pierce right through that, so I think, honestly, a solid response there. Going to be able to play that mid as Bo. Not necessarily a sharpshooter, and of course, the indestructible walls add a new thing into the mix that players have to account for as well. But I really like this Spike choice into Crow, and again, like you said, just good preemptive Brawl Stars, right? They're thinking for their future. If West Coast decide to get aggressive and go with the Shine Daryl, which he's known to do from time to time, maybe not on this map, but the point still stands, right?
Precisely, and also, yeah, break down some of those walls, diminish the value. Spike able to be fairly tolerant towards some of these tanks. Here's the Otis from West Coast. They're playing it real safe. You don't usually see like the Poco with this sort of strategy. It's quite uncommon. I wonder why exactly they decided to go for it. Probably the mentality of, yeah, we banned B, it's kind of late into the draft. We got Crow banged out as well, so Poco can be a real powerhouse. If that's a mentality, I'm definitely a fan. However, he's not really going to be comboing with another brawler in a huge way. Wash team have one more selection. It's a counter pick. They don't get the B to answer, so what's it going to be?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I think there's a lot of different directions they can go, but it's a very important one. Pam, I like it a lot. I think Pam in general on this map is somebody that's kind of been lost in translation over time, but now suddenly gets a little love. And I think overall, just back in the good old days of Brawl Stars, you know, especially towards maybe the beginning of 2022 and EMEA especially, Pam got a lot of love. She's going to be great for doing a scouting report, getting that visibility gear if they want, even to kind of show where the enemy is. On this map, you know, indestructible walls now make it a little different, but especially now, opening up that grass makes a difference. If you can't do that, you better be able to take brawlers like Crow, like Pam, and just fan out shots and try and make some connections.
Well, we'll see how it pans out as everyone's getting their gadgets and star power selected. Let's get into the brawl. Wash team, West Coast, lifeline here for the seeding, as they already are qualified for the LAN in San Diego. Just one game pushes us to a match point. And here's a matchup. Alec26, he's not too pleased to face into the Spike. We'll see if they go for a lane switch, but so far, Alec26 is trying to hold down mid and right lane at the same time. Early takedown as Pain falls. Alec26 now finds the opportunity to push in, maybe even take down the turret on the left, or rather on the back lines. Shine also trying to stay in this position. Alec26 falls on the right side. It's a takedown. West Coast might be able to make it out of mid with a couple gems to their name, but Wash team does that ×2.
They can't open up this mid anymore, but they can sure expose it. There's the first mine going off as Alec is going to be trying to trip all these. Doesn't want to risk it later down the line, but the best part, they have visibility now. It goes such a long way on this map. Obviously, you see the bow totem there. It's changed up a little bit too if you haven't seen the new update yet. Pain now able to get aggressive though, and this is one of the results. Pam going to get a little bit of elevation because those walls get to stay up, and they get to have those turrets just a little bit longer. Chepo only has so many fat splatters that can go through that wall.
Precisely, and Wash team still playing this one relatively safely. Even on the back lines, when they get team killed, it's quite safe. Shine, though, he's in deep. He's going to get taken down for all 5 of those gems. Pain has to rush in and grab these as fast as he can. Jump in from Alec26. It's enough to take him down. Frixie now has that super. Alec26 trying to contest him on the back lines, but it's not quite enough. Frixie, he's able to make it around to this right side, and some safety mines thrown down. Chepo won't be able to tread very carefully through this right side. Pain still resisting on the left. Pain still alive. Frixie with the pin in the air. Wash team, they're going on to a match point.
They're back at it again.
Oh no!
Will we see West Coast do the unthinkable? Can they once again muster up 2 straight wins? There's a little crack of a smile. You can't help it, right? I mean, you got a good win after a couple straight sets of not the best work that you've had. And again, these guys, their facial expressions have not changed the whole night. Let's see if they can do it once again. They did it last season. They pulled off the reverse sweep, and now they will have to do it, and this will be maybe their toughest one yet.
Alec26 on the Crow already on this right side. Brawl Brain activated. Crow 26 on fire and sent all the way back to spawn. Unfortunate in the matchup there. West Coast not with the strongest showing here off the bat. Wash team still, though, can be contested. We see Pain and Frixie quite lit up. They will find some opportunities in the back line to heal up and sit back a little bit. Shine is having a lot of trouble pushing in this mid lane, and now that he has a lot of his bushes lost, it's going to be challenging.
Tucha is throwing down that super too, trying to make connections, and Alec doing a good job of dodging. Shine weak as well. This is troubling as Chepo gets tripped up, and now it's going to be able for them to expand 5 gems in their pockets, a 6th being picked up. Alec just trying to tread through this grass, getting sneaky, doing anything that he can. He's going to have to take advantage of these gadgets, which is exactly what he does there, but Pain able to 2v1 right now.
It is quite challenging, but he's still managing to hold his own and even manages to fire the backside and help out, taking down Alec26. Shine has to get aggressive versus Frixie. He has 2 gems. He can't go down, though. It's all that Frixie needs. Take down the left side with the stun, and Shine finds himself in the midst of these as well. Disarms the mines. Alec26 has to get aggressive. There's nothing else that he can do. 1, 2 gems for Frixie, and it's countdown for the Wash team as they run it back. Spins and Protesto's active, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
They better be careful. They've made magic happen before, and they're going to be trying to do so again. 10 seconds to go. Shine rushing to the other side. Payne playing defense, but Batuches and the boys spinning. They know they've got it in the bag. They're moving on, and they do the job. They win this one. The seeding, the pride, all on the line. You know how much it means to these guys, and credit to West Coast. They were close, but ultimately, Wash Team continued their early lead and managed to move on.
Well-deserved victory for Wash Team, and West Coast, hey, they earned their spot at the LAN as well. Very well-deserved on their side, though. Something I'll note, we don't see Wash Team going to sleep this time. We don't see Payne hitting the hay early. We're popping a Sandy gadget on himself to restore all of his health, but he's definitely going to need a fat nap after this one because, man, that was a real humdinger of a match. Wash Team with an excellent performance. West Coast matching that energy, but falling just short there in the last set.
Seeding matters. I mean, both of these teams are going to San Diego, so rather than end the season with a period, they do so with an exclamation mark. I think just incredible stuff from both of these teams, and it just gets me so excited to see them live. I mean, it's going to be awesome to watch these teams interact at San Diego. You know, no factors outside of it. It's just the best team wins when you're at a LAN event.
Precisely, and another thing I want to touch on, I mean, West Coast, yeah, not taken down here, or at least not making it to that third seed by defeating Wash Team, but I mean, they can't keep getting away with this. They always come back at the last second to qualify for LAN.
Okay, well, I'm about to pull a Miley Cyrus right now and come in like a wrecking ball because we may or may not have a little bit of an update here. So we may have jumped the gun just a scotch, okay, just a tad, because West Coast is no longer secure.
Okay.
Now, I'm explaining what happened, all right? So we still have Tribe, STMN, and Wash Team. They're still good. They're good, but the loss actually did matter. West Coast needed this loss to 100% secure it. There is one very obscure scenario where they still could not make it, and we're about to watch it play out. Now, what could happen? We have a match between STMN and Dogwalkers coming up. If Dogwalkers beat STMN, then the situation that then creates is a three-way tie between Chasmac, West Coast, and Dogwalkers where no one owns the tiebreaker. So then we have to send it to tiebreaker matches to determine the final team. Now, if STMN wins, none of that matters. West Coast is still good, and they go to San Diego like we originally thought. But there's a small percentage that could be still up for grabs.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I mean, wow. Surprising news to say the least, I think. And honestly, now all of the fate is on Dogwalkers. The entire Brawl scene got eyes on them now. That is wild.
And I think going into this, probably a lot of eyes on them as well, because guess what? History lesson real quick. They already managed to upset STMN in the monthly finals 2 weeks ago.
Oh, boy.
And I honestly think they could do it again.
Okay. All right, ready? Well, we're also going to be doing that match here on the stream so that everybody can see exactly how it plays out so we can have 100% certainty on our San Diego team. So that means it's time for another short break while we get this completely insane, unexpected match set up and ready to go. I cannot wait to get into it. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge, where we might have one of the craziest shows that we've ever had to date, because we're saying there's a chance, and we are talking about the fact that there might be a chance for West Coast to make it or not make it to San Diego. Chasmac still potentially in the running. Dogwalker still potentially in the running. And that will all come down to the next match that we have coming up between Dogwalkers and STMN. I don't think anybody anticipated the day going this way. Are you guys ready for one more match?
I'm always ready for one more Brawl Stars match. I mean, personally, this is the greatest anime plot twist we've ever seen in our lives. This is some crazy stuff. This is crazy.
This is making a Watch Mojo video for sure. Like, we're definitely watching the highlights at some other time. And I will say now that before the show, we put in all our predictions, and I predicted Dogwalkers to win this match. So I'm really, really excited that we get to see it on stream.
Reddy is trying to make this as complicated as possible. And I think that this is going to be the best way we could have possibly closed out the entire show. It comes down to the literal wire, because if you guys don't know what Reddy's talking about, if Dogwalkers do win, it creates a three-way tie between Chasmac, Dogwalkers, and West Coast, which means then they have to go play tiebreaker games because no one owns the tiebreaker. So this is going to be fun to dive into. Let's start talking about it. It is Dogwalkers versus STMN.
I mean, Reddy highlighted it, and I think reasonably you can pick them as a winner because they recently did it. This is kind of a grudge match at this point, a little bit of a redemption round, and, you know, unfortunately, this is one that we didn't really pay attention to because, I mean, at the beginning of the day, we didn't think it mattered that much, but now, all of a sudden, there's an outside shot for a three-way tie? Oh my gosh.
I think you and the entire STMN roster also share that mentality of like, yeah, this match didn't matter because Dogwalkers were going to be out of it, and STMN, they're qualified, right? They are safe in sound, but now we got to get Dogwalkers on the cams, right? Get them prepared for this match. And I'll also point out one more thing. Not only is this a rematch of a game that Dogwalkers won, but it's a rematch of a rematch because we saw Dog Walkers take down STMN in the monthly qualifiers, send them down to the lower bracket, and then they took them down in the grand finals of the monthly finals. That said, it's still STMN, man.
Anything can happen. I mean, Bobby, Cute Sans, OG, Czar, familiar faces, and all of a sudden, this is, I mean, the fate of a lot of teams are in both of these sides' hands, like you've said as well. Right now, Dog Walkers have led 2023 against this team for whatever reason. I think STMN obviously can get the job done against anybody, but Dog Walkers are some young studs, man. They could easily cause some chaos here.
Certainly so. We'll see if it happens. I mean, it's absolutely possible. I'm sensing a set 5 incoming because neither of these teams, I don't think, were prepared to come into this one with any kind of vengeance or anything on the line, right? The day was over, and then it all of a sudden wasn't.
It's certainly far from over. I mean, this is just insane. Do you all have this much fun, like, normally? Like, I know this is the first week for me, but this is absolutely chaos. I mean, it's insane. Two great teams get to go at each other. We get a rematch of what was an insane match previously, and when you see the stats, too, I mean, a little back and forth for both sides.
Yeah, Wolf, not just because of the Dog Walkers, because those are also some really high stats, even in the, like, deaths department, but we'll, like, conveniently move past that. These are very aggressive teams. I think Dog Walkers more so than STMN Esports because if we talk playstyle-wise, Dog Walkers, very aggressive. STMN, 2 members of their team are very aggressive. OG, not really about that. He's more of a passive player, but it does give them a less predictable sort of flavor in this match, should we say.
I'll take it. All right, I'll take it. I don't know if I'll take the woof pun, but we're going to let that one rock, okay? Now, if San Diego is anything as crazy as what we've seen today, you are going to want to be there to experience all of this in person. So !DHSan in chat for all of the information on how to get yourself there, where you can get your tickets, when it's going to be happening, and of course use our discount code down below. And then for the new bonus match, I mean, why not? We might as well ask your opinion on this one, too. You know how it works. Use the Twitch poll in chat down below and let us know your thoughts on who is going to be taking this one home. Because remember, if it's Dog Walkers, it shakes everything up. If it's STMN, things stay the same. Let's get straight into it.
I'm thrilled. I mean, we got bonus Brawl Stars. What a night. It's incredible, too. I mean, both of these teams so darn good. The rivalry is really starting to form, especially now that they're 2 West Coast teams. It makes things even more intriguing. Bell's Rock going to be the map to kick us off here.
Great map to start us off. Let's see what brawlers are banned. Definitely anticipating a Grom ban incoming. Could see the triple thrower ban once again. I know that STMN are big thrower haters, but it won't stop them from picking up a Sprout every now and then. We'll see as the bans sort of fly through what the selections are. There's a Grom ban and the tick ban on the side of STMN. Bans from Dog Walkers. I'm very surprised actually to see them banning out Bonnie, considering that Patchy actually really loves this brawler. Oh.
Yeah, add the Grom to the Ready's Right category. Going to throw that one in the jar. It's going to be Sprout as a first pick, though. It's been a while since we've seen a meta where you can safely kind of pick these brawlers. Now that there's indestructible walls, I think it makes it a little more secure. You want to grab whatever thrower I guess you want early. Grom's out of the way, Tick's out of the way, Dynamite would be a bold play, Barley would be a bold play here. Not impossible to play, but Sprout, certainly a good one. They wanted a thrower, they grabbed it first. This is an instance where not necessarily going for safe, going for we want this, we don't want the other team to have this.
Good for them, and I think honestly, oh no. I mean, look, Michael is the last brawler I would expect to see here as well, so I don't think we'll see another thrower up here. I love calling him Michael just to catch people off guard, dude. It's so fun. But Barley, yeah, because this is the deal. I think that STMN were like, will, you know, basically set things up for a Sprout pick. There's no way they'll go Sprout first pick. Uh-oh, you know, spit out the cereal. They went Sprout first pick. How do we counter this? Barley makes sense, but what else can you do to get rid of a thrower? Oh, okay, yeah, he somehow slipped through the ban phase. It's not good for Dog Walkers.
No, it's not good. Not only did they grab another thrower, great area control, kind of Barley specialty, but Gray, I was chatting with Corey earlier, you know, trying to get a feel for how players are thinking about this meta, and Gray is now used because of the high frequency of all these little squishy throwers. You take somebody like Gray, and sure, he got nerfed, the teleport, not what it used to be, but he's one of the few brawlers that can get under the map, through the walls, very quickly can address this situation. So I think Sprout's got a tough time coming for him.
I mean, definitely agree with Corey there because, I mean, look, I don't really foresee Barley being teleported anywhere. He's just fine hiding behind a wall, but Gray going in solo, getting rid of Sprout, I definitely see it coming. Now, Gray onto the B, I'm not so sure about that. You got Honey Molasses at your disposal. Gray still probably able to two-shot you with his shots because they do quite a bit of damage, and B doesn't have a whole lot of health. So definitely one worth keeping our eyes out for. Dogwalkers have one more selection. How are they going to deal with Gray? It's going to be tough. There's a bow. Okay. Mixed feelings about this one, meaning that no thoughts, head empty. I'm not really sure what to think.
I just think it's a little bit of a change-up, right? We had such excitement at the beginning, and it's like, oh, here's Bo. Yeah. Like, we're used to that guy. I don't know. I mean, it's still solid, obviously. I think with just so much anticipation, a little anticlimactic, if you will. But nonetheless, I can't blame him. It's a solid pick. You know, a little bit of change to the totem that he has. I think for the better, too. Part of all these Gray and Bo nerfs is to kind of prevent the Gray, Jackie, and Bo meta that we have. But Nani, a very interesting one. Traditionally, going to do very well into sharpshooters. I feel like both of these sides honestly have some very favorable matchups. It's very unfavorable matchups. It's going to be all about how they line up here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for the Nanny because I only really see it working on like the left or right lane, and even then you'll not be firing away much damage. You don't have much wall break at your disposal, so it's going to be tough to get the maximum potential out of her. And I seriously do foresee B having a better time on that matchup, but hey, maybe it just doesn't work out like that. And I haven't seen enough of this in Brawl Stars. I would say kind of 50-50 on this matchup. Definitely in the same boat as you. It's hard to predict, but thankfully we got the game starting to go. We'll see who gets the upper hand in the early game.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of a change on this map, of course. We got those indestructible walls, the little L-shaped guy on the right-hand side, respectively, for both of these teams. Patchy going to be laning against Nani. Nani definitely wins the range matchup there, especially a heavy-hitting brawler like that. They need to be careful. I'm sure he's rocking the gold Nani, too, because he's basically the team Nani. OG phenomenal, and this brawler often selected to do it. Bobby, of course, playing the Gray, and Zara going to be holding the line with Barley. One of my favorite brawlers, and a very interesting one, since he's so different from the other throwers.
Certainly is, and you see him throwing down the healing, too, to provide a bit of support for his team. So far, so good for both teams. No elims so far on either side, but the Poison's sure to be closing in momentarily. This is a good time to thank our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, bringing all this gameplay straight to your screens. And we'll see if we see a special delivery of damage to the backlines. Batchy barely dodges out that damage. Chino pushes the backlines forward just a little bit. He gets yanked away, and the elimination for Zar. But it could be an elimination for Charles as well. It's getting close.
2v1 situation. Patchy has control of the mid, but two brawlers going against him. Tough for anybody, especially with OG, the sharpshooter, on the other side. Round one going to STMN.
Definitely foresaw that coming just a little bit as Patchy was having some serious trouble on the range matchup. And OG is expertly firing these shots around the corner. Patchy still getting some good dodges. Chino also trying to push this backline forward with the use of the hedge. Keep in mind, Zara's still able to fire over those. It's not that much of a roadblock for him. Here comes the peep towards the backlines, going straight towards Chino. Nope, Charles, nope, just Chino. He's fired down really low on health. Dogwalkers have to back up as a unit. And Charles, he's not yanked through that indestructible wall. Interesting quirk. Bobby falls as a result.
Charles with the sharpshooter skills. Oh my goodness, what a clutch kill just after Bobby strikes. Hits the gadget, two insane plays, but Charles has heavy hitting shots with that B. It's where B really starts to shine. And now all of a sudden, 3v2 situation. Chino gets a pickup too. And even OG, as good as he is, I don't know if he's going to be able to overcome this one. They just need a couple follow-through shots here. He's a little slimy with it, but ultimately they collapse. 1-1, we have got a game on our hands.
We let them all cook, and they've cooked up some supers for all of themselves. All the Dogwalkers have their supers, and one super on the side of STMN Esports. It is the peep after all. A little bit of wall break on the backlines. I don't foresee that doing too much. Obviously, the objective is let's back someone up, let's get some good damage on them. We see also the hedge mid. Chino is going to break it down, now refreshing it, trying to trap someone in that little jail cell, as I'm tempted to call it. And Bobby would be a fitting person to put there since he is sort of a jailbird himself, but on the skin, but he has that hole that he can use to teleport on someone, particularly Chino. No moves just yet, though. Both teams playing it relatively safe.
Yeah, despite the prison uniform, he's actually the only one that can cause a prison break.
Yeah.
He's got the teleport through, so honestly, I think it's not the worst thing in the world if he does get trapped. Of course, Zar, OG have to be super cautious about that. Now Nani going for a peep here, going to be connecting to Patchy immediately, about a little over half of his health going down there, but this one's close to call. I mean, back and forth, neither team wanting to give this up. 1-1, and of course that fog now closing in.
Oh, let's close it in from the sides too. Here comes a pull onto Charles. Charles Z tried to block it, but he wasn't quick enough. Gets taken down from the teleport in from Bobby. Chino also zoned in on the left side, and STMN pile on top of the dog walkers. Call it a dog pile if you wish. It's only game number 1 though. We got more Brawl Stars here on Bell's Rock.
That was very intense. You know, some of these matches tonight have had some quick sets, some very decisive ones. We did not get that at all. I mean, at any moment there, you really could have gone with either team to win that one. Nobody making it easy. Dogwalkers putting up a big fight. Of course, winning the past 2 matches here against STMN. So I'm sure for STMN, even though, you know, they've kind of secured a little San Diego action, they're a previous championship, of course, in our split 1, they still have a lot to prove. It's a little redemption route for them as well. So I think overall, this one's going to be a very, very tough one.
STMN trying to stay safe on the backlines. You see the use of the healing herbal tonic. Zar's certainly putting it to work as Chino was almost going to take him down with that final shot. He's getting very, very aggressive. Big damage on a Chino, but he ends up falling in all the mayhem. And STMN Esports operated at a serious disadvantage. Now Apache now with the elimination on the right side, and Bobby tries to push up on the left to get that super. He's outranged by Charles. The sharpshooter skills, as you pointed out, are coming in clutch because Dogwalkers start off game number 2 with a round victory.
No deaths for Dogwalkers there either. I mean, just a swift victory. It's been back and forth the whole way. Zar taking the mid, though. It's really interesting. I think kind of tough for him, too. He has this area control, but all it takes is really one big shot from B to kill him. I mean, he's just so lightweight in the sense of HP. Of course, that's the part of throwers. You can't give him everything. But now Zar going to be in a pinch here, dropping the gadget, trying to stay healthy, somehow avoiding these bow mines, but can't say the same for the sprout shots, dealing out a fiery flutter of all these rain. And it's going to be brutal here. Back and forth, each side looking for their first, and Bobby might be the first. No, actually the second. 2v2 situation.
Woof. Dogwalkers really, really holding on with all of their might. Chino has to take the matchup on the left. Charles has to take the matchup on the right. It's as simple as that. But Chino and Charles are actually staying quite close together. We even see the wall placed on the right to give a little bit of room to Charles. But note that Chino is not able to recover his hedge anymore. He's fresh out of gadgets. And it's only round number 2. They still got more Brawl Stars to play if they don't win this 2v2. Zar tries to keep things back, and he's actually doing quite a good job of zoning things in on the right. Chino barely alive, 1-2 shots. Could be a final one headed to Zar. No, he's just safe behind that wall, and a takedown by Charles, but Zar remains alive to clutch out this round.
Whew, this is intense. It's just, nobody's getting this for free. Everybody is tooth and nail just fighting for it. An early Nani Peep connecting to Chino, though, and now they're going to be in that really dangerous position. Like you mentioned, Charles having to drop a gadget. They somehow get the pull through, though. It's a 3v2 situation. Dogwalkers are going to have to overcome this deficit.
Oh, and we see Bobby has the super 2. He can teleport through to take down Chino. He can throw down a hedge, but he's not safe. And even then, Patchy gets teleported on. Bobby smacks him up. And a peep to the back lines, but it finds no target. STMN, they get 1-2 wins here in the set. And they clutch out set number 1 of this match.
All right, starting off strong, but Dogwalkers certainly put up a good fight. I mean, it was just an up and down game. A lot of emotions going on right now. Obviously, the night's been crazy as it is, but now this is starting to become a real rivalry on the West Coast. And for ESL 2, this one matters a lot for both of these teams. And determining who gets to ultimately go to San Diego, playing for a LAN is so important. There's not many of those out there. I mean, it's a very big deal. They're the best of the best, and now they have to prove themselves as elite compared to their peers. All these teams so good at this game, but only 4 can go.
Precisely so. And Dogwalkers, they're still in the running, but they're kind of walking for the time being. STMN Esports certainly keeping them on a leash. We'll see how it turns out in set number 2. Oh, yeah, it took a moment. It took a moment. Don't worry. I got plenty. I'm almost primarily excited for Dogwalkers because I had a lot of dog walking puns lined up, and when it was not going to be on stream, I was a little disappointed. Now I'm 100% here. I'm ready, dude. And STMN Esports are prepared as well. They got the advantage on all of these stats except for the supers used. I think a lot of that O2, you know, facing Sprout, able to recover that hedge time and time again. But overall, just good look for both teams, in fact.
Yeah, I think this is one instance where the stats really do indicate how close that was. A very back and forth affair. Anyone's game at any given moment. You know, there was never really a situation where STMN was just cleaning house, where Dogwalkers were just dominating. I think it just reflects, again, how strong 2023 Brawl Stars is. There are so many good teams. This isn't an STMN and Tribe region anymore. This is anybody's game. We saw in the first monthly finals, neither of them won, and they made semi-finals at Worlds last year with the same exact roster. Masters. A lot of unproven talent here, a lot to be tapped into for potential. I think Charles, Patchy, and Chino are some of those players.
And it's been a long time in the making as well. You want to know what are the big teams that no one's heard of yet are making big strides right now? Ask the pro players, man, because they got to face against them. They got to play their scrims. And they already know when they get their butt handed to them by some team that no one's really familiar with, they're like, oh, okay, so this is Brawl Stars now. That said, you know, can't say it happens too often, but when it does, it stays within the pro players' circles. We'll get into Shooting Star in just a moment here. And here are the bans selecting already as well. Dogwalkers have the first pick, going with the Nanny.
It's another game mode where kills matter, right? Sometimes stats can paint a different picture, but in this case, it's pretty straightforward. If you get more kills, you're probably going to win. Of course, Blue Star at the beginning matters a lot. There's a little bit of logistics in it all, but Shooting Star, for the most part, it's just some sharpshooting action, especially on this map as well. This is one that's known for that long range, but you're going to see that tick ban come through too. The Sprout ban on the other side. Throwers are more viable now than ever. The evolution of Shooting Star has been crazy over the years. You know, we've had some more passive-aggressive, we've had some aggressive sharpshooters, but now it's a back and forth as there's one of the remaining throwers, and I'm not even surprised at this point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, can we just say, like, okay, it's STMN now? Because it feels like Grom is really a win condition at times. And yeah, it hurts to say, but Dogwalkers, they still got some ways to respond to this. I think another brawler that would have been a popular one for them would be Bonnie. It's very intelligently banned out by STMN because while it's not like a must ban versus any other team, Dogwalkers love this brawler. Patchy's fantastic at it. Here's an Eve from Stamina. Yeah, you don't see that often. You're able to walk through the water, which means you're not going to get spawn trapped at the back lines as easily. So big consideration there. Plus, you're able to counter some enemies as long as you're getting some of those hatchlings fired up.
Yeah, the hatchlings, I think, play a key role in this selection, too. You want to overwhelm sharpshooters with some of these spawners. That's why brawlers like Nita do well in the shotgun brawlers, why Piper struggled with Mr. P historically, and Mr. P no longer really a viable brawler. You're not going to see him too often. Eve kind of serves that role, right? And also a sharpshooter at that, too. It's kind of a blend of what can work really well. I think that was most likely a pick, not necessarily because of who Eve is, but what she can do into what the opponents could pick / already did pick.
True, and I think that she'll still be quite effective versus Carl as well. Even in close range, she'll be able to jump away over a wall if she desires, and she'll be firing up some hatchlings by hitting a full clip on him. Grom is going to have the biggest issues with Carl in particular, but even then, until Carl gets a super, Grom's pretty safe. And even then, like, if Carl's just barely below max health, he's probably still not going to use a gadget in and then go for a super. So at that point as well, he's kind of a sitting duck for Grom to completely take advantage of. There's a B selection from Dogwalkers as well. I like the range this comp offers, but I still think that it's going to be quite difficult for them to face into the Grom.
Yeah, I think as long as these walls stay up, which they are, they're invincible after all, it's going to be tough for anybody, and they don't really have a hard counter outside of the Carl, but I think the issue that they're going to run into with the Dogwalker side is Carl could be really good into the Eve spawners, it could be really good into Grom. Of course, Bell's going to be on the squishier side. That's why they end up picking Carl, but Carl's one brawler. He can't take on all three lanes, so I think it's going to be really strategic of how they approach this.
Pretty much so. We'll see how it pans out because we are about to jump in here. Let's talk about Grom, how he's going to interact at mid. I think really one of the big pain points is that Carl can get that blue star really, really fast. You just flying hook in, get it for free, and Grom is going to try and contest him there without a doubt, but he's not going to be getting that blue star, so it already puts them on the back foot with the Grom pick. They still can come back in the later stages. Chino actually surprisingly not going to immediately go for that blue star. Wonder how they're going to play this out.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice as well. I mean, it almost makes me worry that he chose the wrong gadget maybe, just maybe a lapse in, you know, judgment. It's a long night. I mean, a lot of matches for these guys to be played. Maybe just honestly forgetting. They still end up with the same result. Doesn't matter too much. Czar pushed away. Charles aggressing. Patchy has a pretty good footing on this map right now. And honestly, control for Dogwalkers, not only in positioning, but in this lead as well.
Hey, you don't need a gadget up to mid. Cool. Skill issue for the enemy team, though we could see Chino taken down. He barely avoids that damage from Czar, and we see him shut down by Bobby at long range. Bobby has been nutty on the belt, and he might do it just one more time, but Charles has also looked quite confident on the B. 1, 2, 3 shots in, and a super to match. Don't mess around with Bobby. Charles is really the apprentice in this matchup, and Bobby's putting him to work.
That was the slickest almost kill I've maybe ever seen. I mean, he just was not missing. Sharpshooters are so difficult to play, and Bobby, of course, has always made them look good. Piper being his probably most notable and well-known brawler. As Chino aggresses, exploits that matchup. That's where things get difficult, but we're also starting to see the mobility that you mentioned on Eve. This is where she can really shine. Zara already back in action. 3-4 for now. Advantage in STM's favor.
STMN now have some hatchlings to move in with. Patchy's going to have to try and take care of them, and Czar and OG are able to move up the battlefield accordingly. Much of the same for Bobby, who's going to be contested by the Peep. Little gadget thrown down as well. He has the shield active right for the taking for the autofocus, but Czar is going to be able to handle this heat. Chino cannot get out of there in time. Unfortunate, unwarranted aggression, it looked like as well. Now Dogwalkers have to pick up the pieces, and they only have 20 seconds to do so. Once again, 1, 2, 3 shots lined up for Bobby. Does he have enough in the chamber to deal with Chino? Appears to be so, but Chino's slimy, taken down eventually. Dogwalkers have just a bit of time to bring it back, but it's looking impossible.
Czar letting it rain with the gadget there, and now Charles, his slow demise incoming. Charles is one of those players who always tells you how he's feeling. He's going to throw up a lot of pins. You know exactly what he's thinking right there. He was upset.
Yeah, definitely a little displeased, shall we say. Though they have another chance to go into the next match and make this one work. Game number 2 is going to be coming at you shortly. We'll see how it works out. I'm certainly expecting more incredible plays from Bobby as he just cannot miss. But Charles has got to be bringing some heat too on this lane if he wants to possibly contend things. This time, Chino, once again, not using that gadget up to mid. He's just going to try and get it the old-fashioned way. Also, in fact, goes for it, maybe tries to get a kill in the same go, but he does get taken down. Charles quickly responds. He's just out of range of Grom and isn't able to finish things off. There's one connection. He has a slow and he has a charged up B to match. Good positioning for the dog. Wow, and a kill from Patchy on the OG. Is this still the Dogwalkers?
I mean, just making a statement right now. Charles with a really good shout out to that nearly kill that wasn't a kill. I mean, he's landing shots, he's making connections. Sometimes even if you don't grab the kill, at least you're damaging him, it forces them away. But Bobby retaliating now. It's going to be Dogwalkers pushed all the way to their spawn side. It's an opportunity for Czar and the boys to try and pick up a kill. They need to be careful though. Nani Peep incoming, dishing a lot of damage onto Czar. The pressure certainly being applied right now.
Yeah, STMN Esports kind of have them in a corner, particularly Patchy on the left side. Big damage raining down on Charles, but he's getting good dodges. Chino bodied on the right side, but it's still not an advantage for STMN Esports. They only have 4 stars to their name. Hatchlings moving in is going to offer a good opportunity for STMN to advance forward. Chino can still react. Here comes the super in. Czar taken down. Chino not able to escape with his life, but at least he's able to get Czar out of the picture and start pushing things forward on the field.
Chino has just been so aggressive throughout this whole set, and a lot of times it can be worth it. I think you just have to play into the fact that you have to hope that Charles or Patchy gets the follow-throughs, because a lot of time, even as tanky as Chino is, as good of a player, it's hard to 1v2, 2v3 kinds of things. Oh my gosh, 12-7. They're expanding their lead, and they just made this even more difficult for STMN.
20 seconds left. Not enough time for STMN Esports to get more than one more push. Chino could be the first to fall as he goes down the right side. Sight set on Charles. No connections. There it is. STMN, they take it back. They got the blue star to their name. Patchy, no mobility. Neither for Chino. They run it back. 12-16. They clutch things up in the final seconds to close out this set with 2 games in their name. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. And STMN are looking clean.
What a comeback. I mean, you could see it on his face. I saw that smirk, Bobby. I saw that. He's jazzed up right now. You gotta be. That was out of hands. That was in Dogwalker's pocket, and they couldn't walk away from it. Never count STMN out. We talk about West Coast being one of those clutch teams. They get it from STMN. Those guys have been in 3v2 situations before, and honestly, that was a huge moment right there, I think. And for Dogwalkers, that is a real bummer if you're a fan of them. You know, it wouldn't have won them the set. It was still 1-0 in Stamina's favor. It would have tied things up, but certainly that's a momentum killer. That hurts the heart a lot.
Totally. I think we saw Dogwalkers have a few issues. I think one brawler that stood out to me in particular had to be Carl. We saw Chino playing really aggressive, and it seemed like maybe like 60-40, 60 being he is punished and he dies on offense. Not really so much a fault of his own, more that STMN Esports are able to so swiftly react to him pushing in on a brawler that is out in the open, completely vulnerable, right for the picking, but STMN are still able to react. I think that STMN Esports, they are trying to bail out West Coast once again. I mean, they've done it once today, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, I know Alex holding his breath on the sidelines
man.
now. And, you know, OG said it earlier in an interview with Glitter, their job this week. I mean, it's true. It's just so true. If anybody got me Stamina got me. They, for whatever reason, have just always had each other's back. It's just destiny, I think. And it was STMN's gold, though. That was their goal. They owed them the favor, and they're doing so with a 2-0 lead right now. Good luck to both sides. This one's still not quite over yet.
Oh, not even close. We got more Brawl Stars coming at you, but with one game, it could lean towards a match point for STMN. That's absolutely crazy. We're going to Hard Rock Mine. I also want to add, we didn't know that Alec tweet was going to show up. We were all just collectively thinking the same thing. Godspeed to you, Alec, but still, it's a Dog Walkers on the other side of this matchup. Let's see how it pans out. Already bans coming at you. And let's break it down. In particular, I want to talk about the 8-bit banned out by STMN. I think maybe this is the Dog Walker's favorite, or what?
It is Hard Rock Mine. I mean, honestly, 8-bit's a very popular pick on this map. I think it's somewhat warranted. It makes me think that they might not have that first pick. Or excuse me, that they do have that first pick. But you never know. I mean, both of these sides are very viable bands. I just see the Max and the Gene on the other side and a little more niche bands on the side of STMN. So that's the only reason leads me to believe that. Colonel Ruff's going to be a band too, though. A very solid one in general. And I just remember talking to STMN players last year. You saw them play it with a very high play rate. For good reason. I mean, it's a great brawler. We talked about it a lot earlier too, but it makes a lot of sense to me for both of these sides. Nothing too crazy. Stu, though, is a first pick. A very spicy one, and I am welcoming it.
Pretty much what I was thinking, down to the wording there. Spicy from STMN. Hey, it's West Coast vibes. It's West Coast ping. You live on top of the server in Las Vegas. Power to you, man. Pick the stew, glide around on him a little. But Dog Walkers are not going to make it easy on you either. Here comes the Penny. You got some good range to work with. You also have the turret that you can throw down. But more importantly, you also have that salty barrel that you can use to contend with things in close range. You can block out Stu's shots. B's able to do the same, but I anticipate more the mentality there is, yeah, let's go ahead and like pick our mid and then also outrange a Stu. I think an appropriate response to STMN, not necessarily like hard counters, but they also want to leave things open and available for their last pick.
Yeah, I think they just have some positive interactions, right? You mentioned the salty barrel. We got the honey molasses pot. Stu does not do well with obstacles, spawners, all that jazz. Now, Bo coming in, you know, even if they're pro players, those mines are tough to work around. When you throw down 3 heavy explosives onto the ground, you never know what's going to happen. That's some heavy fire that can take them down. And also, it's good for area control too, right? This is a game mode where you have to hold the mid. You have to put those gems in your pocket and walk away with them. If you can't get to them, if there's some explosives on the ground, it's going to be tough. But let's just not beat around the bush anymore. Trash Man's on the field.
Yeah, Trash Man, the trash can, and he's got a trash plan to move up the left side and maybe towards the back lines too. Do I like it? I don't know, man. I mean, look, you got Ash moving towards the back lines. He's got to make it there, though, and he's got to get through B, and he's got to get through Penny, or, of course, whoever's lined up on his lane. This could be the moment where, like, Surge appears or something. Oh, wow. What? Speaking of the devil, yeah.
Nice.
I will take these W's today, dude.
Ready, I mean, it's just a lot of rights from you today. It's why you're on the panel. I mean, just our resident West Coast expert. And it's going to be a fun one. I mean, Surge makes a lot of sense here. Just overall solid on this map, of course. But when you see tanks come onto the field, of course, it makes it a little bit easier for Surge to keep his distance, charge that super. You know, early on, you're going to see these players pop a gadget, get to that tier 2 just momentarily, and then try and get it. Because if you stay on tier 1, it's really difficult. Surge, great brawler, but that tier 1, not easy to work with.
Not at all. Here's what I expect. I expect we see rush up one lane with Surge, play 50-50, pop that shield. Let's see if Patchy's able to do it. He could be using the shield here. Oh, he's looking for the Ashe lane to try and run right into it. And if Bobby tries to defend himself in that regard, Patchy's going to pop his shield. Without a doubt, in my mind. Bobby, though, is wisening up to it. It's a whole lot of silence on the eastern front on that right side. Now he's going for the switch. Oop, does Patchy know? Oh, okay, I think he knows. Bobby now on the left side. Patchy rotates over. There's the use of the gadget. Stomps on him. Free level 2 off the beginning of the game. STMN Esports kind of spilling their spaghetti. Charles already 6 gems to his name.
Yeah, Patchy just kind of winning this matchup right now. Squeaks by with a kill, 1,200 HP to his name, but control for Dog Walkers right now. Sans, Czar, Bobby really haven't been able to progress up the map too terribly much, at least not when it matters. Chino, though, dropping down a salty barrel, even protecting that Penny turret behind those invincible walls. Czar, though, or excuse me, Sans, not refusing to go down yet. I mean, Sans on the Stu, being a real pest for him.
Dude, did you see how fast he's super
yeah.
forward? Holy ping for Sands. He's still going to make it happen on the back lines, though, getting beaten up just a little bit. Bobby also stomped on by Patchy, who closes around from the right side. Sands falls to the Turbulence. And just one more gem is all they need. Could be an opening for Charles to close this one out. Just wait for that gem to spawn. Here we go. Easy. On the back lines. Czar could close in around the left side. Bobby looks like he's going to be able to make it into these bushes. Could be some response from STMN. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, Charles, of course, just slowly backing away. They have to watch Bobby. He can make big plays happen, but I don't think we're going to get a pizza delivery on this one. It's just going to be simply them holding those gems in their back pocket. Dog Walkers dominating game number 1.
Yeah, wow, good stuff for Dog Walkers, and I think a lot of it can be owed to the early game Surge matchup. We saw they very surgically placed Surge on that Ash lane, and I think actually STMN, like Bobby in particular, he got impatient. He wanted to play aggro on the back lines. They were doing quite well in terms of the gems, maybe with the exception of having to face into Charles, but still, he ended up giving that first super to Patchy, and it was all kind of over from there. And they know very well Bobby's on the right side. They're going to try and get Patchy over there, but STMN played it a lot more smartly this time because they placed Sands around the left side to sort of close things in and keep Patchy away from wherever Bobby decides to go.
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind went too. Ever since you've called that out, now I'm just looking for the Patchy interaction, and he's just willing to get aggressive there. And sometimes that's just what you got to do, especially at a pro level. Capitalize while you can. Chino going down now. All the gems put into Bo's hands. This is a great start for STMN, quite the opposite of what we saw in our last one.
Well, Bobby is going to fall on the back lines now. Charles has an opportunity to move forward. We still see that Czar has 6 gems to his name. Will be trying to play control around some of these areas. Patchy's thankfully really fast. I'm surprised he didn't get stunned as he came down from that super. Lucky him. And also, good for him too. He's eaten well on the right side with a takedown on Bobby. And a level 4 in his pocket. More than likely, though, going to be used to stun things out and win a matchup. Sands also absolute minutes on the left side, but Charles gets a charge B off of him. Patchy on the back lines takes down Bobby in his own spawn, and he's determined to stay here.
They're not going anywhere. Patchy, Chino making things difficult as Charles lands a heavy-hitting blow onto Sands. Without a super, what can he do? He needs his skates to move around that map. Bobby now trying to be the aggressor. Charles able to pick up another gem. This is going to be 7th in their name. A huge takedown upstairs as well. Now Patchy trying to play defense for his teammate. This is a close call. Anyone's game right now as Bobby's looking for a kill.
Ooh, and we saw Chino really offering a strong offense on that left side, but Sands is finally able to take him down. Now Bobby also helping getting the Elim in tandem with Czar. You see the supercharged totem thrown down. Sands trying to stay at range. Charles looking for absolutely anything. If they can get this interaction whittled down to a 2v2, it is time. But STMN Esports, they're waiting for the next gem to spawn too. They got an 11th one coming their way, and Dog Walkers have a lot of catching up to do. Chino circles towards the back lines around that left side. Patchy now on the right, trying to defend versus Bobby, still trying to keep Charles safe. Could be another gem, but we got to see an interruption. Someone's got to go down. Dog Walkers managed to stall it out by picking up a gem, but STMN Esports fire back with a vengeance on the back lines.
This is still advantage STMN. Obviously, they get a countdown here, but they also have mid control. Remember, you can still tie things up if you grab them from the mid, but right now, full control. Sands moving around the map. It won't matter, though. Chino picks up the kill. Everybody holding their breath right now, but I think Charles hinting at what is to come. Again, he's always telling us what he's thinking. And if anybody got me, STMN got me. 1-1 match point.
STMN got you this time, Dog Walkers, but how do you respond? Because we saw some major issues popped up when we saw Sands move over to where Bobby would eventually call home on that left side. So how does the ring around the rosy pan out this time? Well, let's ask the Dog Walkers because they got to decide where they're placing Patchy. He's got that speed gear equipped. Bobby already pokes his head out on the left side. It's a bait. It's a bait. Is Patchy going to take it? Yes, he is, and he pops the gadget as well to take a little more damage. Here's already the super in, and he gets the takedown on the right side. Sands also facing stiff opposition as Charles sends a killer bee his way, and Dog Walkers have the early game advantage.
Patchy sticking around too, and now it's paving the way for Chino to move up the map. Kills going down everywhere. Patchy dunking on the opponents right now. Explosive plays coming out of that tier 3 surge. 570 HP. Can he be able to heal all the way back up? And he's going right back to what he's comfortable with, right on that Bobby Ash lane.
Oh man, he's going for it, and he's firing right through the turret as well. Bobby getting stomped on once again, a level 4 coming your way. But we do see Chino go down the back lines. This could shift up some of the momentum. Charles and Patchy still taking down the left side. Just one more defense is all they need. Charles, he's a little bit alone on the left side. Thankfully, Chino's going to help him defend this position. Bobby manages to get the upper hand on the right side. It's time for him to move. He has a gadget to heal himself up. Chino is trying to keep him at bay. Slow on a Sans. He has no super. Patchy needs to deny it to him. Here comes the jump in. He feeds the super, but he's too far away to touch Charles. No, maybe not. 3 seconds left. Could it be? Czar trying to get that last bit of damage. Charles manages to hang in there. A protesto in the air, and the Dog Walkers walk on through to the next set.
I mean, I'm nervous ready.
Yeah.
This is wild. This night refuses to quit, and Dog Walkers keep providing us some good Brawl Stars matches. It's incredible. I mean, this would be an opportunity for STMN to have their first real notable victory, I would say, in recent history against this team. It'd be a really big deal for them to just, again, add that confidence boost, prove that they're still the kings of ESL. But Dog Walkers did a great job there. And I mean, Patchy did his job to perfection. He got aggressive early. He took down the big, bulky, bad Ashe, the NA supervillain of supervillains, and he did so with grace. It was just awesome to watch.
It was brilliant. And I mean, the way that the team strategy worked out too was honestly just a great thing to watch and definitely worth studying. Something I will mention though is one of the brawlers that we didn't see on the screen a whole lot because our eyes were glued to Patchy, and also he was kind of in the enemy spawn a lot. What happened to Chino? It seems like last set he was having so much trouble on the Carl, and now you put him on that Penny and he goes to work in the back lines. Look at these stat comparisons too. So much damage from Dog Walkers. STMN, they continually filter out to mid. Dog Walkers say, okay, thank you, next. You know, it's like an assembly line, a conveyor belt of brawlers filtering up there, and Dog Walkers take them down one by one.
I think that just really goes to show how good of a team STMN is. 43 roughly 1,000 damage, and they still managed to nearly take the set.
True.
Again, that just shows the strength. It shows that, again, you got to play that objective sometime. Obviously, Dog Walkers did it a little bit better on that one, but nonetheless, still a lead for STMN as we hop in to our next map.
Oh man, it's time for some heist, and you know how quickly these ones can go, but a lot of it hinges on which map is it going to be for set number 4. And I know that STMN, when it comes to heist, they have some bad memories in getting diffed in those situations in base races. So do they get impatient? Do they decide to go for the base race? I don't know, man. It seemed to me like Bobby got a bit impatient on the Ashe and ended up giving quite a bit of value to Surge. So if they're able, of course, also, now that the sides have sort of flipped, they are no longer in that absolute winning position. We've won every single set so far. They're going to play a little bit safer. Safe zone, of course, namesake being the safe coming across your screen. And it's time to talk about those indestructible walls, dude.
Yeah, this map has really changed since the indestructible walls. Of course, the biggest to note, that right-hand side for each team is now indestructible. And for a long time in this game, that's been the huge focal point of this map. Can you draft a brawler like Colt, like Brock? People dig deep into the brawler choices just to break down those walls. You're even going to see Colt banned here. That is wild. Eve, of course, I think one that I'm noting because I think she, and kind of the same thing for Carl too, are even more valuable now that that right-hand lane is not an option. You've got two choices, up the middle, up the left. Eve and Carl have the unique features with either their gadgets or natural builds to where they can get over that water.
And if STMN are willing to pick and then, of course, follow up by winning with Eve on Shooting Star, you can bet they're apt to do basically the same thing on Safe Zone. Here's the Grom from STMN. I'm already shaking a little bit for Dog Walkers because that is worrisome. That's going to be right lane. Like, it could be right lane, it could be mid, it could be really anywhere that you want, but you got to throw on the right lane. What are you going to do, dude? Jump over a wall, maybe? Bonnie's not on the table, so you got to get creative with how exactly you approach the movement side of things. Dog Walkers or STMN could completely go for the Daryl here, and I'm actually all here for it if they decide to do that. The Daryl Byron or something crazy like that would not be that far out for either of these teams. Brock is the first selection for Dog Walkers.
I recently got to play in a community tournament with Sans, and while he was carrying me, I picked his brain a little bit about matchups like Grom and Brock, and he actually likes it a lot. I think Grom is just at a point in the game where he can lane against somebody like Brock. You know, traditionally wall break brawlers they really cause a ruckus because the whole objective of throwers is just to sit behind a wall and just lob shots.
Yeah.
That's not the case anymore, especially since that speed increase in projectile speed to Grom's shot. He's really able to contest with brawlers like this. I honestly think this is very even and good. You're pumping your fists. I mean, you're just on the money tonight, brother.
Oh, dude, okay, look. I see the Brock, and part of my, like, a little, like, stowed away corner of my brain covered in cobwebs, and as with most of my brain, but still, it says, well, what if they're, like, taking away one of the best wall breakers to pick a brawler that needs walls most days of the week? I mean, and it was kind of written all over the bans already, because, look, they got rid of Colt, but they also got rid of Colette. I think that this is going to have some good value here, but you know what else has good value? Bob Marley Bell.
And that's a great call. Good stuff, brother. I thought of Bell, too. I mean, just immediately, you know, you get the bounce shots off the high safe. That's great. That's just kind of a bonus, though. But like you mentioned before, we've talked about it all the time, especially when Bell was in her prime, we'll call it, way back in the day. You know, with the bounce shot, 8-Bit can't get as much value out of that turret. Normally, he's the slow little arcade machine that has to stay glued to his super. Now he can't do so as easily, even though he's got a lot of HP. That's still a very difficult matchup for him.
Okay, Lola, now gracing your screen, the movie star, taking the left lane and kind of owning it. I personally predict also lots of value. You know, chuck the ego over the wall or over the water, fire away on that safe, get some good damage locked in, and use a freeze frame while you're at it too to tank even more damage. Just good all-around brawler from STMN. Nothing that is seriously game-changing here, simply a DPS. Now it's time for the dog walkers. Oh, man! It's literally, it's like my dream is coming true. First of all, we get to see these guys play on stream. Then we see dog walkers push it to set number 4. Then we see not only the 8-Bit, but also the Daryl. It's all falling into place, man.
I like this draft. Yep. Both teams, but I mean, I don't know. Dog walkers picking up the Daryl there. Again, this is something we discussed in the ban phase, but Daryl has one of those unique features where with his super, he can skate across that water. He's got that extra mobility, and as a tank against somebody like Grom, he can passively charge that super, bring in the double deuce, give it to him up close. I think this one has some pretty good matchups, at least for dog walkers. Obviously, STMN, by no means out of the running. They've got Lola, they've got the DPS on their side, and of course, we're going to get to see it all unfold here. Will dog walkers do the unthinkable and beat STMN again?
Oh, well, it's Patchy on the Daryl for show on the left side, but he's got to farm up that super for free without feeding too much to the enemy team to start off. He will be able to sneak up that left side. STMN Esports, they're already hammering away at this safe. They know Patchy's waiting over there, and he's close to that super, so he's showing his head just a little bit, getting tapped up quite a bit by STMN 2. Let's note that the dog walkers, every single one of these brawlers can do massive damage on the enemy safe. So if they get even remotely close, it is a W in the bag. Here comes the roll forward by Patch. He's already got his sight set on that first super. He's tanked by the ego of OG. Great plays. Bobby trying to line up his shots. Chino's quite slimy, but he's still going to get taken down from the pinch from OG. As STMN Esports, they have the damage advantage so far. Dogwalkers have yet to connect on that safe.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him, too. I mean, OG and Bobby with some good pressure as well. They're close to 50%. Now Charles getting set up, though, with the extra credits in play. Oh, no. Czar with a perfect kill there. Thankfully for them, Chino's able to get in some shots with the Rocket Rain, but they definitely could have had more value there. Very tough to see that gadget go to waste.
Well, STMN Esports now have gathered their things once again and are now pushing in on that safe once again. We see the use of the Grom gadget. Czar's fresh out. And Patchy's ready to respond in the back lines. Here it comes. Roll up the right side. Once again, tanked by the freeze frame. A use of the gadget to try to get a super back, and he does have it refreshed for the next push in. If he's able to consistently get those supers across the enemy side, STMN Esports are going to have to continuously play defense and respond. And it's precisely what Dogwalkers want, because they don't want to attacking their safe. Here comes another super in from Patchy, but it falls just short. In fact, gets no value at all, unfortunately. Dogwalkers are kind of rushing here because they know how much damage they can do versus STMN once they connect on that safe, and their safe is dwindling by the second.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, they had an opportunity, but just with all the control STMN has, rush is a good word for it, and that's exactly what STMN do to that safe. Once again, one away. STMN with a match point. If you're Dogwalkers, you got to be careful there. I think they jumped the gun a little bit, like you were saying. They had to kind of take themselves in, breathe a little bit. You still needed those kills to get to the other side, and you got to realize, too, if STMN get one good push in there with about 40-ish%, we'll call it, they can definitely get that done in one push, especially with 3 brawlers.
And it's far more than just a Dogwalkers thing, because we see Bobby lining up the shots, taking absolutely no prisoners on this brawler. The Dogwalkers are going to try and ameliorate the issue. They've already switched up the lanes. Patchy on the right side. Once he gets that roll in, he can come around the right side. Bobby also throws down that first bear trap. We see Zara also trying to keep that left lane staying back. So far, not a very fast game, but Patchy's probably going to pick up the pace. Here's the roll-in on the right side. Bobby connects a bunch of shots. Patchy tries to overwhelm him. Ends up feeding a super in the process, but he has positioning. Doesn't seem to be worth too much, though, as he's getting pinched so hard.
Yeah, Patchy, I don't know how he stayed alive as long as he had. Charles, though, in the meantime, able to take at least a little bit of advantage. That Grom Bomb, though, my goodness, a kill and making Charles weak. Patchy trying to roll in for value, can't do so. A takedown onto Charles as well. Things really going south here for Dogwalkers.
Absolutely. And STMN are going to punish it too. Bobby already landing that damage amplifier onto Patchy. He takes so much more damage with that active hanging over his head. Zar also popping his gadget on the safe while he had damage gear active as well. A bit of extra damage to contribute. Dogwalkers been kind of silent on the STMN front. We see gadget popped by OG as well. Will be dispelled. Charles is still looking for some kind of value, but it's hurt so far back that he won't be able to do much with it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the tough parts about opening up this map. Sure, it makes things difficult for the Grom maybe a little bit more, makes it easier to dodge his shots, but yeah, it's a little back and forth with that one. I mean, there's no easy answer. Somebody's got to give, and right now, it's looking like it's Dogwalkers, 89% to 65%. Less than a minute to go. Let's see if they've got it in them.
Patchy can still make it work, though he has a roll. Charles is having to stay really far back. Bobby senses an opportunity also to get some free damage on the safe. OG and Zar are poised for defense, but Dogwalkers know that with a single good push in, they can't make it work. Take down onto Zar with the Rocket Rain. Here comes the super in from Patchy. He's damage boosted. Here it comes. Big connection. Dogwalkers have to play defense. Only 25 seconds left to do so. Charles now out of the picture. He's staggered. It's going to be a 2v3. Bobby tries to rain down on the safe. Patchy tries to take 48%, just a 1 damage advantage. Will it be enough? Charles has to defend. Bobby can get the reflected damage onto Charles. He's trying to kite things out. 1 shot, 1 kill onto the safe. Could it be enough? Not a roll in from Dogwalkers. 5 seconds remain. A roll in from Patchy, but the safe's being tanked. See you later. Could it be? No. Patchy connects on the safe. 3% differential, and STMN Esports take it.
I think I nearly had a Brawl Stars heart attack. I mean, that was insane. My heart was racing, and that's got to hurt if you're Dogwalkers. I mean, yeah, they're bringing it back. You know, despite the gym, this man's a fellow grinder, and they'll absolutely be grinding in San Diego. What a finish to our night. I mean, this has just been an absolute phenomenon. Ups and downs for all these teams, but ultimately, it's STMN getting the job done once again.
And you know what? I placed my bets on Dogwalkers, but I'm happy either way because what a spectacle this was. And STMN Esports, are you really going to challenge the champions of NA? We have seen them go down to some unlikely teams. We saw them face versus Mystic, and that was kind of an unexpected outcome. But that's the only L they've taken the entire time. Say hello to your maybe NA champions in the next split. They're looking clean.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely put on a show for us tonight. Across the board, obviously a big pickup against Tribe last week. They've been on a little bit of a hot streak here. Look at that, too. That kill number 20-9. The damage one, though, nearly double for STMN. 101,000. That is crazy.
I mean, like, who's feeding them all that damage? Surely it's got to be the 8-bit and the Daryl together. That is my personal prediction. But, wow, comp diff, skill diff, whatever it is, I mean, Dogwalkers, they're still on the leash, to say the least.
Was that everything you hoped for in the last match of the day?
I could have squeezed a few more puns in there, probably. But, besides that, I'm personally happy with it.
Okay, well, everything that was the least complicated option just happened. STMN win, which means that completely gets rid of the 3-way tie possibility. So the original 4 that we had said were going to DreamHack are in fact going to DreamHack. So it will be Tribe Gaming, STMN, Washed Team, and West Coast as your qualified teams for the Challenge Finals at DreamHack San Diego. That is going to be a fun tournament.
This is a star-studded crew and, you know, some familiar faces, of course, from the first season and now in Season 2. I expect nothing less. It was awesome to watch last time. All of these teams so worthy. A lot of tough opponents to get here. I mean, it's just crazy ready.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, one of the most entertaining things for me as well is Wash Team making it on to that next split, because we saw when it came around to the second split, mind you, Tribe Gaming, STMN, West Coast, they were not allowed to compete in that second split. So we saw Wash Team flourish in an environment absent of those other teams, and they still managed to come back and qualify. I think it's a great story for a team that calls themselves Washed Team.
I think that it's going to be a very fun tournament, so make sure you go and see it all happen in person. But we always close out the day with an interview, typically with the winning team, but you know, we decided why not change that up yet again, because we've not gotten a chance to talk to Alec. So now Alec is standing by, and I am excited that we get to chat because, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta ask about the tweet. We saw the tweet.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody got me, STMN got me, and they're all my friends. That's what friends are for, you know.
I mean, we even heard OG say that they kind of owed you guys from last time.
Yeah, so if you guys aren't familiar with last year at the end of 2022 towards Worlds, STMN was in 4th place, and we beat the 3rd place team, which qualified them for Worlds. So we had their back then, and they got our backs now. It's what friends are for, you know.
I love it. Kenny, anything you want to ask?
I mean, it's a tough one out here, Alec. Can you comment at all on, is this going to be more difficult than last time? I feel like across the world, but especially in NA, it's just been so competitive. What are you all doing to prepare for this? Is it going to be any different than last time?
Not really, just scrimming, trying your best. It's really not that much different. The major difference this year is the server. So it's West or East teams mostly, and ours is like one of the only teams that has West and East players.
All right, ready?
Well, cool stuff. Alec, I mean, obviously, also congratulations on qualifying. I gotta ask, man, I mean, like, the land demon Alec 26, do we see the Brawl brain in full force? Because you've already won we've had a couple of NA lands. You won one. Are you looking to add another one under your belt, man?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we win, I think we go to Japan, right? So
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we're definitely going to try our best to win, and whatever happens, happens.
Best of luck.
Still really excited just to be going.
Yeah, I mean, San Diego is going to be an absolute blast. Congratulations that you guys have qualified now and made your way there. Before I let you go, do you want to do any shout-outs?
I mean, I got to shout out STMN, right? Like, I got jersey on. Like, I love their whole org. They're all really good friends. Me and Bobby, we've been friends since day one on Brawl Stars. So we slimes, for real. I love them.
All right, I love it. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming back so much later after you got finished playing. Congratulations again. We'll be seeing you in a few weeks in San Diego.
Yep, see you there.
We had to get him in here, not only after the tweet, but after what OG said, after the way today played out, because that was an emotional roller coaster for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to get used to this for our first one. This was wild. Of all my days of casting, this has been insane. I hope the viewers at home got a good taste of this, and I think this excitement only adds to the hype that San Diego is going to bring. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
It's why I always say NA is the best region in the world, and that is my totally unbiased take.
Always. And you know what? We're going to let the unbiased take slide this one time because before we sign off, chat, before I do my official goodbye, please remember to tell Reddy happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, okay? So give the man a little bit of love. Happy belated birthday, Reddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's the last show of the season. I had to call you out a little bit. But now we're done, okay? The entire regular portion of our challenge season has come to a close, and it is Tribe, STMN, Wash Team, and West Coast as your teams headed to DreamHack San Diego for the challenge finals. Make sure you get your tickets to see the entire event in person to see how it all unfolds. It's going to be a fantastic time, trust me. As always, thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in San Diego.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where